Sonnet on Receiving a Favour Aug. 1979. Addressed to Robert Graham, Esquire of Fintry. I call no goddess to inspire my strains. A fabled muse may suit a bard that feigns, friend of my life. My ardent spirit burns, and all the tribute of my heart returns for boons accorded, goodness ever new, the gift still dearer as the giver you, thou orb of day, thou other paler light, and all ye many sparkling stars of night. If aught that giver from my mind efface, if I that giver's bounty e'er disgrace, then roll to me along your wandering spheres, only to number out a villain's years. I lay my hand upon my swelling breast, and grateful would, but cannot speak the rest. Extemporaneous Effusion. On being appointed to an excise division. Searching auld wives' barrels achen the day, that clarty barm should stain my laurels. But what'll ye say? These movin' things cod wives and weans, wad move the very hearts o' stands. Song Willie Brew'd a peck o' mount one. O Willie brewed a peck o' mount, and Rob and Allan cam to see three blither hearts that lee lang night, ye wadna found in Christendie. Chorus, we are na foo, we're nae that foo, but just a drappie in our the cock may craw, the day may daw, and I will taste the barley bree. Here are we met, three merry boys I trow are we, and mony a night we've merry been, and mony me we hope to be, we are na foo and see. It is the moon, I ken her horn that's blinkin' in the lift sae high. She shines sae bright to wile us hame, but by my sooth she'll wait a wee, we are na foo and see. Wha first shall rise to gang awa, a cuckold coward loun is he, wha first beside his chair shall fa, he is the king among us three, we are na foo and see. Footnote 1. Willie is Nicol, Allan is Masterton the writing master. The scene is between Moffat and the head of the Loch of the Lowes. Date, August-September 1789. Lang. Ca the Yowes to the Knowes. Chorus. Ca the Yowes to the Knowes, ca them where the heather grows, ca them where the burnie rose, my Bonie dearie. As I gied down the waterside, there I met my shepherd lad. He rode me sweetly in his plaid, and he ca'd me his dearie, ca the Yowes and see. Will ye gang down the waterside, and see the waves sae sweetly glide beneath the hazels spreading wide? The moon it shines foo clearly, ca the Yowes and see. Ye saw get gowns and ribbons meet, cough leather shoon upon your feet, and in my arms ye zee lie and sleep, and ye saw be my dearie, ca the Yowes and see. If ye'll but stand to what ye have said, I say gang wy thee, my shepherd lad, and ye may row me in your plaid, and I saw be your dearie, ca the Yowes and see. While waters wimple to the sea, while day blinks in the lift sae high, till clay called death saw blin my ye saw be my dearie, ca the Yowes and see. I gied a weefu gate yestreen. I gied a weefu gate yestreen, a gate I fear I'll dearly rue. I gat my death frae twa sweet een, twa lovely een o Bonie blue. 'Twas not her golden ringlets bright, her lips like roses wat wide dew, her heaving bosom lily white, it was her een sae Bonie blue. She talked, she smilled, my heart she willed, she charmed my soul I wist na how, and I the stound the deadly wound cam frae her een so Bonie blue. But spare to speak and spare to speed. She'll aiblins listen to my vow, should she refuse, I'll lay my dead to her twa een sae Bonie blue. Highland Harry back again. My Harry was a gallant gay foo, stately strayed he on the plain, but now he's banished far away, I'll never see him back again. Chorus, oh for him back again, oh for him back again, I wad jai a Knockaspie's land for Highland Harry back again. When o' the lave gie to their bed, I wander dowie up the glen, I set me down and greet my fill, and I wish him back again, oh for him and see. Oh, were some villains hanged high, and ilka body had their ain, then I might see the joyful sight, my Highland Harry back again, oh for him and see. The Battle of Sherramuir. Tune the Cameronian Rant. O cam ye hear the fight to shun, or heard the sheep why me man, or were ye at the Sherramuir, or did the battle see man? I saw the battle sair and tug, and reekin red ran money a shug my heart, for fear geed suff for suff, to hear the thuds and see the cluds o' clans frae woods in tartan duds, wha glound at kingdoms three man, la and see. The redcoat lads, why black cacauds, to meet them were na slaw, man, they rushed and pushed and blued out gushed and money about did fa, man, the great Argyle led on his files, I wot they glanced 20 miles, they hoed the clans like 9-pin kyles, they hacked and hashed while braid swords clashed and throw they dashed, and hewed and smashed, till fae men died awa man, la and see. But had ye seen the Philibbigs and Skyran tartan trews, man, when in the teeth they darred our Whigs and Covenant true blues, man, in lines extended lang and large, when bayonets o'erpoured the targe, and thousands hastened to the charge, why, Highland wrath they frae the sheath drew blades o' death, till out o' breath they fled like frighted dows, man, la and see. Oh, how deal Tam can that be true? The chase geed frae the north, man, I saw Mysel they did pursue, the horsemen back to forth, man, and at Dunblane in my ain sight they took the brig Y o' their might, and straught to Stirling winged their flight, but cursed lot. The gates were shut, and money a hunted poor redcoat, for fear Amyas did swarf, man. La and see. My sister Kate cam up the gate Y crowdy unto me. Man, she swore she saw some rebels run to Perth unto Dundee. Man, their left-hand general had nae skill. The Angus lads had nae gude will that day their neighbours, blued to spill for fear for foes that they should lose their cogs o' bros, they scarred at blows, and hameward fast did flee, man. La and see. They've lost some gallant gentlemen among the Highland clans, man. I fear my Lord Panmure is slain, or fallen in Whiggish hands, man. Now wad ye sing this double fight, some fell for wrang and some for right. But money bade the world gude night, then ye may tell how Pell and Mell, by red claymores and muskets knell, why dying yell the Tories fell, and Whigs to hell did flee, man. La and see. The Braes O Killiecrankie. Where hae ye been sae braw lad? Where hae ye been sae brankie o? Where hae ye been sae braw lad? Cam ye by Killiecrankie o? Chorus. And ye had been war I hae been, ye wad na been sae canty, o, and ye had seen what I hae seen, I the Braes O Killiecrankie o. I fought at land, I fought at sea, at hame I fought my auntie, o, but I met the devil in Dundee on the Braes O Killiecrankie o. And ye had been and see. The bald pitker fell in a fur, and clavers gat a clanky, o, where I had fed an at-hole gled, on the Braes O Killiecrankie, o, and ye had been and see. Awa Whigs awa. Chorus. Awa Whigs awa, Awa Whigs awa, ye're but a pack o' traitor lounds, ye'll do nae gude at a. Our thistles flourished fresh and fair, and Bonie bloomed our roses, but Whigs cam like a frost in June, and withered our posies. Awa Whigs and see. Our ancient crowns fan in the dust dale blin, them why the stour o' Teethan write their names in his black buke, wha gie the Whigs the power o' tea. Awa Whigs and see. Our sad decay in church and state surpasses my descriving. The Whigs cam o'er us for a curse, and we hae done why thriving. Awa Whigs and see. Grim vengeance lang has ta'en a nap, but we may see him walkin'. Gude help the day when royal heads are hunted like a mawkin. Awa Whigs and see. A Waukrife Minnie. Where are you gone, my Bonie lass? Where are you gone, my hinny? She answered me right saucily. An errand for my Minnie. O where live ye, my Bonie lass? O where live ye, my hinny? By yon burnside, gin ye maun ken, in a wee house why my Minnie. But I for up the glen at e'en, to see my Bonie lassie, and lang before the grey morn cam, she was na half sae saucy. O weary fa the Waukrife cock, and the Falmart lay his crowin, he walkin' the auld wife frae her sleep, a wee blink o'er the dowin. An angry wife I watch she raise, and o'er the bed she brocht her, and why? A makel hazel rung she made her a weel paid dochter. O fare thee weel, my Bonie lass, O fare thee well, my hinny, thou art a gay and a bonny lass, but thou has a Waukrife Minnie. The Captive Ribband. Tune Robe Dona Gorach. Dear Myra, the captive ribband's mine, 'twas all my faithful love could gain, and would you ask me to resign the sole reward that crowns my pain? Go, bid the hero who has run thro' fields of death to gather fame, go, bid him lay his laurels down, and all his well-earned praise disclaim. The riband shall its freedom lose all the bliss it had with you, and share the fate I would impose on thee, wert thou my captive too. It shall upon my bosom live, or clasp me in a close embrace, and at its fortune if you grieve, retrieve its doom and take its place. My heart in the Highlands. Tune felt Namiask. Farewell to the Highlands, farewell to the North, the birthplace of valor, the country of worth. Wherever I wander, wherever I rove, the hills of the Highlands forever I love. Chorus. My heart in the Highlands, my heart is not here. My heart in the Highlands, a-chasing the deer, chasing the wild deer and following the roe. My heart in the Highlands, wherever I go. Farewell to the mountains, high covered with snow, farewell to the straths and green valleys below, farewell to the forests and wild hanging woods, farewell to the torrents and loud pouring floods. My heart in the Highlands and sea. The Whistle, a ballad. I sing of a whistle of worth, I sing of a whistle, the pride of the North, was brought to the court of our good Scottish king, and long with this whistle all Scotland shall ring. Old Loda still ruing the arm of Fingal, the god of the bottle sends down from his hall, the whistle's your challenge, to Scotland get o'er, and drink them to hell, sir, or ne'er see me more. Old poets have sung and old chronicles tell, what champions ventured, what champions fell. The son of great Loda was conqueror still, and blew on the whistle their requiem shrill. Till Robert, the lord of the cairn and the score, unmatched at the bottle, unconquered in war, he drank his poor godship as deep as the sea, no tide of the Baltic air drunker than he. Thus Robert, victorious, the trophy has gained, which now in his house has for ages remained, till three noble chieftains and all of his blood the jovial contest again have renewed. Three joyous good fellows, with hearts clear of flaw, Craigieburn, so famous for with worth and law, and trusty Glenriddle, so skilled in old coins, and gallant Sir Robert, depreed in old wines. Craigieburn began, with a tongue smooth as oil, desiring downrightly to yield up the spoil, or else he would muster the heads of the clan, and once more in claret try which was the man. By the gods of the ancients, downrightly replies, before I surrender so glorious a prize, I'll conjure the ghost of the great Rory Moore, and bumper his horn with him 20 times o'er. Sir Robert, a soldier, no speech would pretend, but he ne'er turned his back on his foe or his friend, said, toss down the whistle, the prize of the field, and knee-deep in claret he'd die ere he'd yield. To the board of Glenriddle our heroes repair, so noted for drowning of sorrow and care, but for wine and for welcome not more known to fame than the sense, wit, and taste of a sweet lovely dame. A bard was selected to witness the fray, and tell future ages the feats of the day, a bard who detested all sadness and spleen, and wished that Parnassus a vineyard had been. The dinner being over, the claret they ply, and every new cork is a new spring of joy, in the bands of old friendship and kindred so set, and the bands grew the tighter the more they were wet. Gay pleasure ran riot as bumpers ran o'er, bright Phoebus ne'er witnessed so joyous a core, and vowed that to leave them he was quite forlorn, till Cynthia hinted he'd see them next morn. 6 bottles apiece had well wore out the night, when gallant Sir Robert, to finish the fight, turned o'er in one bumper a bottle of red, and swore 'twas the way that their ancestor did. Then worthy Glenriddle, so cautious and sage, no longer the warfare ungodly would wage, a high ruling elder to wallow in wine, he left the foul business to folks less divine. The gallant Sir Robert fought hard to the end, but who can with fate and court bumpers contend, though fate said, a hero should perish in light, so uprose bright Phoebus, and down fell the night. Next uprose our bard like a prophet in drink. Craigieburn, thou'lt soar when creation shall sink. But if thou would flourish immortal in rhyme, come, one bottle more, and have at the sublime. Thy line that have struggled for freedom with Bruce shall heroes and patriots ever produce. So thine be the laurel and mine be the bay, the field thou hast won by yon bright God of day. To Mary in heaven, thou lingering star with lessening ray, that lovest to greet the early morn, again thou usher'st in the day my Mary from my soul was torn. O Mary, dear departed shade, where is thy place of blissful rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? That sacred hour can I forget? Can I forget the hallowed grove, where by the winding air we met, to live one day of parting love? Eternity will not efface those records dear of transports past, thy image at our last embrace. Ah, little thought we 'twas our last. Ere, gurgling, kissed his pebbled shore, o'erhung with wildwoods thickening green, the fragrant birch and hawthorn hoar, twinned amorous round the raptured scene. The flowers sprang wanting to be pressed. The birds sang love on every spray, till too soon the glowing west proclaimed the speed of winged day. Still o'er these scenes my memory wakes, and fondly broods with miser care. Time but impression stronger makes, as streams their channels deeper where my Mary. Dear departed shade, where is thy blissful place of rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? Epistle to Dr. Blacklock, Ellisland, 21st Oct, 1789. Wow, but your letter made me vaunty, and are ye hale and weel and canty? I kenned it still. Your wee bit jaunty wad bring ye to. Lord send you I as weel's I want ye, and then ye'll do. The ill thief blaw the heron south, and never drink be near his druth. He told myself by word o' mouth. He tack my letter, I lippen to the cheel in trouth, and bade nae better. But Abelins, honest Master Heron had at the time some dainty fair one to wear this theologic care on and holy study, and tired o' Sauls to waste his leer on, and tried the body. But what d'ye think, my trusty fear, I'm turned a gauger. Peace be here, Parnesian queens, I fear, ye'll now disdain me, and then my £50 a year will little gain me. Ye glaikit gleesome dainty damies, wha by Castalia's wimplin streamies lope, sing, and lave your pretty limbies, ye ken, that strang necessity supreme is, mang sons o' men. I hae a wife and twa wee laddies, they maun hae bros and brats o' duddies, ye ken yoursel's my heart right proud is. I need na vaunt, but I'll sned besoms, thraw saw woodies before they want. Lord help me throw this world o' care. I'm weary sick o' tea late and air, not but I hae a richer share than money ithers. But why should I man better fare, and a men brithers? Come, firm resolve, take thou the van, thou stalk o' Carlhempen man, and let us mind, faint heart ne'er wan a lady fair. Wha does the utmost that he can, will whiles do mair. But to conclude my silly rhyme, I'm scant o' verse and scant o' time, to make a happy fireside climb to weans and wife, that's the true pathos and sublime of human life. My compliments to Sister Becky, and eke the same to honest Lucky. I wot she is a dainty chucky, as air tread clay, and gratefully, my gude auld cocky, I'm yours for aye, Robert Burns. The Five Carlins, an election ballad. Tune Chevy Chase. There was 5 Carlins in the south, they fell upon a scheme, to send a lad to London town to bring them tidings hame. Nor only bring them tidings hame, but do their errands there, and Abelins gowd and honour baith might be that laddie's share. There was Maggie by the banks o' Nith, a dame why pride Enug, and Marjorie o' the money locks, a Carlin auld and chug, and Blinkin Bess of Annandale, that dwelt near Solway side, and Whiskey Jean, that took her gill, in Galloway sae wide. And auld Black Joan frae Crichton Peel, one o' gypsy kith and kin, 5 whiter Carlins were na found the south country within. To send a lad to London town, They met upon a day and money a night, and money a laird this errand fain wad gie. O money a night, and money a laird this errand fain wad gie, but nae ane could their fancy please, o ne'er a ane but twee. The first ane was a belted knight, bred of a border band, too, and he wad gie to London town, might nae man him withstand. And he wad do their errands weel, and makel he wad say, and ilka ane about the court wad bid to him good day. The neist cam in a sojer youth, three who spak wy modest grace, and he wad gie to London town, if sae their pleasure was. He wad na heck them courtly gifts, nor makel speech pretend, but he wad hecht an honest heart, wad ne'er desert his friend. Now wham to choose and wham refuse, at strife their Carlins fell, for some had gentlefolks to please, and some wad please themsel. Then outspak Mimmood Meg o Nith, and she spak up why pride, and she wad send the sojer youth whatever might betide. For the auld Gudeman o London court for she didna care a pin, but she wad send the sojer youth to greet his eldest son, 5. Then up sprang Bess o Annandale, and a deadly aith she's tan, that she wad vote the border knight, though she should vote her lane. For far off fowls hae feathers fair, and fools o change or fain, but I hae tried the border knight, and I'll try him yet again. Says Black Joan frae Crichton Peel, a Carlin store and grim, the auld Gudeman or young Gudeman, for me may sink or swim. For fools will prate o right or wrang, while knaves laugh them to scorn, but the soldier's friends hae blonde the best, so he shall bear the horn. Then Whiskey Jean spak o'er her drink, ye weel ken, Kimmers the auld Gudeman o London court, his back been at the wa. And mony a friend that kissed his cop is now a fremmet white, but it's ne'er be said o Whiskey Jean will send the border knight. Then slow raised Marjorie o the locks, and wrinkled was her brow, her ancient weed was russet grey, her auld Scots bluid was true. There's some great folk set light by me, I set as light by them, but I will send to London town wham I like best at hame. Sae how this mighty plea may end, ne mortal wight can tell, God grant the king and ilka man may look weel to himsel. Election Ballad for Westerha. Tune, Up and War Them a Willie. The laddies by the banks o, Nithwad trust his grace one why a Jamie, but he'll sare them as he sared the king turned tail and rin awa, Jamie. Footnote 1. The 4th Duke of Queensberry, who supported the proposal that, during George EI's illness, the Prince of Wales should assume the government with full prerogative. Chorus, Up and War Them a, Jamie, Up and War Them a. The Johnstons hae the guidin' ot ye turncoat Whigs awa. The day he stewed his country's friend, or jied her fays a claw, Jamie, or frae pure man a blessin' wan, that day the Duke ne'er saw Jamie, up and war them and see. But wha is he, his country's boast, like him there is na twa Jamie, there's no a callant tents the kai, but kens o Westerha, Jamie, up and war them and see. To end the wark here's Whistleburg, lang may his whistle blaw, Jamie, and Maxwell true o sterling blue, and will be Johnston's Jamie, up and war them and see. Prologue spoken at the Theatre of Dumfries. On New Year's Day evening, 1790. No song nor dance I bring from yon great city, that queens it o'er our taste, the more's the pity, though, by the by, abroad why will you roam? Good sense and taste are natives here at home, but not for panegyric I appear, I come to wish you all a good new year. Old Father Time deputes me here before ye not for to preach, but tell his simple story. The sage, grave ancient coughed and bade me say, you're 1 year older this important day, if wiser too, he hinted some suggestion, but 'twould be rude, you know, to ask the question, and with a would-be roguish leer and wink, said, Sutherland, in one word bid them think. Ye sprightly youths, quite flush with hope and spirit, who think to storm the world by dint of merit, to you the dotard has a deal to say in his sly, dry, sententious proverb way. He bids you mind, amid your thoughtless rattle, that the first blow is ever half the battle, that though some by the skirt may try to snatch him, yet by the foreclock is the hold to catch him, that whether doing, suffering, or forbearing, you may do miracles by persevering. Last, though not least in love, ye youthful fair, angelic forms, high heaven's peculiar care, to you old Baldpate smooths his wrinkled brow, and humbly begs you'll mind the important. Now, to crown your happiness he asks your leave, and offers bliss to give and to receive. For our sincere, though haply weak endeavors, with grateful pride we own your many favors, and howsoe'er our tongues may ill reveal it, believe our glowing bosoms truly feel it. Sketch New Year's Day. To Mrs. Dunlop. This day time winds exhausted chain, to run the 12 months' length again. I see the old bald-pated fellow with ardent eyes, complexion sallow, adjust the unimpaired machine to wheel the equal dull routine. The absent lover minor air. In vain assail him with their prayer, deaf as my friend he sees them press, nor makes the hour one moment less. Will you, the majors with the hounds, the happy tenants share his rounds, Coila's fair Rachel's care today, and blooming Keith's engaged with grey from housewife cares a minute borrow, that grandchild's cap will do tomorrow, and join with me a moralizing, this day's propitious to be wise in. First, what did yesternight deliver? Another year has gone forever. And what is this day's strong suggestion? The passing moments all we rest on. Rest on for what? What do we hear, or why regard the passing year? Will time, amist with proverbed lore, add to our date 1 minute more? A few days may, a few years must, repose us in the silent dust. Then is it wise to damp our bliss? Yes, all such reasonings are amiss. The voice of nature loudly cries, and many a message from the skies, that something in us never dies, that on his frail, uncertain state hang matters of eternal weight, that future life in worlds unknown must take its hue from this alone, whether as heavenly glory bright, or dark as misery's woeful night. Since then, my honored first of friends, on this poor being all depends, let us important now employ, and live as those who never die, though you, with days and honors crowned, witness that filial circle round, a sight life's sorrows to repulse, a sight pale envy to convulse. Others now claim your chief regard, yourself you wait your bright reward. Scott's Prologue for Mr. Sutherland. On his benefit night at the theatre, Dumfries. What needs this din about the town o' Lannon? How this new play and that new sang is common? Why is outlandish stuff sae meikle courted? Does nonsense mend like brandy when imported? Is there nae poet, burning keen for fame, will try to gie us sangs and plays at hame? For comedy abroad he need to toil. A fool and knave are plants of every soil, nor need he hunt as far as Rome or Greece to gather matter for a serious piece. There's themes eno in Caledonian story would show the tragic muse in her glory. Is there no daring bard will rise and tell how glorious Wallace stood, how hapless fell? Where are the muses fled that could produce a drama worthy o' the name o' Bruce? How here, even here, he first unsheathed the sword gainst mighty England and her guilty lord, and after money a bloody, deathless doing, wrenched his dear country from the jaws of ruin. Oh, for a Shakespeare, or an Otway scene, to draw the lovely, hapless Scottish queen. Vain all omnipotence of female charms. Gainst headlong, ruthless, mad rebellion's arms she fell, but fell with spirit truly Roman to glut that direst foe, a vengeful woman, a woman, though the phrase may seem uncivil, as able and as wicked as the devil. One Douglas lives in Holmes' immortal page. But Douglases were heroes every age, and though your father's prodigal of life, a Douglas followed to the martial strife perhaps, if bowls row right and right succeeds, ye yet may follow where a Douglas leads. As he hae generous done, if the land would take the muses' servants by the hand, not only hear but patronize, befriend them, and where he justly can commend them, and ablins when they win a stand the test, wink hard and say the folks hae done their best. Would the land do this, then I'll be cation ye'll soon hae poets the Scottish nation will gar fame blaw until her trumpet crack, and warstle time and lay him on his back. For us and for our stage should ony spear, way sought thee cheels max of this bustle here. My best leg foremost I'll set up my brow, we have the honour to belong to you. We're your ain bairns, e'en guide us as ye like, but like good mithers sure before ye strike. And grateful still, I trust ye'll ever find us, for generous patronage and makel kindness we've got frae a profession, sets and ranks, God help us. We're but poor, ye get but thanks. Lines to a gentleman who had sent the poet a newspaper and offered to continue it free of expense. Kind sir, I've read your paper through, and faith to me, 'twas really new. How guessed ye, sir, what mayest I wanted? This money a day I've grained and gaunted to ken what French mischief was brewin', or what the drumly Dutch were doin', that vile dupe scalper Emperor Joseph, if Venus yet had got his nose off, or how the Colliecrankie works atween the Russians and the Turks, or if the Swede, before he halt, would play another Charles the Twalt if Denmark anybody spak o.t., or Poland, wha had now the tack o.t., how cutthroat Prussian blades were hingin', how libet Italy was singin'. If Spaniard, Portuguese, or Swiss were sayin' or talkin' aught amiss, or how our merry lads at hame, in Britain's court kept up the game, how Royal George, the Lord Luke o'er him, was managing St. Stephen's quorum, if Sleekit Chatham Will was livin', or Glaikit Charlie got his neave in, how Daddy Burke the plea was cookin', if Warren Hastings' neck was eukin', how cesses, stents, and fees were raxed, or if bare arses yet were taxed, the news o' princes, dukes, and earls, pimps, sharpers, bawds, and opera girls, if that daft bucky Geordie Wales was thrashing still at his tails, or if he was grown Outland's douser, and no a perfect kintracooser, this and mair I never heard of, and but for you I might despaired of, so grateful, back your news I send you, and pray a gude things may attend you. Ellisland, Monday morning, 1790. Elegy on Willie Nichol's mare. Peg Nicholson was a good bay mare as ever trod on airn, but now she's floating down the Nith, and past the mouth o' cairn. Peg Nicholson was a good bay mare, and rode thro' thick and thin, but now she's floating down the Nith, and wanting even the skin. Peg Nicholson was a good bay mare, and ance she bore a priest, but now she's floating down the Nith for Solway fish a feast. Peg Nicholson was a good bay mare, and the priest he rode her sair, and much oppressed and bruised she was, as priestrid cattle are, and see. The Gowden locks of Anna. Yestreen I had a pint o' wine, a place where body saw na yestreen lay on this breast o' mine the Gowden locks of Anna. The hungry Jew in wilderness, rejoicing o'er his manna, was neathing to my hinny bliss upon the lips of Anna. Ye monarchs, take the east and west free Indus to Savannah, gie me within my straining grasp, the melting form of Anna. There I'll despise imperial charms, an empress or sultana, while dying raptures in her arms I give and take why, Anna. Awa thou flaunting god of day, awa thou pale Diana ilk star, gie hide thy twinkling ray when I'm to meet my Anna. Come, in thy raven plumage, night, sun, moon, and stars withdrawn and bring an angel pen to write my transports with my Anna. Postscript. The kirk and state may join and tell, to do sick things I mauna, the kirk and state may gie to hell, and I'll gie to my Anna. She is the sunshine o' my ed to live, but her eye canna, had I on earth but wishes three, the first should be my Anna. Song I murder hate. I murder hate by flood or field, though glory's name may screen us. In wars at home I'll spend my blood, life-giving wars of Venus. The deities that I adore are social peace and plenty. I'm better pleased to make one more, than be the death of 20. I would not die like Socrates for all the fuss of Plato, nor would I with Leonidas, nor yet would I with Cato. The zealots of the church and state shall ne'er my mortal foes be. But let me have bold Zimri's fate within the arms of Cosby. Gudewife count the lowin. Gain is the day and murk's the night, but will ne'er stray for fout o' light. Gude ale and brat these stars and moon, and blue-red wines the risen sun. Chorus. Then Gudewife count the lowin, the Lowin, then Guidwife, count the Lowin and bring a coggy mare. There's wealth and ease for gentlemen, and simple folk maun fecht and fen, but here were in eye accord for ilka man that's drunk as a lord, then Guidwife and see. My coggy is a holly pool that heals the wounds o' care and dule, and pleasure is a wanton trout, and ye drink it ye'll find him out, then Guidwife and see. Election Ballad. At the close of the contest for representing the Dumfries Burghs, 1790. Addressed to R. Graham, Esquire of Fintry. Fintry, my stay in wordly strife, friend o' my muse, friend o' my life. Are ye as idols I am? Come then, why, uncouth Kintra fleg, or Pegasus I'll fling my leg, and ye shall see me try him. But where shall I go rin a ride, that I may splatter nane beside? I wad na be uncivil. In manhood's various paths and ways there's I some doitin' body strays, and I ride like the devil. Thus I break aff why o' my burr, and down yon dark, deep alley spur where theologics daunder, alas, cursed why eternal fogs and damned in everlasting bogs, as sure's the creed I'll blunder. I'll stain a band or jop a gown, or rin my reckless, guilty crown against the holly door, sair do I rue my luckless fate, when as the muse and deal wad heat, I raid that road before. Suppose I take a spurt and mix among the wilds o' politics, electors and elected, where dogs at court sad sons of bitches. Septennially a madness touches, till all the land's infected. All hail, Drumlinrig's haughty grace, discarded remnant of a race once godlike, great in story, thy forbears, virtues all contrasted, the very name of Douglas blasted, thine that inverted glory. Hate, envy oft the Douglas bore, but thou hast superadded more, and sunk them in contempt. Follies and crimes have stained the name, but Queensberry than the virgin claim from aught that's good exempt. I'll sing the zeal Drumlinrig bears, who left the all-important cares of princes, and their darlings and, bent on winning borough towns, came shaking hands why Wobster loons, and kissing barefoot Carlins. Combustion throw our boroughs rode, whistling his roaring pack abroad of mad unmuzzled lions, as Queensberry blue and buff unfurled, and Westerha and Hopetown hurled to every Whig defiance. But cautious Queensberry left the war unmannered dust might soil his star, besides he hated bleeding, but left behind him heroes bright, heroes in Caesarian fight or Ciceronian pleading. Oh, for a throat like huge Monsmeg, to muster o'er each ardent Whig beneath Drumlinrig's banners, heroes and heroines commix, all in the field of politics, to win immortal honors. M. Murdo and his lovely spouse, enamored laurels kiss her brows, led on the loves and graces. She won each gaping burgess heart while he, sub rosa, played his part among their wives and lasses. Craigieburn led a light-armed corps tropes, metaphors, and figures pour like Hecla's streaming thunder. Glenriddle, skilled in rusty coins, blew up each Tory's dark designs, and bared the treason under. In either wing 2 champions fought, redoubted Stagg, who set at naught the wildest savage Tory, and Welsh who ne'er yet flinched his ground, high-waved his magnum bonum round with cyclopean fury. Miller brought up artillery ranks, the many-pounders of the banks, resistless desolation, while Maxwelton, that baron bold, mid Lawson's port entrenched his hold, and threatened worse damnation. To these what Tory hosts opposed with these what Tory warriors claused surpasses my descriving. Squadrons, extended long and large, with furious speed rushed to the charge, like furious devils driving. What verse can sing, what prose narrate, the butchered deeds of bloody fate, amid this mighty Thule grim horror gurned, pale terror roared, as murder at his thrapple shored, and hell mixed in the Brew'd. As Highland craigs by thunder cleft, when lightnings fire the stormy lift, hurl down with crashing rattle, as flames among 100 woods, as headlong foam from 100 floods, such is the rage of battle. The stubborn Tories dare to die, as soon the rooted oaks would fly before approaching fellers. The Whigs come on like ocean's roar, when all his wintry billows pour against the buchan bullers. Lo, from the shades of death's deep night, departed Whigs enjoy the fight, and think on former daring. The muffled murderer of Charles the Magna Charta flag unfurls, all deadly gules its bearing. Nor wanting ghosts of Tory fame, bold Scrimgeour follows gallant Graham, auld Covenanters shiver, forgive, forgive. Much wronged Montrose, now death and hell engulf thy foes, thou liv'st on high for ever. Still o'er the field the combat burns, the Tories Whigs give way by turns, but fate the word has spoken, for woman's wit and strength, O man, alas, can do but what they can, the Tory ranks are broken. O that my een were flowing burns, my voice, a lioness that mourns her darling cubs undoing, that I might greet, that I might cry, while Tories fall, while Tories fly, and furious Whigs pursuing. What Whig but melts for good Sir James, dear to his country, by the names friend, patron, benefactor? Not Pulteney's wealth can Pulteney save, and Hopetown falls, the generous, brave, and Stuart bold as Hector. Thou Pitt shalt rue this overthrow, and Thurlow growl a curse of woe, and Melville melt in wailing. Now Fox and Sheridan rejoice, and Burke shall sing, O Prince, arise, thy power is all prevailing. For your poor friend the bard, afar he only hears and sees the war, a cool spectator purely. So, when the storm the forest rends, the robin in the hedge descends, and sober chirps securely. Now for my friends' and brethren's sakes, and for my dear loved land, O cakes, I pray with holy fire, Lord, send a rough-shod troop, O hell, or a wad Scotland buy or sell, to grind them in the mire. Elegy on Captain Matthew Henderson. A gentleman who held the pat for his honors, immediately from Almighty God. Should the poor be flattered? Shakespeare. O death, thou tyrant fell and bloody, the makel devil why, a woody haul thee hame to his black smithy, or Hurchin hides, and like stockfish come o'er his study why, thy auld sides. He's gain, he's frae us torn, the aye best fellow e'er was born. Thee, Matthew, nature's cell shall mourn by wood and wild, where haply pity strays forlorn free man exiled. Ye hills, near neighbors o' the starns that proudly cock your cresting cairns, ye cliffs, the haunts of sailing urns where echo slumbers, come join, ye nature's sturdiest bairns, my wailing numbers. Mourn ilka grove the cushat kens, ye Hasley shaws and briery dens, ye burnies wimplin down your glens, why toddlin din, or foaming strang, why hasty stens, free lin to lin. Mourn little harebells o'er the lea, ye stately foxgloves, fair to see, ye woodbines hanging bonnily, in-scented bowers, ye roses on your thorny tree, the first flowers. At dawn, when every grassy blade droops with a diamond at his head, at even, when beans their fragrance shed, rustling gale, ye mawkins, whiddin thro' the glade come join my wail. Mourn, ye wee songsters o' the wood, ye grouse that crap the heather bud, ye curlews, calling thro' a clud, ye whistling plover. And mourn, wee whirring patrick Brew'd, he's gane for ever. Mourn, sooty coots and speckled teals, ye fisher herons watching eels, ye duck and drake, why airy wheels circling the lake, ye bitterns till the quagmire reels, rare for his sake. Mourn, clamoring crakes at close o' day, mang fields o' flowering clover gay, and when ye wing your annual way free our clawed shore, tell thief far worlds wha lies in clay, wham we deplore. Ye hoolits, fray your ivy bower in some auld tree or eldritch tower, what time the moon, why silent glower, sets up her horn wail thro' the dreary midnight hour, till Waukrife morn. O rivers, forests, hills, and plains, oft have ye heard my canty strains, but now, what else for me remains but tales of woe, and frae my een the drapping rains maun ever flow. Mourn, spring, thou darling of the year, ilk cowslip cup shall keep a tear. Thou simmer, while each corny spear shoots up its head, thy gay, green, flowery tresses sheer for him that's dead. Thou autumn, why, thy yellow hair, In grief thy sallow mantle tear, thou, winter, hurling thro' the air the roaring blast, wide o'er the naked world declare the worth we've lost. Mourn him, thou sun, great source of light, mourn, empress of the silent night, and you, ye twinkling starnies bright, my Matthew, mourn, for through your orbs he's ta'en his flight, ne'er to return. O Henderson, the man, the brother, and art thou gone, and gone forever, and hast thou crossed that unknown river, life's dreary bound, like thee, where shall I find another, the world around? Go to your sculptured tombs, ye great, in of the tinsel trash, O state, but by thy honest turf I'll wait, thou man of worth, and weep the best fellow's fate ere lay in earth. The Epitaph. Stop, passenger, my story's brief, and truth I shall relate, man. I tell nae common tale o' grief, for Matthew was a great man. If thou uncommon merit hast, yet spurned at fortune's door, man, a look of pity hither cast, for Matthew was a poor man. If thou a noble soldier art, that passest by this grave, man, there moulders here a gallant heart, for Matthew was a brave man. If thou on men, their works and ways, canst throw uncommon light, man, here lies while we'll had won thy praise, for Matthew was a bright man. If thou at friendship's sacred caw, wad life itself resign, man, thy sympathetic tear maun fa, for Matthew was a kind man. If thou art staunch, without a stain like the unchanging blue, man, this was a kinsman o' thy ain, for Matthew was a true man. If thou hast wit and fun and fire, and ne'er gooeyed wine did fear, man, this was thy Billy dam and sire, for Matthew was a queer man. If ony Whiggish Wingan sought to blame poor Matthew dare, man, may dule and sorrow be his lot, for Matthew was a rare man. But now his radiant course is run, for Matthew S. was a bright one. His soul was like the glorious sun, a matchless, heavenly light man. Verses on Captain Groves. Written on an envelope, enclosing a letter to him. Ken ye auto Captain Groves, I go and ago if he's amming his friends or foes, Iram coram dago. Is he to Abram's bosom gain? I go and ago or Hawden Sarah by the wame, Iram coram dago. Is he south or is he north? I go and ago or drowned in the river Forth, Iram coram dago. Is he slain by Hieland bodies? I go and ago and eat like a weather haggis, Iram coram dago. Where'er he be, the Lord be near him. I go and ago, as for the deal he dore na steer him, Iram coram dago. But please transmit th enclosed letter, I go and ago, which will oblige your humble debtor, Iram coram dago. So may ye hae auld stands in store, I go and ago, the very stands that Adam bore, Iram coram dago. So may ye get in glad possession, I go and ago, the coins o' Satan's coronation, Iram coram dago. Tam O Shanter. A tale of brownies and of begillies full is this buke. Gowan Douglas. When chapman billies leave the street, and drouthy neebors meet, as market days are wearing late, and folk begin to tack the gate, while we sit bousing at the nappy, and getting foo and unco happy, we think na on the lang Scots miles, the mosses, waters, slaps, and stiles that lie between us and our hame, where sits our sulky, sullen dame, gathering her brows like gathering storm, nursing her wrath to keep it warm. This truth fanned honest Tam O Shanter, as he frae ere I night did canter. Auld air, wham ne'er a town surpasses for honest men and bony lasses. O Tam, hadst thou but been sae wise, as teen thy ain wife Kate's advice. She told thee weel thou was a skellum, a blethering, blustering, drunken blellum, that frae November till October, ae market day thou was na sober, that ilka melder why the miller, thou sat as lang as thou had siller, that every naig was caught a shoe on the smith and the gat roarin' foo on, that at the Lord's house, even on Sunday thou drank why Kirkton Jean till Monday. She prophesied that late or soon thou wad be found deep drowned in Doon, or catched why warlocks in the mirk, by a Lowie's auld haunted kirk. Ah, gentle dames, it gars me greet to think how many counsels sweet, how many lengthened sage advices, the husband frae the wife despises. But to our tale, I mark at night, Tam had got planted unco right, fast by an ingle bleezing finely, why reaming sots that drank divinely, and at his elbow suitor Johnny, his ancient trusty droughthy crony. Tam lawed him like a very brither, they had been fou for weeks thegither. The night drave on why sangs and clatter, and the ale was growing better, the landlady and Tam grew gracious. Why favors secret, sweet and precious. The suitor told his queerest stories, the landlord's laugh was ready chorus. The storm without might rare and rustle, Tam did not mind the storm a whistle. Care mad to see a man sae happy, and drowned himsel among the nappy. As bees flee hame why lades o treasure. The minutes winged their way why pleasure. Kings may be blessed, but Tam was glorious, or the ills o life victorious. But pleasures are like poppies spread, you seize the flower, its bloom is shed, or like the snow falls in the river, a moment white, then melts forever, or like the borealis race that flit ere you can point their place, or like the rainbow's lovely form evanishing amid the storm. Ne man can tether time nor tide. The hour approaches Tam maun ride, that hour, o night's black arch the key stain, that dreary hour he mounts his beast in, and sick a night he tacks the road in, as ne'er poor sinner was abroad in. The wind blew as twad blawn its last, the rattling showers rose on the blast, the speedy gleams the darkness swallowed, loud, deep, and lang, the thunder bellowed. That night a child might understand, the deal had business on his hand. Wheel mounted on his grey mare, Meg, a better never lifted leg Tam skelped on throw, dub, and mire, despising wind and rain and fire, whiles holding fast his gewed blue bonnet, whiles crooning o'er some auld Scots sonnet, whiles glorin' round why prudent cares, lest bogles catch him unawares. Kirkalowe was drawing nigh, where gayists and hoolits nightly cry. By this time he was crossed the ford, where in the snaw the chapmen smored, and past the birks and makel stain, where drunken Charlie bracks neck bane and throw the winds, and by the cairn, where hunters fan the murdered bairn, and near the thorn, aboon the well, where Mungo's mither hanged Hersel. Before him Doon pours all his floods, the doubling storm roars thro' the woods, the lightnings flash from pole to pole, near and more near the thunders roll, when, glimmering thro' the groaning trees, Kirkalowe seemed in a bleeze thro', ilka bore the beams were glancing, and loud resounded mirth and dancing. Inspiring bold John Barleycorn, what dangers thou canst make us scorn. Why, Tippany, we fear nae evil, why Usquaby will face the devil, the swats sae reamed in Tammy's noddle, fair play he card na deals a bottle, but Maggie stood right sair astonished, till by the heel and hand admonished she ventured forward on the light, and, wow, Tam saw an unco sight. Warlocks and witches in a dance ne Cotelin, Brent knew frae France, but hornpipes, jigs, strathspeys, and reels put life and metal in their heels. A winnock bunker in the east, there sat Auld Nick, in shape o' beast, a tosy tyke, black, grim, and large, to gie them music was his charge. He screwed the pipes and gart them skirl, till roof and rafters did dirl. Coffins stood round, like open presses, that shawed the dead in their last dresses, and by some devilish cantrip slight, each in its called hand held a light, by which heroic Tam was able to note upon the holly table a murderer's banes in gibbetairns, twa spanlang wee, unchristened bairns, a thief, new-cutted frae a rape, why his last gasp his gabuted gape, 5 tomahawks why blued red-rusted, 5 scimitars why murder crusted, a garter which a babe had strangled, a knife a father's throat had mangled, whom his ain son of life bereft, the grey hairs yet stacked to the heft, why mare of horrible and awfu', which even to name wad be unlawfu'. As Tammy glowered, amazed and curious, the mirth and fun grew fast and furious, the piper loud and louder blew, the dancers quick and quicker flew, the reeled they set, they crossed, they cleek it, till ilka Carlin swat and reek it, and coosed her duddies to the wark, and link it at it in her sark. Now Tam, O Tam, had they been queens, plump and strapping in their teens, their sarks instead o creasy flainin been snaw-white 1700 linen. Thur breeks o' mine, my only pair, that ants were plush o' gooeyed blue hair, I wad hae gene them off my herdies, for I blink o' the bony birdies. But withered beldams, auld and droll, rigwitty hags wad spien a foal, looping and flinging on a crummock, I wonder did na turn thy stomach. But Tam kent what was what foo brawly. There was I winsome wench and Wally that night enlisted in the corps, lang after kenned on Carrick shore. For money a beast to dead she shot, and perished money a bony boat, and shook baith makel corn and bear, and kept the countryside in fear. Her cuddy sark, o Paisley Harn, that while a lassie she had worn in longitude, though sorely scanty, it was her best, and she was vaunty. Ah, little kenned thy reverend granny, that sark she coughed for her wee nanny, why twa pund Scots, 'twas a her riches, wad ever gracked a dance of witches. But here my muse her wing maun cur, sick flights are far beyond her power, to sing how Nanny lap and flang, a supple jade she was and strang, and how Tam stood like ane bewith, and thought his very een enriched, even Satan glowered and fidged foo fain and hotched and blew why might and main till first I caper, sign another, Tam tint his reason of the gither and roars out, weel done, cuddy sark, and in an instant all was dark, and scarcely had he Maggie rallied, when out the hellish legion sallied. As bees biz out why angry fyke, when plundering herds assail their bike, as open pussy's mortal foes when pop, she starts before their nose, as eager runs the market crowd, when catch the thief, resounds aloud, so Maggie runs, the witches follow, why money and eldritch skrike and hollow. Ah Tam, thou'll get thy farrin, in hell they'll roast thee like a heron, in vain thy Kate awaits thy common, Kate soon will be a woeful. Woman, now do thy speedy utmost, Meg, and win the keystone o' the brig, one there at them thou thy tail may toss, a running stream they dare na cross. But ere the keystone she could make, the feint a tail she had to shake, for Nanny, far before the rest, hard upon noble Maggie pressed, and flew at Tam why furious ettle, but little wist she Maggie's mettle. A spring brought off her master hail, but left behind her ain grey tail. The Carlin claffed her by the rump, and left poor Maggie scarce a stump. Now wha this tale o' truth shall read, ilk man and mother's son, take heed. Whene'er to drink you are inclined, or cuddy sarks rin in your mind, think ye may buy the joys o'er dear, remember Tam O Shanter's mare. On the birth of a posthumous child, born in peculiar circumstances of family distress. Sweet Floret pledge o makel love, and ward o money a prayer, what heart o stain wad thou na move, sae helpless, sweet and fair. November herples o'er the lee chill on thy lovely form, and gain, alas, the sheltering tree should shield thee frae the storm. Footnote 1. It is a well-known fact that witches, or any evil spirits, have no power to follow a poor wight any further than the middle of the next running stream. It may be proper likewise to mention to the benighted traveler that when he falls in with boggles, whatever danger may be in his going forward, there is much more hazard in turning back. R.B. May he who gives the rain to pour, and wings the blast to blaw, protect thee frae the driving shower, the bitter frost and snaw. May he, the friend o' woe and want, who heals life's various stounds, protect and guard the mother plant, and heal her cruel wounds. But late she flourished, rooted fast, fair in the summer morn, now feebly bends she in the blast, unsheltered and forlorn. Blessed be thy bloom, thou lovely gem, unscathed by ruffian hand, and from the many a parent stem arise to deck our land. Elegy on the late Miss Burnett of Monbodde. Life ne'er exulted in so rich a prize as Burnett, lovely from her native skies, nor envious death so triumphed in a blow as that which laid accomplished Burnett low. Thy form and mind, sweet maid, can I forget in richest or the brightest jewel set. In thee, high heaven above was truest shown, as by his noblest work the Godhead best is known. In vain ye flaunt in summer's pride, ye groves, thou crystal streamlet with thy flowery shore, ye woodland choir that chaunt your idle loves ye cease to charm. Eliza is no more. Ye healthy wastes, amixed with reedy fens, ye mossy streams with sedge and rushes stored, Ye rugged cliffs, o'erhanging dreary glens, to you I fly, ye with my soul accord. Princes whose cumbrous pride was all their worth, shall venal lays their pompous exit hail, and thou, sweet excellence, forsake our earth, and not a muse with honest grief bewail. We saw thee shine in youth and beauty, pride, and virtue's light that beams beyond the spheres, but like the sun eclipsed at morning tide, thou left us darkling in a world of tears. The parent's heart that nestled fond in thee, that heart how sunk, a prey to grief and care, so decked the woodbine sweet yon aged tree, so, from it ravished, leaves it bleak and bare. Lament of Mary, Queen of Scots, on the approach of spring. Now nature hangs her mantle green on every blooming tree, and spreads her sheets daisies white out o'er the grassy lea. Now Phoebus cheers the crystal streams, and glads the azure skies, but naught can glad the weary wight that fast in durance lies. Now laverocks wake the merry morn aloft on dewy wing, the merle, in his noontide bower, makes woodland echoes ring. The mavis wild why money a note, sings drowsy day to rest. In love and freedom they rejoice, why care nor thrall oppressed. Now blooms the lily by the bank, the primrose down the brae, the hawthorns budding in the glen, and milk-white is the slee. The meanest hind in fair Scotland may rove their sweets amang, but I, the queen of a Scotland, maun lie in prison strang. I was the queen o' bonny France, where happy I hae been, fu, lightly raise I in the morn as blithe lay down at e'en, and I'm the sovereign of Scotland, and money a traitor there. Yet here I lie in foreign bands and never-ending care. But as for thee, thou false woman, my sister and my fay, grim vengeance yet shall whet a sword that throw, thy soul shall gie. The weeping blood in woman's breast was never known to thee, nor balm that draps on wounds of woe free woman's pitying My son, may kinder stars upon thy fortune shine, and may those pleasures gild thy reign, that ne'er wad blink on mine. God keep thee frae thy mother's fays, or turn their hearts to thee, and where thou meet'st thy mother's friend, remember him for me. Oh, soon to me, may summer suns ne mair light up the morn, ne mair to me the autumn winds wave o'er the yellow corn, and, in the narrow house of death, let winter round me rave, and the next flowers that deck the spring bloom on my peaceful grave. There'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. By yon castle wa, at the close of the day I heard a man sing, though his head it was grey, and as he was singing, the tears doon came. There'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. The church is in ruins, the state is in jars, delusions, oppressions, and murderous wars. We dare na weel sate, but we ken wha's to blame. There'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. My 7 braw sons for Jamie drew sword, but now I greet round their green beds in the yard. It brak the sweet heart o' my faithful and dame. There'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. Now life is a burden that bows me down, sin. I tint my bairns, and he tint his crown. But till my last moments my words are the same. There'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. Song out over the Forth. Out over the Forth I look to the north, but what is the north and its highlands to me? The south nor the east jie ease to my breast, the far foreign land or the wide rolling sea. But I look to the west when I gie to rest, that happy my dreams and my slumbers may be, for far in the west lives he I low best, the man that is dear to my baby and me. The Banks o' Doon, first version. Sweet are the banks o' Doon, the spreading flowers are fair, and everything is blithe and glad. But I am fu o' care. Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings upon the bough, thou minds me o' the happy days when my faw's luve was true. Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings beside thy mate, for sae I sat, and sae I sang, and wist na o' my fate. Aft hae I roved by Bonnie Doon to see the woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its luve, and sae did I o' mine. Why, lightsome heart, I pooed a rose upon its thorny tree, but my faw's luver staw my rose and left the thorn why me. Why lightsome heart I pooed a rose upon a morn in June, and sae I flourished on the morn, and sae was pooed or noon. The Banks o' Doon second version. Ye flowery banks o' bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae fu o care? Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings upon the bough. Thou minds me o' the happy days when my faw's luve was true. Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings beside thy mate, for sae I sat, and sae I sang, and wist na o' my fate. Aft hae I roved by bonny Doon to see the woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its luve, and sae did I o' mine. Why, lightsome heart I pooed a rose upon its thorny tree, but my faw's luver staw my rose and left the thorn why me. Why, lightsome heart I pooed a rose upon a morn in June, and sae I flourished on the morn, and sae was pooed or noon. The Banks o' Doon third version. Ye banks and braes o' bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fresh and fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae weary fu o care? Thou'll break my heart, thou warbling bird that wantons throw the flowering thorn. Thou minds me o' departed joys, departed never to return. Aft hae I roved by bonny Doon to see the rose and woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its luve, and fondly sae did I o' mine. Why, lightsome heart I pooed a rose fu sweet upon its thorny tree, and may faw's luver staw my rose, but he left the thorn why me. Lament for James, Earl of Glencairn. The wind blew hollow frae the hills, by fits the sun's departing beam looked on the fading yellow woods that waved o'er Lugar's winding stream. Beneath a craigie steep, a bard, laden with years and meikle pain, in loud lament bewailed his lord, whom death had all untimely ta'en. He leaned him to an ancient ache, whose trunk was mouldering down with years. His locks were bleached white with time, his hoary cheek was wet wi' tears. And as he touched his trembling harp, and as he tunned his doleful sang, the winds, lamenting thro' their caves, to echo bore the notes alang. Ye scattered birds that faintly sing, the reliques o' the vernal quair, ye woods that shed on o' the winds the honors of the aged year. A few short months, and glad and gay again, ye'll charm the ear and but knocked in all revolving time can gladness bring again to me. I am a bending aged tree that long has stood the wind and rain, but now has come a cruel blast, and my last houd of earth is gain. Ni leaf o' mine shall greet the spring, ni simmer sun exalt my bloom, but I maun lie before the storm, and ithers plant them in my room. I've seen sae money change fu years, on earth I am a stranger grown. I wander in the ways of men alike unknowing and unknown, unheard, unpitied, unrelieved. I bear alane my laid o' care, for silent, low, on beds of dust, lie a hat would my sorrows share. And last, the sum of my griefs. My noble master lies in clay, the flower amming our barons bold, his country's pride, his country's stay. In weary being now I pine, for the life of life is dead, and hope has left may aged kin, on forward wing forever fled. Awake thy last sad voice, my harp, the voice of woe and wild despair. Awake, resound thy latest lay, then sleep in silence evermore. And thou, my last, best, only friend that fillest an untimely tomb, accept this tribute from the bard thou brought from fortune's murkest gloom. In poverty's low barren vale, thick mists obscure involved me round, though oft I turned the wistful eye, ni ray of fame was to be found. Thou foundst me, like the morning sun that melts the fogs in limpid air. The friendless bard and rustic song became alike thy fostering care. Oh, why has worth so short a date, while villains ripen gray with time? Must thou, the noble, generous, great, fall in bold manhood's hardy prim? Why did I live to see that day? A day to me so full of woe, oh! Had I met the mortal shaft that laid my benefactor low. The bridegroom may forget the bride was made his wedded wife yestreen. The monarch may forget the crown that on his head an hour has been. The mother may forget the child that smiles sae sweetly on her knee. but I'll remember thee, Glencairn, and that thou hast done for me. Line sent to Sir John Whiteford, Bart. With the lament on the death of the Earl of Glencairn. Thou who thy honour as thy God reversed, who, save thy mind's reproach, not earthly fearsty, to thee this votive offering I impart, the tearful tribute of a broken heart. The friend thou valuedst, I the patron loved, his worth, his honour, all the world approved. We'll mourn till we too go as he has gone, and tread the shadowy path to that dark world unknown. Craigieburn Wood. Sweet closes the evening on Craigieburn Wood, and blithely awakens the morrow. But the pride the spring in the Craigieburn Wood can yield to me nothing but sorrow. Chorus. Beyond thee, dearie, and to be lying beyond thee. Sweetly, soundly, will may he sleep that's laid in the bed beyond thee. I see the spreading leaves and flowers, I hear the wild birds singing, but pleasure they hae nane for me, while care my heart is wringing, beyond thee and see. I can na tell, I maun na tell, I dore na for your anger, but secret love will break my heart, if I conceal it langer, beyond thee and see. I see thee graceful, straight and tall, I see thee sweet and bony, but what will my torment be, if thou refuse thy Johnny, beyond thee and see. To see thee in another's arms, in love to lie and languish, 'twad be my dead, that will be seen, my heart wad burst why anguish, beyond thee and see. But Jeannie, say thou wilt be mine, say thou laws nane before me, and a May days o' life to come I'll gratefully adore thee, beyond thee and see. The Bonie Wee Thing. Chorus. Bonie Wee Thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wert thou mine, I wad wear thee in my bosom, lest my jewel it should tine. Wishfully I look and languish in that bony face o' thine, and my heart it stounds why anguish, lest my wee thing be na mine, Bonie Wee Thing and see. Wit and grace and love and beauty in I constellation shine, to adore thee is my duty, goddess o' this soul o' mine, Bonie Wee Thing and see. Epigram on Miss Davies. On being asked why she had been formed so little, and Mrs. A so big. Ask why God made the gem so small, and why so huge the granite, because God meant mankind should set that higher value on it. The charms of lovely Davies. Tune Miss Muir. Oh, how shall I, unskilful, try the poet's occupation, the tuneful powers in happy hours, that whisper inspiration, even they maun dare an effort mair than aught they ever gave us, ere they rehearse in equal verse, the charms o' lovely Davies. Each eye it cheers when she appears, like Phoebus in the morning, when past the shower, and every flower the garden is adorning, as the wretch looks o'er Siberia's shore, when winter-bound the wave is. Sae droops our heart, when we maun part free charming lovely Davies. Her smile's a gift frae boon the lift, that maks us mair than princes, a sceptred hand, a king's command is in her darting glances. The man in arms gainst female charms, even he her willing slave is, he hugs his chain, and owns the reign of conquering lovely Davies. My muse, to dream of such a theme, her feeble powers surrender. The eagle's gaze alone surveys the sun's meridian splendor. I wad in vain essay the strain. The deed too daring brave is. I'll drap the lyre, and mute admire the charms o' lovely Davies. What can a young lassie do why, an auld man? What can a young lassie, what shall a young lassie, what can a young lassie do why, an auld man? Bad luck on the penny that tempted my Minnie to sell her pure Jenny for siller and land. Bad luck on the penny that tempted my Minnie to sell her pure Jenny for siller and land. He's always compleenin' frae mornin' to e'enin'. He hosts, and he herples the weary day lang he's doilt and he's dozin', his blooded is frozen. Oh, dreary's the night why, a crazy auld man he's doilt and he's dozin', his blooded is frozen. Oh, dreary's the night why, a crazy auld man. He hums and he hankers, he frets and he cankers. I never can please him do that I can. He's peevish and jealous o' the young fellows. Oh, duel on the day I met why an auld man, he's peevish and jealous o' the young fellows. Oh, duel on the day I met an auld man. My auld auntie Katie upon me tax pity. I'll do my endeavor to follow her plan. I'll cross him and rack him, until I heartbreak him, and then his auld brass will buy me a new pan. I'll cross him and rack him, until I heartbreak him, and then his auld brass will buy me a new pan. The Posy. O Louvre will venture and where at door na we'll be seen, O Louvre will venture and where wisdom ance has been. But I will down yon river rove, amang the wood sae green, and a tapu, a posy to my ain dear May. The primrose I will poo, the firstling o' the year, and I will poo the pink, the emblem o' my dear, for she's the pink o' womankind and blooms without a peer, and a to be a posy to my ain dear May. I'll poo the budding rose when Phoebus peeps in view, for it's like a balmy kiss o' her sweet, bony moo. The hyacinths for constancy why it's unchanging blue, and a to be a posy to my ain dear May. The liliad is pure and the liliad is fair, and in her lovely bosom I'll place the lily there. The daisy, S for simplicity and unaffected air, and a to be a posy to my ain dear May. The hawthorn I will poo, why its locks o' siller grey, where like an aged man it stands at break o' day. But the songster's nest within the bush I winna tack away, and a to be a posy to my ain dear May. The woodbine I will poo when the evening star is near, and the diamond draps o' dew shall be her een sae clear. The violets for modesty, which weel she fa's to wear, and a to be a posy to my ain dear May. I'll tie the posy round the silken band o' Louvre, and I'll place it in her breast, and I'll swear by all above that to my latest draught o' life the band shall ne'er remove, and this will be a posy to my ain dear May. On Glenriddell's fox breaking his chain. A fragment, 1791. Thou liberty, thou art my theme, not such as idle poets dream, who trick thee up a heathen goddess that a fantastic cap and rod has. Such stale conceits are poor and silly. I paint thee out, a Highland filly, a sturdy, stubborn, handsome dapple, as sleek's a mouse, as round's an apple, that when thou pleasest canst do wonders. But when thy luckless rider blunders, or if thy fancy should demur there, wilt break thy neck ere thou go further. These things premised, I sing a fox was caught among his native rocks, and to a dirty kennel chained, how he his liberty regained. Glenriddell, Whig without a stain, a Whig in principle and grain, couldst thou enslave a free-born creature, a native denizen of nature? How couldst thou, with a heart so good, a better ne'er was sluiced with blood, nail a poor devil to a tree that ne'er did harm to thine or thee? The staunchest Whig Glenriddell was, quite frantic in his country's cause, and oft was Reynard's prison passing, and with his brother Whigs canvassing the rights of men, the powers of women, with all the dignity of freemen. Sir Reynard daily heard debates of princes, kings, and nations' fates, with many rueful bloody stories of tyrants, Jacobites, and Tories, from liberty how angels fell, that now are galley slaves in hell. How Nimrod first the trade began of binding slavery's chains on man. How fell Semiramis, God damn her, did first with sacrilegious hammer. All ills till then were trivial matters, for man dethroned forge henpeck fetters. How Xerxes, that abandoned Tory, thought cutting throats was reaping glory, until the stubborn Whigs of Sparta taught him great nature's Magna Charta. How mighty Rome her fiat hurled resistless o'er a bowing world, and kinder than they did desire, polished mankind with sword and fire, with much, too tedious to relate, of ancient and of modern date, but ending still how Billy Pitt, unlucky boy, with wicked wit, has gagged old Britain, drained her coffer as butchers bind and bleed a heifer. Thus wily Reynard by degrees, in kennel listening at his ease, sucked in a mighty stock of knowledge as much as some folks at a college knew Britain's rights and constitution, her aggrandizement, diminution. How fortune wrought us good from evil, let no man, then, despise the devil, as who should say, I never can need him, since we to scoundrels owe our freedom. Poem on Pastoral Poetry. Hail Posy, thou nymph reserved, in chase o' thee, What crowds hae swerved free common sense, or sunk enerved mang heaps o' clavers, and o'er aft thy joes hae starved mid o' thy favors. Say, lassie, why thy train aming, while loud the trump's heroic clang, and sock or buskin skelp alang to death or marriage, scarce ane has tried the shepherd, saying but why miscarriage? In Homer's craft Jock Milton thrives Aeschylus, pen will Shakespeare drives, we Pope the Nerlin, till him rives Horatian fame, in thy sweet sang Barbald survives even Sappho's flame. But thee Theocritus wa matches, there no herd's ballots marrows catches, Squire Pope but busks his skinklin patches o' heathen tatters. I pass by hundreds, nameless wretches that ape their betters. In this braw age o' wit and leer, will name the shepherd's whistle mare blaw sweetly in its native air, and rural grace, and why the far-famed Grecian share a rival place. Yes, there is ane, a Scottish Callan, there's ane, come for it, honest Allan. Thou need na jouk behint the Hallan a cheel sae clever, the teeth o' time may not tantalin, but thou's forever. Thou paints all nature to the nines in thy sweet Caledonian lines, knee Gowden stream throw myrtle twines, where Philomel, while nightly breezes sweep the vines, her griefs will tell. In Gowany glens thy Burnie strays, where Bonie lasses bleach their clees, or trots by hazely shaws and braes, why hawthorns grey, where blackbirds join the shepherd's lays at close o' day. Thy rural loves are nature's cell, ne bombast spates o' nonsense swell, ne snap conceits, but that sweet spell o' witchin' love, that charm that can the strongest quell, the sternest move. Verses on the destruction of the woods near Drumlinrig. As on the banks o' wandering Nith, a smiling simmer morn I strayed, and traced its bony hows and haws where linties sang and lammies played. I sat me down upon a crag, and drank my fill o' fancy's dream, when from the eddying deep below up rose the genius of the stream. Dark like the frowning rock his brow, and troubled like his wintry wave, and deep as sugs the boding wind amming his caves, the sigh he gave. And come ye here, my son, he cried, to wander in my birken shade, to muse some favorite Scottish theme, or sing some favorite Scottish maid. There was a time, it's nae lang syne, ye might hae seen me in my pride, when on my banks ye bravely saw their woody pictures in my tide, when hanging beech and spreading elm shaded my stream clear and cool, and stately oaks their twisted arms threw broad and dark across the pool. When, glinting thro' the trees, appeared the wee white cot aboon the mill, and peaceful rose its ingle reek that, slowly curling, clamb the hill. But now the cot is bare and called, its leafy bield for ever gane, and scarce a stinted birk is left to shiver in the blast it's lain. Alas, quoth I, what rueful chance has twinned ye o' your stately trees, has laid your rocky bosom bare, has stripped the cleading o' your braes? Was it the bitter eastern blast, that scatters blight in early spring, or wasp the wilfare scorch their boughs, or cankerworm why secret sting? Nay, Eastland blast, the sprite replied, it blaws na here sae fierce and fell, and on my dry and halesome banks ne cankerworms get leave to dwell. Man, cruel man, the genius sighed, as through the cliffs he sank him down, the worm that gnawed my bony trees, that reptile wears a ducal crown. 1. The Gallant Weaver. Where cart rins rowan to the sea, buy money a flower and spreading tree, there lives a lad, the lad for me, he is a gallant weaver. Oh, I had wooers aught or nine, they gied me rings and ribbons fine, and I was feared my heart wad tine, and I gied it to the weaver. My daddy signed my totcher band to gie the lad that has the land, but to my heart I'll add my hand, and give it to the weaver. While birds rejoice in leafy bowers, while bees delight in opening flowers, while corn grows green in summer showers, I love my gallant weaver. Epigram at Brownhill Inn 1. At Brownhill we always get dainty good cheer, and plenty of bacon each day in the year. We've a thing that's nice and mostly in season, but why always bacon? Come, tell me a reason. You're welcome, Willie Stewart. Chorus, you're welcome, Willie Stewart, you're welcome, Willie Stewart. There's ne'er a flower that blooms in May that's half sae welcomes thou art. Come, bumpers high, express your joy, the bowl we maun renew it. The tappet hen, gie bring her ben to welcome Willie Stewart. You're welcome, Willie Stewart, and see. May foes be strang and friends be slack ilk action, may he rue it. May woman on him turn her back that wrangs thee, Willie Stewart. You're welcome, Willie Stewart, and see. Lovely Polly Stewart. Chorus, O lovely Polly Stewart, O charming Polly Stewart, there's ne'er a flower that blooms in May that's half so fair as thou art. The flower it blaws, it fades, it faws, and art can ne'er renew it, but worth and truth, eternal youth will gie to Polly Stewart. O lovely Polly Stewart, and see. Footnote 1. Bacon was the name of a presumably intrusive host. The lines are said to have afforded much amusement. Lang. May he waste arms shall fall thy charms possess a leal and true heart. To him be given to ken the heaven he grasps in Polly Stewart. O lovely Polly Stewart, and see. Fragment Damon and Sylvia. Tune the Tither Morn. Yon wandering rill that marks the hill, and glances o'er the brae, sir, slides by a bower, where mony a flower sheds fragrance on the day, sir. There Damon lay with Sylvia gay, to love they thought no crime, sir. The wild birds sang, the echoes rang, wild Damon's heart beat time, sir. Johnny Lad, cock up your beaver. When first my brave Johnny Lad came to this town, he had a blue bonnet that wanted the crown, but now he has gotten a hat and a feather. Hey, brave Johnny Lad, cock up your beaver. Cock up your beaver and cock it foo sprush, we'll over the border and gie them a brush. There's somebody there will teach better behavior. Hey, brave Johnny Lad, cock up your beaver. My Eppie Macnab. O saw ye my dearie, my Eppie Macnab. O saw ye my dearie, my Eppie Macnab. She's down in the yard. She's kissin' the laird she winna come hame to her ain jock rab. O come thy ways to me, my Eppie Macnab. O come thy ways to me, my Eppie Macnab. Whate'er thou hast doon, be it late, be it soon, thou's welcome again to thy ain jock rab. What says she, my dearie, my Eppie Macnab? What says she, my dearie, my Eppie Macnab? She lets thee to wit that she has thee forgot, and for ever disowns thee, her ain jock rab. O had I ne'er seen thee, my Eppie Macnab. O had I ne'er seen thee, my Eppie Macnab, as light as the air, and as fause as thou's fair, thou's broken the heart o' thy ain jock rab. Although he has left me, although he has left me for greed o' the siller, I dinna envy him the gains he can win. I rather wad bear o' the laid o' my sorrow, than ever hae acted sae faithless to him. My Totcher's the jewel. O Makel thinks my Louvre o' my beauty, and Makel thinks my Louvre o' my kin, but little thinks my Louvre I ken brawly my Totcher's the jewel has charms for him. It's for the apple he'll nourish the tree, it's for the hinny he'll cherish the bee, my laddie's sae Makel and Louvre why, the siller, he canna hae Louvre to spare for me. Your proffer o' Louvre's an arrel penny, my Totcher's the bargain ye wad buy, but an ye be crafty, I am cunnin'. Sae ye why another your fortune may try, ye are like to the timber o' yon rotten wood, ye are like to the bark o' yon rotten tree, ye'll slip frae me like a knotless thread, and ye'll crack your credit why me nor me. O for 21 tam. Chorus, and O for 21 tam, and hey sweet 21 tam, I'll learn my kin a rattlin' sang, and I saw 21 tam. They snool me sair and haud me down, and gar me look like blunty tam, but 3 short years will soon wheel round, and then comes 21 tam, and O for and see. A glebe o' land, a clout o' gear was left me by my auntie tam at kith or kin I need na spear, and I saw 21 tam, and O for and see. They'll hae me wed a wealthy coof, though I mysel hae plenty tam, but here's te thou laddie, there's my loof, I'm thine at 21 tam, and O for and see. Thou fair Eliza. Turn again, thou fair Eliza, a ye kind blink before we part rue on thy despairing lover. Canst thou break his faith fu, Heart, turn again, thou fair Eliza, if to love thy heart denies. Oh, in pity hide the sentence under friendship's kind disguise. Thee, sweet maid, hey I offended. My offense is loving thee. Canst thou wreck his peace forever? Wha for thine would gladly die while the life beats in my bosom. Thou shalt mix in ilka throe. Turn again, thou lovely maiden. A sweet smile on me bestow. Not the bee upon the blossom, in the pride o' sinny noon, not the little sporting fairy, all beneath the simmer moon, not the minstrel in the moment fancy lightens in his egg kens the pleasure, feels the rapture, that thy presence gies to me. My Bonie Bell. The smiling spring comes in rejoicing, and surly winter grimly flies. Now crystal clear are the falling waters, and bonny blue are the sunny skies. Fresh o'er the mountains breaks forth the morning. The evening gilds the ocean's swell, all creatures joy in the sun's returning, and I rejoice in my Bonie Bell. The flowery spring leads sunny summer, the yellow autumn presses near, then in his turn comes gloomy winter, till smiling spring again appear. Thus seasons dancing, life advancing, old time and nature their changes tell, but never ranging, still unchanging. I adore my Bonie Bell. Sweet Afton. Flow gently, sweet Afton. Among thy green braes flow gently, I'll sing thee a song in thy praise. My Mary's asleep by thy murmuring stream, flow gently, sweet Afton, disturb not her dream. Thou stockdove whose echo resounds thro' the glen, ye wild whistling blackbirds in yon thorny den. Thou green-crested lapwing, thy screaming forbear. I charge you, disturb not my slumbering fair. How lofty, sweet Afton, thy neighboring hills, far marked with the courses of clear winding rills. There daily I wander as noon rises high, my flocks and my Mary's sweet cot in my eye. How pleasant thy banks and green valleys below, where, wild in the woodlands, the primroses blow. There oft, as mild evening weeps over the lea, the sweet-scented birk shades my Mary and me. Thy crystal stream, Afton, how lovely it glides, and winds by the cot where my Mary resides. How wanton thy waters her snowy feet lave, as, gathering sweet flowerets, she stems thy clear wave. Flow gently, sweet Afton, among thy green braes flow gently, sweet river, the theme of my lays. My Mary's asleep by thy murmuring stream, flow gently, sweet Afton, disturb not her dream. Addressed to the shade of Thomson. On crowning his bust at Ednam, Roxburghshire, with a wreath of bays. While virgin spring by Eden's flood unfolds her tender mantle green, or pranks the sod in frolic mood, or tunes Aeolian strains between. While summer with a matron grace retreats to Dryburgh's cooling shade, yet oft, delighted, stops to trace the progress of the spiky blade. While autumn, benefactor kind, by Tweed erects his aged head, and sees with self-approving mind each creature on his bounty fed. While maniac winter rages o'er the hills whence classic Yarrow flows, rousing the turbid torrent's roar, or sweeping, wild, a waste of snows. So long, sweet poet of the year, shall bloom that wreath thou well hast won, while Scotia, with exulting tear, proclaims that Thomson was her son. Nithsdale's welcome hame. The noble Maxwells and their powers are coming o'er the border, and they'll gie big Terregals towers and set them in order. And they declare Terregals fair, for their abode they choose it. There's no a heart in the land but's lighter at the news o' Though stars in skies may disappear, and angry tempests gather, the happy hour may soon be near that brings us pleasant weather. The weary night o' care and grief may hae a joyful morrow, so dawning day has brought relief. Farewell our night o' sorrow. Frae the friends and land I love. Tune Karen sighed. Frae the friends and land I love, driven by fortune's felly spite, free my best beloved I rove, never mere to taste delight, never mere maun hope to find ease frae toil, relief frae care, when remembrance racks the mind, pleasures but unveiled despair. Brightest climes shall mirk appear, desert ilka blooming shore, till the fates, nay mair severe, friendship, love, and peace restore, till revenge, why laurelled head bring our banished hame again, and ilk loyal, Bonie lad cross the seas and win his ain. Such a parcel of rogues in a nation. Farewell to our Scottish fame, farewell our ancient glory, farewell even to the Scottish name. Sae famed in martial story. Now Sark rins over Solway sands, and Tweed rins to the ocean, to mark where England's province stands, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. What force or guile could not subdue throw many warlike ages, is wrought now by a coward few for hireling traitors' wages. The English stele we could disdain, secure in valor's station, but English gold has been our bane, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. O would or I had seen the day that treason thus could sell us. My auld grey head had lien in clay, why Bruce and loyal Wallace, but pith and power, till my last hour. I'll mak this declaration, we're bought and sold for English gold, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. Ye Jacobites by name. Ye Jacobites by name, give an ear, ye Jacobites by name, give an ear, ye Jacobites by name. Your thoughts I will proclaim, your doctrines I maun blame, you shall hear. What is right and what is wrang by the law, what is right and what is wrang by the law, what is right and what is wrang, a short sword and a lang, a weak arm and a strang for to draw. What makes heroic strife famed afar, what makes heroic strife famed afar, what makes heroic strife, to whet assassin's knife, or hunt a parent's life, why Brew'd war. Then let your schemes alone in the state, then let your schemes alone in the state, then let your schemes alone adore the rising sun, and leave a man undone to his fate. I hae been at Crookieden. I hae been at Crookieden, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie, viewing Willie and his men, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. There are foes that burnt and slew, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. There at last they gat their due, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. Satan sits in his black nuke, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie, breaking sticks to roast the Duke, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. The bloody monster gie a yell, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. And loud the laugh gied round a hell, my Bonie Laddie, Highland Laddie. O Kenmure, on and awa, Willie. O Kenmure, on and awa, Willie, O Kenmure, on and awa, and Kenmure's lord's the bravest lord that ever Galloway saw. Success to Kenmure's band, Willie, success to Kenmure's band. There's no a heart that fears a Whig that rides by Kenmure's hand. Here's Kenmure's health and wine, Willie, here's Kenmure's health and wine. There's ne'er a coward o' Kenmure's blued, nor yet o' Gordon's line. O Kenmure's lads are men, Willie, O Kenmure's lads are men. Their hearts and swords are metal true, and that their foes shall ken. They'll live or die why fame, Willie, they'll live or die why fame. But soon, why sounding victory, may Kenmure's lord come hame. Here's him that's far awa, Willie, here's him that's far awa. And here's the flower that I lo'e best, the rose that's like the snaw. Epistle to John Maxwell, Esquire of Terrodie. On his birthday. Health to the Maxwells, veteran chief, health, I unsoured by care or grief, inspired I turned fate's sibyl leaf. This natal morn I see thy life is stuff o' prief, scarce quite half worn. This day thou meets 11, and I can tell that bounteous heaven, the second sight ye ken, is given to ilk a poet on the attack o' 7 times 7 will yet bestow it. If envious buckies view why sorrow thy lengthened days on this blessed morrow, may desolation's lang-teethed harrow 9 miles an hour, rake them, like Sodom and Gomorrah in Brunstane store. But for thy friends, and they are money baith honest men and lasses Bonie may coothie fortune, kind and canny in social glee, why mornings blithe and annings funny, bless them and thee. Farewell, auld Berkey, Lord be near ye, and then the deal he dauna steer ye. Your friends I love, your fays I fear, ye for me shame fa me. If neast my heart I dinna wear ye, while burns they ca me. Second Epistle to Robert Graham, Esquire, of Fintrith, October 1791. Late crippled of an arm and now a leg, about to beg a pass for leave to beg, dull, listless, teased, dejected, and depressed. Nature is adverse to a cripple's rest. Will generous Graham list to his poet's wail? It soothes poor misery, hearkening to her tale, and hear him curse the light he first surveyed, and doubly curse the luckless rhyming trade. Thou nature, partial nature, I arraign, of thy caprice maternal I complain. The lion and the bull thy care have found. One shakes the forests, and one spurns the ground. Thou giv'st the ass's hide, the snail his shell. Envenomed wasp, victorious, guards his cell. Thy minions kings defend, control, devour. In all omnipotence of rule and power, foxes and statesmen subtile wiles ensure. The cit and polecat stink, and are secure. Toads with their poison, doctors with their drug, the priest and hedgehog in their robes are snug. Even silly woman has her warlike arts, her tongue and eyes, her dreaded spear and darts. But oh, thou bitter stepmother and hard to thy poor, fenceless, naked child, the bard, a thing unteachable in world's skill, and half an idiot too, more helpless still. No heels to bear him from the opening dun, no claws to dig, his hated sight to shun. No horns but those by luckless Hymen worn, and those, alas, not Amalthea's horn. No nerves olfactory, Mammon's trusty cur, clad in rich dullness, comfortable fur, in naked feeling and in aching pride, he bears unbroken blast from every side. Vampire booksellers drain him to the heart, and scorpion critics cureless venom dart. Critics appalled, I venture on the name, those cutthroat bandits in the paths of fame, bloody dissectors, worse than 10 Monroes, he hacks to teach, they mangle to expose. His heart by causeless wanton malice wrung, by blockheads daring into madness stung, his well-won bays than life itself more dear, by miscreants torn, who ne'er one sprig must wear, foiled, bleeding, tortured in unequal strife, the hapless poet flounders on throw life. Till fled each hope that once his bosom furred, and fled each muse that glorious once inspired. Low sunk in squalid, unprotected age, dead even resentment for his injured page, he heeds or feels no more the ruthless critic's rage. So by some hedge, the generous steed deceased, for half-starved snarling curs a dainty feast, by toil and famine wore to skin and bone, lies, senseless of each tugging bitch's son. O dullness, portion of the truly blessed, calm sheltered haven of eternal rest, thy sons ne'er madden in the fierce extremes of fortune's polar frost or torrid beams. If mantling high she fills the golden cup, with sober selfish ease they sip it up, conscious the bounteous mead they well deserve. They only wonder some folks do not starve. The grave sage hern thus easy picks his frog, and thinks the mallard a sad, worthless dog. When disappointment snaps the clue of hope, and through disastrous night they darkling grope, with deaf endurance sluggishly they bear, and just conclude that fools are fortune's care. So, heavy, passive to the tempest's shocks, strong on the signpost stands the stupid ox. Not so the idle muses, madcap train, not such the workings of their moonstruck brain. In equanimity they never dwell, by turns in soaring heaven or vaulted hell. I dread thee, fate, relentless and severe, with all a poet's husband's father's fear. Already one strong hold of hope is lost. Glencairn, the truly noble, lies in dust, fled like the sun eclipsed as noon appears, and left us darkling in a world of tears. Oh, hear my ardent, grateful, selfish prayer, Fintry, my other stay, long bless and spare throw, a long life his hopes and wishes crown, and bright in cloudless skies his sun go down. May bliss domestic smooth his private path, give energy to life, and soothe his latest breath with many a filial tear circling the bed of death. The Song of Death. Tune Oran an Eag. Scene a field of battle, time of the day, evening. The wounded and dying of the victorious army are supposed to join in the following song. Farewell, thou fair day, thou green earth, and ye skies, now gay with the broad setting sun. Farewell, loves and friendships, ye dear tender ties our race of existence is run. Thou grim king of terrors, thou life's gloomy foe, go, frighten the coward and slave, go, teach them to tremble, fell tyrant. But no terrors hast thou to the brave. Thou stricks the dull peasant, he sinks in the dark, nor saves in the wreck of a name. Thou stricks the young hero, a glorious mark, he falls in the blaze of his fame, in the field of proud honor, our swords in our hands, our king and our country to save, while victory shines on life's last ebbing sands. Oh, who would not die with the brave? Poem on Sensibility. Sensibility, how charming, dearest Nancy, thou canst tell, but distress with horrors arming thou, alas, hast known too well. Fairest flower, behold the lily blooming in the sunny ray. Let the blast sweep o'er the valley, see it prostrate in the clay. Hear the woodlark charm the forest, telling o'er his little joys, but alas, a prey the surest to each pirate of the skies. Dearly bought the hidden treasure finer feelings can bestow, chords that vibrate sweetest pleasure thrill the deepest notes of woe. The toad-eater. Of lordly acquaintance you boast, and the dukes that you dined why yestreen, yet an insect's an insect at most, though it crawl on the curl of a queen. Divine service in the kirk of Lamington. As called a wind as ever blew, a called kirk, an int but few, as called a minister's ere spak, yes, a behet ere I come back. The Keekin Glass. How dore ye ca me howlet face, ye blear-red, withered spectre, ye only spied the Keekin Glass, and there ye saw your picture. A grace before dinner, extempore. O thou who kindly dost provide for every creature's want, we bless thee, God of nature wide, for all thy goodness lent, and if it please thee, heavenly guide may never worse be sent, but whether granted or denied, Lord, bless us with content. Amen. A grace after dinner, extempore. O thou in whom we live and move, who made the sea and shore, thy goodness constantly we prove, and grateful would adore, and if it please thee, power above, still grant us with such store, the friend we trust, the fair we love, and we desire no more. Amen. O may thy morn. O may thy morn was ne'er so sweet as the mirk night o' December, for sparkling was the rosy wine, and private was the chamber, and dear was she I dare none name, but I will I remember, and dear was she I dare none name, but I will I remember. And here's to them that like oursel can push about the jarum, and here's to them that wish us weal may that's gooied watch o'er 'em, and here's to them we dare not tell the dearest o' the quorum, and here's to them we dare not tell the dearest o' the quorum. I fond kiss, and then we sever. Tune Rari Dall's Port. I fond kiss, and then we sever, aye farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him me, nay cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, nothing could resist my Nancy. But to see her was to love her, love but her and love forever. Had we never loved sae kindly, had we never loved sae blindly, never met, or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest, fare thee weel, thou best and dearest, thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. Aye fond kiss, and then we sever, aye farewelly, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Behold the hour the boat arrive. Behold the hour the boat arrive. My dearest Nancy, O farewell, severed frae thee, can I survive, free thee whom I hae loved sae weel. Endless and deep shall be my grief, elny ray of comfort shall I see, but this most precious, dear belief, that thou wilt still remember me. Allang the solitary shore where flitting seafowl round me cry, across the rolling, dashing roar, I'll westward turn my wishful eye. Happy thou Indian grove, I'll say, where now my Nancy's path shall be, while thro' your sweets she holds her way, oh tell me, does she muse on me? Thou gloomy December. Antsmare I hail thee, thou gloomy December. Antsmare I hail thee, why sorrow and care. Sad was the parting thou makes me remember, parting why Nancy, oh, ne'er to meet mair. Fond lovers' parting is sweet painful pleasure, hope beaming mild on the soft parting hour. But the dire feeling, oh farewell forever, is anguish unmingled and agony pure. Wild as the winter now tearing the forest, till the last leaf the summer is flown, such is the tempest has shaken my bosom, till my last hope and last comfort is gone. Still as I hail thee, thou gloomy December, still shall I hail thee, why sorrow and care. For sad was the parting thou makes me remember, parting why Nancy, oh, ne'er to meet mair. My native land sae far away. Oh, sad and heavy should I part, but for her sake sae far away, unknowing what my way may thwart, my native land sae far away. Thou that of a thing's maker art, that formed this fair sae far away, Jai body strength, then I'll ne'er start at this my way sae far away. How true is love to pure desert, like mine for her sae far away, and nocht can heal my bosom smart, while, oh, she is sae far away. Nane other love, nane other dart, I feel but hers sae far away, but fairer never touched a heart than hers, the fair sae far away. I do confess thou art sae fair. Alteration of an old poem. I do confess thou art sae fair. I was been o'er the lugs in Louvre, had I na found the slightest prayer that lips could speak thy heart could move. I do confess thee sweet, but find thou art so thriftless, oh, thy sweets, thy favors are the silly wind that kisses ilka thing it meets. See yonder rosebud, rich in dew, among its native briars sae coy, how soon it tines its scent and hue, when pooed and worn a common toy. Sick fate ere lang shall thee betide, though thou may gaily bloom a while, and soon thou shalt be thrown aside like ony common weed and vile. Lines on Ferguson, the poet. Ill-fated genius, heaven taught Ferguson, what heart that feels and will not yield a tear to think life's sun did set ere well begun to shed its influence on thy bright career. Oh, why should truest worth and genius pine beneath the iron grasp of want and woe, while titled knaves and idiot, greatness shine in all the splendor fortune can bestow. The weary pund o toe. Chorus, the weary pund, the weary pund, the weary pund o toe, I think my wife will end her life before she spin her toe. I bought my wife a stain o lint, as gude as e'er did grow, and a that she has made o that is I pure pund o toe, the weary pund and see. There sat a bottle in a bowl bayant the ingle low, and I she took the tither sook to drouk the stowery toe, the weary pund and see. Quoth I, for shame, ye dirty dame, Gi spin your tap o toe, she took the rock, and why a knock she bracket o'er my pow, the weary pund and see. At last her feet, I sang to seat, gied foremost o'er the know, and or I wad another jad a wallop in a toe, the weary pund and see. When she cam ben she bobbed. Oh, when she cam ben she bobbed foo law, oh, when she cam ben she bobbed foo law, and when she cam ben she kissed Cockburn, and sign denied she did it at a. And was na Cockburn right saucy with that, and was na Cockburn right saucy with that, in leaving the daughter of a lord, and kissin' a collier lassie in a. Oh, never look down, my lassie, at a, oh, never look down, my lassie, at a, thy lips are as sweet and thy figure complete, as the finest dame in castle or ha. Though thou has nae silk, and Holland sae sma, though thou has nae silk, and Holland sae sma, thy coat and thy sark are thy ain handiwork, and Lady Jean was never sae braw. Scroggum, my dearie. There was a wife one in Cockburn, Scroggum, she brewed gude ale for gentlemen. Sing auld cowl lay ye down by me, Scroggum, my dearie, roughum. The gude wife's dochter fell in a fever, Scroggum. The priest o' the parish he fell in another. Sing auld cowl lay ye down by me, Scroggum, my dearie, roughum. They laid the twa I the bed thegither scrogem, that the heat o' the tane might cool the tither sing auld cowl, lay ye down by me, scrogem my dearie rougham. My Collier Laddie. Whar live ye my Bonie lass and tell me what they ca ye, my name, she says, is Mistress Jean and I follow the Collier Laddie. My name, she says, and see you not yon hills and dales the sun shines on Sae Brawley, they are mine, and they shall be thine, gin ye'll leave your Collier Laddie. They are mine and see. Ye shall gang in gay attire, we'll busket up Sae gaudy, and aim to wait on every hand gin ye'll leave your Collier Laddie, and aim to wait and see. Though ye had the sun shines on, and the earth conceals Sae lowly, I wad turn my back on you in it, and embrace my Collier Laddie. I wad turn my back and see. I can win my 5 pennies in a day, and spend at night foo brawly, and make my bed in the collier's nook, and lie down why my Collier Laddie, and make my bed and see. Love for love is the bargain for me, though the wee cot house should haud me, and the world before me to win my bread, and fair fa my Collier Laddie, and the world before me and see. Sic a wife as Willie had. Willie Wassel dwalt on Tweed, the spot they caught at Lincolndoddy. Willie was a wobster gude, could stown a clue why, ony body. He had a wife was dour and din o Tinkler Magie was her mither, sic a wife as Willie had. I wad na jye a button for her. She has an she has but ane, the cat has twa the very colour, 5 rusty teeth, for by a stump, a clapper tongue wad diva miller. A whiskin beard about her moo, her nose and chin they threaten ither sic a wife as Willie had. I wadna jye a button for her. She's bow-hoed, she's hind-shinned, a limpin' leg a hand breed shorter, she's twisted right, she's twisted left. To balance fair in ilka quarter, she has a lump upon her breast, the twin o that upon her shouther, sic a wife as Willie had. I wadna jye a button for her. Auld Baudrons by the ingle sits, and why her loof her face a washin'. But Willie's wife is nae Sae trig, she dites her grunzy why a hushin'. Her whaley neaves like midden creels, her face wad file the Logan water, sic a wife as Willie had. I wadna jye a button for her. Lady Mary Ann. O Lady Mary Ann looks o'er the castle wa. She saw 3 bony boys playing at the ba. The youngest he was the flower among them My Bonie Laddie's young, but he's growin' yet. O father, and ye think it fit, we'll send him a year to the college yet. We'll sew a green ribbon round about his hat, and that will let them ken he's to marry yet. Lady Mary Ann was a flower in the dew, sweet was its smell and bony was its hue, and the longer it blossomed the sweeter it grew, for the lily in the bud will be bonier yet. Young Charlie Cochrane was the sprout of an ache, bony and bloomin', and straught was its make. The sun took delight to shine for its sake, and it will be the brag o' the forest yet. The simmer is gane when the leaves they were green, and the days are awa that we hae seen, but far better days I trust will come again, for my Bonie Laddie's young, but he's growin' yet. Kellyburn Braes. There lived a carle in Kellyburn Braes Hae, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, and he had a wife was the plague of his days, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. I day as the carle geed up the lang glen, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, he met with the devil, says, how do you fen? And the time it is withered and rue is in prime. I've got a bad wife, sir, that's a my complaint, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, for savin your presence to her year a saint, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. It's neither your stot nor your stag I shall crave, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, but jye me your wife, man, for her I must have, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. O welcome most kindly, the blithe carle said, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, but if ye can match her year war than year cod, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. The devil has got the auld wife on his back, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Thing, and like a poor peddler he's carried his pack, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. He's carried her hame to his ain halland door. Hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. Sign bade her gie in for a bitch and a whore, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. Then straight he makes 50, the pick o' his band. Hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. Turn out on her guard in the clap o' a hand, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. The Carlin gied throw them like ony wud bear. Hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. Where she gat hands on cam near her nae mare, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. A reekit wee devil looks over the wa, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. Oh help, maester help, or she'll ruin us and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. The devil he swore by the edge o' his knife, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. He pitied the man that was tied to a wife, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. The devil he swore by the kirk and the bell, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time. He was not in wedlock, thank heaven, but in hell, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. Then Satan has travelled again why his pack, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time, and to her auld husband he's carried her back, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. I hae been a devil the feck o' my life, hey, and the rue grows Bonie Wee Time, but ne'er was in hell till I met a wife, and the time it is withered and rue is in prime. The Slave's Lament. It was in sweet Senegal that my foes did me enthrall, for the lands of Virginia, oh, torn from that lovely shore and must never see it more, and alas, I am weary, oh, torn from that lovely shore and must never see it more, and alas, I am weary, oh. All on that charming coast is no bitter snow and frost, like the lands of Virginia, oh, their streams forever flow and their flowers forever blow, and alas, I am weary, oh, their streams forever flow and their flowers forever blow, and alas, I am weary, oh. The burden I must bear, while the cruel scourge I fear, in the lands of Virginia, oh, and I think on friends most dear with the bitter, bitter tear, and alas, I am weary, oh, and I think on friends most dear with the bitter, bitter tear, and alas, I am weary, oh. Oh, can ye labour Lea? Chorus. Oh, can ye labour Lea, young man? Oh, can ye labour Lea it fee, nor bounteth shall us twine gin ye can labour Lea. I feed a man at Michaelmas, why, arrow pennies 3. But of the faut I had to him, he could na labour Lea. Oh, can ye labour Lea and see? Oh, clappin's gude in Februar, and kissin's sweet in May. But my delight's the ploughman lad, that wheel can labour Lea. Oh, can ye labour Lea and see? Oh, kissin' is the key o' Louvre, and clappin' is the lock, and mackin' oh's the best thing yet that e'er a young thing gat. Oh, can ye labour Lea and see? The Jukes dang o'er my daddy. The bairns gat out why and unco shout. The Jukes dang o'er my daddy, oh, the fiend mocker, quo the fairy auld wife. He was but a paidlin body, oh. He paidles out and he paidles in, he paidles late and early, oh. This 7 lang years I hae lean by his side, and he is but a fusionless carly, oh. Oh, haud your tongue, my fairy auld wife. Oh, haud your tongue now, Nancy, oh. Seen the day, and sae hae ye wad na been sae dancy, oh. I've seen the day ye buttered my brose, and cuddled me late and early, oh, but down-a-doos come o'er me now, and oh, I find it sairly, oh. The deal's a why the exciseman. The deal cam fiddlin' thro' the town, and danked a why exciseman and ilka wife cries, Auld Mahound, I wish you luck o' the prize, man. Chorus. The deal's a the deal's a the deal's a why the exciseman he's danked a he's danked a why the exciseman. We'll mack our mount and we'll brew our drink, we'll laugh, sing, and rejoice, man, and money brought thanks to the makel black deal, that danked a exciseman. The deal's a and see. There's threesome reels, there's foursome reels, there's hornpipes and strathspeys, man, but the I best dance ere came to the land was, the deal's a why the exciseman, the deal's a and see. The country lass. In simmer when the hay was mawn, and corn waved green in ilka field, while claver blooms white o'er the lea and roses blaw in ilka bailed, blithe Bessie in the milking shield says, I'll be wed, come o tea what will, outspake a dame in wrinkled ild. O, gude advisement comes nae ill. It's ye hae war's money ain, and lassie, ye're but young ye ken. Then wait a wee and canny wail a routhie but, a routhie ben, there's Johnny o the busky glen, foo, is his barn, foo, is his byre, take this frae me my bonny hen. It's plenty beats the louver's fire. For Johnny o the busky glen I dinna care a single fly. He laws sae wheel his craps and kye. He has nae love to spare for me, but blithes the blink o robies and weel I wot he laws me dear. Ye blink o him I wad na jye for busky glen and o his gear. O thoughtless lassie, life's a fought, the canniest gate, the strife is sair. But I foo, hant is fetched in best, a hungry cares and unco care, but some will spend and some will spare. And wilfu folk maun hae their will, sign as ye brew, my maiden fair, keep mind that ye maun drink the yill. O gear will buy me rigs o land, and gear will buy me sheep and kye, but the tender heart o leesome love, the gowd and siller canna buy, we may be poor, Roby and I. Light is the burden love lays on, content and love brings peace and joy. What mair hae queens upon a throne? Bessie and her spinnin' wheel. O lees me on my spinnin' wheel, and lees me on my rock and reel, free tap to tea that cleeds me by in, and haps me beal and warm at e'en. I'll set me down and sing and spin. While leg descends the simmer sun, blessed why content and milk and meal. O lees me on my spinnin' wheel. On ilka hand the burnies trot and meet below my thicket cot, the scented birk and hawthorn white. Across the pool their arms unite, alike to screen the birdie's nest, and little fishes call a rest. The sun blinks kindly in the bale, where blithe I turn my spinnin' wheel. On lofty aches the cushat's wail, and echo cons the dualfu tale. The lintwites in the hazel braes, delighted rival ithers lays, the crake amming the claver hay, the peretrick whirring o'er the lay, the swallow jinkin round my shield, amuse me at my spinnin' wheel. Why sma to sell, and less to buy, a boon distress below envy. O wad leave this humble state, for the pride of the great. Amid their flaring, idle toys, amid their cumbrous, dinsome joys, can they the peace and pleasure feel of Bessie at her spinnin' wheel. Love for love. Ither seek they ken know what features, carriage, and that, jye me love in her eye court, love to love max o' the sport. Let love sparkle in her let her law nae man but me, that's the totcher gude I prize, there the louver's treasure lies. Saw ye Bonie Lesley? O saw ye Bonie Lesley? As she gied o'er the border she's gane like Alexander, to spread her conquests farther. To see her is to love her, and love but her forever, for nature made her what she is, and never made another. Thou art a queen, fair Lesley, thy subjects we before thee, thou art divine, fair Lesley, the hearts o' men adore thee. The deal he could na scathe thee, or aught that wad belang thee, he'd look into thy bony face and say, I canna wrang thee. The powers aboon will tempt thee, misfortune shanna steer thee, thou'rt like themselves sae lovely, that ill they'll ne'er let near thee. Return again, fair Lesley, return to Caledony, that we may brag we hae alas there's nane again sae Bonie. Fragment of song. No cold approach, no altered mien, just what would make suspicion start. No pause the dire extremes between, he made me blessed and broke my heart. I'll meet thee on the lee rig, when o'er the hill the eastern star tells button time is near, my Jo. And O's frae the furrowed field return sae douf and weary o down by the burn, where birken buds dew are hangin' clear, my Jo. I'll meet thee on the lee rig, my ain kind dearie o. At midnight hour, in murkest glen I'd rove and ne'er be eerie. O if thro' that glen I gied to thee my ain kind dearie o altho, the night were ne'er sae wild, and I were ne'er sae weary o, I'll meet thee on the lee rig, my ain kind dearie O. The hunter laws the morning sun to rouse the mountain deer, my Jo. At noon the fisher seeks the glen adown the burn to steer, my Jo. Jye me the hour o gloamin' grey. It maks my heart sae cheery o to meet thee on the lee rig, my ain kind dearie O. My wife's a winsome wee thing. My wife's a wanton wee thing. Chorus. She is a winsome wee thing, she is a handsome wee thing, she is a lossome wee thing, this dear wee wife o' mine. I never saw a fairer, I never lawed a dearer, and neast my heart I'll wear her, for fear my jewel tine she is a winsome and see. The world's wrack we share o' tea, the warsel and the care o' tea, why, her I'll blithely bear it and think my lot divine, she is a winsome and see. Highland Mary. Tune Catherine Ogie. Ye banks and braes and streams around the castle o' Montgomery, green be your woods, and fair your flowers, your waters never drumly. There Simmer first unfalled her robes, and there the langest tarry, for there I took the last farewell o' my sweet Highland Mary. How sweetly bloomed the gay green birk, how rich the hawthorns blossom, as underneath their fragrant shade I clasped her to my bosom. The golden hours on angel wings flew o'er me and my dearie, for dear to me as light and life was my sweet Highland Mary. Why mony a vow and locked embrace, our parting was fu tender and, pledging aft to meet again, we tore ourselves asunder. But oh, fell death's untimely frost, that nipped my flower sae early, now greens the sod and calds the clay that wraps my Highland Mary. Oh, pale, pale now those rosy lips, I aft hae kissed sae fondly and closed for aye, the sparkling glance that dwelt on me sae kindly, and mouldering now in silent dust, that heart that lawed me dearly, but still within my bosom's core shall live my Highland Mary. Auld Rob Morris. There's auld Rob Morris that one's in yon glen, he's the king o' gude fellows and whale o' auld men. He has gowd in his coffers, he has ozen and kine, and I Bonie lass, his dawtie and mine. She's fresh as the morning, the fairest in May. She's sweet as the evening among the new hay, as blithe and as artless as the lambs on the lea, and dear to my heart as the light to my But oh, she's an heiress, auld Robin's a laird, and my daddy has naught but a cot house and yard. A wooer like me mauna hope to come speed, the wounds I must hide that will soon be my dead. The day comes to me, but delight brings me nane. The night comes to me, but my rest it is gain. I wander my lane like a night troubled gayest, and I sigh as my heart it wad burst in my breast. Oh, had she but been of a lower degree, I then might hae hopped she wad smilled upon me. Oh, how past descriving had then been my bliss, as now my distraction nae words can express. The Rights of Woman. An occasional address. Spoken by Miss Fontenelle on her benefit night, November 26, 1792. While Europe's eye is fixed on mighty things, the fate of empires and the fall of kings, while quacks of state must each produce his plan, and even children lisp the rights of man, amid this mighty fuss just let me mention, the rights of woman merit some attention. First, in the sexes' intermixed connection, one sacred right of woman is protection. The tender flower that lifts its head, elate, helpless, must fall before the blasts of fate, sunk on the earth, defact its lovely form, unless your shelter ward impending storm. Our second right, but needless here is caution to keep that right inviolates the fashion each man of sense has it so full before him, he'd die before he'd wrong it, 'tis decorum. There was, indeed, in far less polished days, a time when rough rude man had naughty ways, would swagger, swear, get drunk, kick up a riot, nay even thus invade a lady's quiet. Now thank our stars, those Gothic times are fled, now well-bred men, and you are all well-bred, most justly think, and we are much the gainers, such conduct neither spirit, wit, nor manners. For right the third, our last, our best, our dearest, that right to fluttering female hearts the nearest, which even the rights of kings in low prostration most humbly own, 'tis dear, Dear admiration, in that blessed sphere alone we live and move, there taste that life of life. Immortal love, smiles, glances, sighs, tears, fits, flirtations, airs. Gainst such an host what flinty savage dares, when awful beauty joins with all her charms? Who is so rash as rise in rebel arms? But truce with kings and truce with constitutions, with bloody armaments and revolutions. Let majesty your first attention summon. Ah, Ka Era, the majesty of woman. Epigram on seeing Miss Fontenelle in a favorite character. Sweet naivete of feature, simple, wild, enchanting elf, not to thee, but thanks to nature, thou art acting but thyself. Wert thou awkward, stiff, affected, spurning nature, torturing art, loves and graces all rejected, then indeed thou'dst act apart. Extemporary on some commemorations of Thomson. Dost thou not rise, indignant shade, and smile why spurning scorn when they wad hae starved thy life, thy senseless turf adorn? Helpless Elaine, thou clam the brae why makel honest toil, and claft unfading garland there, thy sair-worn rightful spoil. And wear it thou, and call aloud this axiom undoubted, would thou hae nobles' patronage, first learn to live without it. To whom hae much, more shall be given, is every great man's faith, but he, the helpless, needful wretch, shall lose the might he hath. Duncan Gray. Duncan Gray cam here to woo. Ha ha, the wooing o', on blithe Yule night when we were foo. Ha ha, the wooing o', Maggie coosed her head foo high, looked asklant and unco skeeth, gart poor Duncan stand a bay. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Duncan fleeched and Duncan prayed. Ha ha, the wooing o', Meg was deaf as Ailsa Craig. Ha ha, the wooing o', Duncan sighed baith out and in, grat his een baith bleart and blin. Spak o lopen o'er a lin. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Time and chance are but a tide. Ha ha, the wooing o', slighted love is sair to bide. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Shall I like a fool, quoth he, for a haughty hizzy die she may gie to France for me? Ha ha, the wooing o'. How it comes let doctors tell. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Meg grew sick as he grew hale. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Something in her bosom rings, for relief a sigh she brings, and oh, her een they spak sick things. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Duncan was a lad o' grace. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Maggie S was a piteous case. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Duncan could na be her death, swelling pity smored his wrath, now they're crouse and canty baith. Ha ha, the wooing o'. Here's a health to them that's a why. Here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to them that's a wah. And wah winna wish gude luck to our cause, may never gude luck be their fa. It's gude to be merry and wise, it's gude to be honest and true, it's gude to support Caledonia's cause, and bide by the buff and the blue. Here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to Charlie one the chief o' the clan, although that his band be but sma'. May liberty meet wise success. May prudence protect her frae evil. May tyrants and tyranny tine eye the mist, and wander their way to the devil. Here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to Tammy, to the Norland laddie that lives at the lug o' the law. Here's freedom to them that wad read, here's freedom to them that wad write. There's nane ever feared that the truth should be heard, but they whom the truth would indict. Here's a health to them that's a wah, and here to them that's a wah. Here's to Maitland and Wycombe, let wah dosna like be built in a hole in the wah. Here's timber that's red at the heart, here's fruit that is sound at the core, and may he be that wad turn the buff and blue coat be turned to the back o' the door. Here's a health to them that's a wah, here's a health to them that's a wah, here's Chieftain M. Loud, a chieftain worth gowd though bred among mountains o' snaw. Here's friends on baith sides o' the firth, and friends on baith sides o' the Tweed, and wha wad betray old Albion's right, may they never eat of her bread. A tippling ballad on the Duke of Brunswick's breaking up his camp, and the defeat of the Austrians by Dumouriez, November 1792. When princes and prelates and hot-headed zealots Europe had said in a low, The poor man lies down, nor envies a crown, and comforts himself as he dow, and comforts himself as he dow. The black-headed eagle, as keen as a beagle, he hunted o'er height and o'er how. In the Braes O Gemap, he fell in a trap, and let him come out as he dow, and let him come out as he dow. But truce with commotions and newfangled notions, a bumper, I trust you'll allow. Here's George our good king, and Charlotte his queen, and lang may they ring as they dow, and lang may they ring as they dow. Porteth called in restless love. Tune called Kyle in Aberdeen. O porteth called in restless love, ye rack my peace between ye, yet porteth I could forgive, and tweer na for my Jeannie. Chorus, oh why should fate sick pleasure have, life's dearest bands untwining, or why sae sweet a flower as love depend on fortune's shining. The world's wealth, when I think on its pride and the lave o' oh fie on silly coward man that he should be the slave o' oh why and see. Her een sae Bonie blue betray how she repays my passion, but prudence is her orward eye, she talks o' rank and fashion, oh why and see. Oh what can prudence think upon, and sick a lassie by him, oh what can prudence think upon, and sae in love as I am, oh why and see. How blessed the simple cotter's fate, he woos his artless dearie, the silly bogle's wealth and state can never make him eerie, oh why and see. On politics. In politics if thou wouldst mix, and mean thy fortunes be, bear this in mind, be deaf and blind, let great folk hear and see. Braw lads o Gallawater. Braw lads on Yarrow Braes they rove amming the blooming heather, but Yarrow Braes, nor Ettrick Shaws can match the lads o Gallawater. But there is a secret aboon them I loe him better, and I'll be his and he'll be mine, the Bonie lad o Gallawater. Although his daddy was nae laird, and though I hae nae meikle totcher, yet rich in kindest, truest love, will tent our flocks by Gallawater. It ne'er was wealth that coughed contentment, peace, or pleasure, the bands and bliss o' mutual love, oh that's the chiefest world's treasure. Sonnet written on the author's birthday. On hearing a thrush sing in his morning walk. Sing on, sweet thrush, upon the leafless bough, sing on, sweet bird, I listen to thy strain, see aged winter, mid his surly reign, at thy blithe carol, clears his furrowed brow. So in lone poverty's dominion drear, sits meek content with light, unanxious heart, welcomes the rapid moments, bids them part, nor asks if they bring aught to hope or fear. I thank thee, author of this opening day, thou whose bright sun now gilds yon orient skies, riches denied, thy boon was purer joys, what wealth could never give nor take away. Yet come, thou child of poverty and care, the might high heaven bestowed, that might with thee I'll share. Wandering Willie, first version. Here awa, there awa, wandering Willie, now tired with wandering, haud awa hame, come to my bosom, my eye only dearie, and tell me thou bringst me my Willie the same. Loud blew the cold winter winds at our parting. It was na the blast brought the tear in my now welcome the simmer, and welcome my Willie, the simmer to nature, my Willie to me. Ye hurricanes rest in the cave o' your slumbers, oh how your wild horrors a lover alarms. Awaken ye breezes, row gently ye billows, and waft my dear laddie Aunt's mare to my arms. But if he's forgotten his faithfulest Nanny, oh still flow between us, thou wide roaring main. May I never see it, may I never trow it, but dying believe that my Willie's my ain. Wandering Willie, revised version. Here awa, there awa, wandering Willie, here awa, there awa, haud awa hame, come to my bosom, my ain only dearie, tell me thou bringst me my Willie the same. Winter winds blew loud and called at our parting, fears for my Willie brought tears in my welcome now the simmer, and welcome, my Willie, the simmer to nature, my Willie to me. Rest, ye wild storms, in the cave of your slumbers, how your dread howling a lover alarms. Walkin, ye breezes, row gently, ye billows, and waft my dear laddie Aunt's mare to my arms. But oh, if he's faithless and mind's na his nanny, flow still between us, thou wide roaring main. May I never see it, may I never trow it, but dying believe that my Willie's my ain. Lord Gregory. O murk is this midnight hour, and loud the tempests roar. A weefu, wanderer seeks thy tower. Lord Gregory, ope thy door, an exile frae her father's ha, and I for loving thee, at least some pity on me shaw, if love it may na be. Lord Gregory, mind'st thou not the grove by Bonie Irwine's side, where first I owned that virgin love I lang had denied? How often didst thou pledge and vow thou wad for I be mine, and my fond heart, itsel, sae true, it ne'er mistrusted thine. Hard is thy heart, Lord Gregory, and flinty is thy breast, thou bolt of heaven that flashest by. O wilt thou bring me rest, ye mustering thunders from above, your willing victim see, but spare and pardon my faw's love, his rangs to heaven and me. Open the door to me, oh. Oh, open the door, some pity to show, oh, open the door to me. Oh, though thou hast been false, I'll ever prove true, oh, open the door to me, oh. Called is the blast upon my pale cheek, but calder thy love for me, oh, the frost that freezes the life at my heart, is naught to my pains frae thee, oh. The wan moon is setting beyond the white wave, and time is setting with me, oh, false friends, false love, farewell. For mair I'll ne'er trouble them nor thee, oh. She has opened the door, she has opened it wide, she sees the pale corse on the plain, oh. My true love, she cried, and sank down by his side, never to rise again, oh. Lovely young Jessie. True-hearted was he, the sad swain o' the Yarrow, and fair are the maids on the banks of the Aire. But by the sweet side o' the Nith's winding river, are lovers as faithful and maidens as fair. To equal young Jessie seeks Scotland all over. To equal young Jessie you seek it in vain. Grace, beauty, and elegance fetter her lover, and maidenly modesty fixes the chain. Oh, fresh is the rose in the gay, dewy morning, and sweet is the lily at evening close, but in the fair presence, oh, lovely young Jessie, unseen is the lily, unheeded the rose. Love sits in her smile, a wizard ensnaring, enthroned in her een he delivers his law, and still to her charms she alone is a stranger. Her modest demeanor's the jewel of a Meg o' the Mill. O ken ye what Meg o' the Mill has gotten? And ken ye what Meg o' the Mill has gotten? She gotten a coof why, a clout o' siller, and broken the heart o' the barley miller. The miller was strappin', the miller was ruddy, a heart like a lord and a hue like a lady. The laird was a widofu, blear it nurl, she's left the gude fellow and teen the churl. The miller he hecked her a heart leal and loving. The laird did address her why matter mair moving. A fine pacing horse why, a clear chained bridle, a whip by her side, and a bony side saddle. O we on the siller, it is sae prevailin', and we on the love that is fixed on a mailin'. A touchers nae word in a true lover's parle, but jye me my love and a fig for the whorl. Meg o' the Mill, another version. O ken ye what Meg o' the Mill has gotten? And ken ye what Meg o' the Mill has gotten? A braw new nag why the tail o' a rotten, and that's what Meg o' the Mill has gotten. O ken ye what Meg o' the Mill laws dearly? And ken ye what Meg o' the Mill laws dearly? A dram o' gude strunt in the morning early, and that's what Meg o' the Mill laws dearly. O ken ye how Meg o' the Mill was married? And ken ye how Meg o' the Mill was married? The priest he was oxtered, the clerk he was carried, and that's how Meg o' the Mill was married. O ken ye how Meg o' the Mill was bedded? And ken ye how Meg o' the Mill was bedded? The groom gat sae fou, he fell a walled beside it, and that's how Meg o' the Mill was bedded. The Soldier's Return. Ere the mill o'. When wild war's deadly blast was blawn, and gentle peace returning, why money a sweet babe fatherless, and money a widow mourning, I left the lines in tented field, where lang I'd been a lodger, my humble knapsack o' my wealth, a poor and honest sojer. A leal, light heart was in my breast, my hand unstained why plunder, and for fair Scotia hame again, I cheery on did wander. I thought upon the banks o' Coil, I thought upon my Nancy, I thought upon the witching smile that caught my youthful fancy. At length I reached the Bonie Glen, where early life I sported. I passed the mill and trysting thorn, where Nancy aft I courted. Wha spied I but my ain dear maid down by her mother's dwelling, and turned me round to hide the flood that in my een was swelling. Why altered voice, quoth I, sweet lass, sweet as yon hawthorn's blossom. Oh, happy, happy may he be that's dearest to thy bosom. My purse is light, I've far to gang, and fain would be thy lodger. I've served my king and country lang, take pity on a sojer. Sae wistfully she gazed on me, and lovelier was than ever, quo she. A sojer ance I laud, forget him shall I never. Our humble cot and hamely fare, ye freely shall partake it. That gallant badge, the dear cockade, ye are welcome for the sake o' tea. She gazed, she reddened like a rose, sign pale like only lily. She sank within my arms and cried, Art thou my ain dear Willie? By him who made yon sun and sky, by whom true love's regarded, I am the man, and thus may still true lovers be rewarded. The wars are o'er, and I'm come hame, and find thee still true-hearted, though poor in gear we're rich in love, and mere we ze ne'er be parted. Quo she, my grandsire left me gowed, a malin plenished fairly, and come, my faithfu' sojer lad, thou it welcome to it dearly. For gold the merchant ploughs the main, the farmer ploughs the manor, but glory is the soldier's prize, the soger's wealth is honor. The brave poor sojer ne'er despise, nor count him as a stranger. Remember he's his country's stay in day and hour of danger. Versicles, A.D. 1793. The true loyal natives. Ye true loyal natives, attend to my song in uproar, and riot rejoice the night long. From envy and hatred your core is exempt, but where is your shield from the darts of contempt? On Commissary Goldie's brains. Lord, to account who dares thee call, or e'er dispute thy pleasure, else why within so thick a wall enclose so poor a treasure? Lines inscribed in a lady's pocket almanac. Grant me, indulgent heaven, that I may live to see the miscreants feel the pains they give, deal freedom's sacred treasures free as air, till slave and despot be but things that were. Thanksgiving for a national victory. Ye hypocrites, are these your pranks, to murder men and give God thanks? Desist for shame. Proceed no further, God won't accept your thanks for murder. Lines on the commemoration of Rodney's victory. Instead of a song, boy, I'll give you a toast. Here's to the memory of those on the 12th that we lost. That we lost, did I say? Nay, by heaven that we found, for their fame it will last while the world goes round. The next in succession I'll give you's the king. Woe would betray him, on high may he swing. And here's the grand fabric, our free constitution, as built on the base of our great revolution, and longer with politics not to be crammed. Be anarchy cursed and tyranny damned, and who would to liberty e'er prove disloyal, may his son be a hangman, and he his first trial. The raptures of folly. Thou graybeard, old wisdom, may boast of thy treasures, give me with young folly to live. I grant thee thy calm-blooded, time-settled pleasures, but folly has raptures to give. Kirk and State excisemen. Ye men of wit and wealth, why all this sneering gainst poor excisemen? Give the cause a hearing. What are your landlords' rentrolls? Taxing ledgers, what premiers? What even monarchs? Mighty gaugers, nay, what are priests? Those seeming godly wise men, what are they, pray, but spiritual excisemen? Extempore reply to an invitation. The king's most humble servant, I can scarcely spare a minute, but I'll be why you by and by, or else the deal's be in it. Grace after meat. Lord, we thank and thee adore, for temporal gifts we little merit. At present we will ask no more. Let William Hislop give the spirit. Grace before and after meat. O Lord, when hunger pinches sore, do thou stand us instead, and send us from thy bounteous store a tup or wether head. Amen. O Lord, since we have feasted thus, which we so little merit, let Meg now take away the flesh, and Jock bring in the spirit. Amen. Impromptu on General Dumourier's desertion, from the French Republican Army. You're welcome to despots, Dumourier. You're welcome to despots, Dumourier. How does Dampierre do I and Bournonville too? Why did they not come along with you, Dumourier? I will fight France with you, Dumourier. I will fight France with you, Dumourier. I will fight France with you, I will take my chance with you, by my soul, I'll dance with you, Dumourier. Then let us fight about, Dumourier. Then let us fight about, Dumourier. Then let us fight about, till freedom's spark be out, then we'll be damned, no doubt, Dumourier. The last time I came o'er the moor, and left Maria's dwelling, what throes, what tortures passing cure were in my bosom swelling, condemned to see my rivals reign, while I in secret languish, to feel a fire in every vein, yet dare not speak my anguish. Love's veriest wretch, despairing, I fain my crime would cover, unweeding groan, the bursting sigh betray the guilty lover. I know my doom must be despair, thou wilt nor canst relieve me. But O Maria, hear my prayer, for pity's sake forgive me. The music of thy tongue I heard, nor wist while it enslaved me. I saw thine eyes, yet nothing feared, till fear no more had salved me. The unwary sailor thus aghast, the wheeling torrent viewing, mid circling horrors yields at last to overwhelming ruin. Logan Braes. Tune, Logan Water. O Logan, sweetly didst thou glide, that day I was my Willie's bride, and years since sign hay o'er us run, like Logan to the simmer sun. But now thy flowery banks appear like drumly winter, dark and drear, while my dear lad maun face his fays far frae me and Logan Braes. Again the merry month of May has made our hills and valleys gay, the birds rejoice in leafy bowers, the bees hum round the breathing flowers, blithe morning lifts his rosy eye, and evening's tears are tears o' joy. My soul, delightless as surveys, while Willie's far frae Logan Braes. Within yon milk-white hawthorn bush, amming her nestling sits the thrush, her faithfu' mate will share her toil, or why his song her cares beguile. But I why my sweet nurslings here, ne mate to help, ne mate to cheer, pass widowed nights and joyless days, while Willie's far frae Logan Braes. O we be to you, men o' state, that brethren rouse to deadly hate, as ye make money a fond heart mourn, sae may it on your heads return. How can your flinty hearts enjoy the widow's tear, the orphan's cry? But soon may peace bring happy days, and Willie hame to Logan Braes. Blithe hae I been on yon hill. Tune, the Quaker's Wife. Blithe hae I been on yon hill, as the lambs before me, careless ilka thought and free, as the breeze flew o'er me. Now nae langer sport and play, mirth or sang can please me. Lesley is sae fair, and coy care and anguish seize me. Heavy is the task, hopeless love declaring trembling. I down knocked but glower, sighing, dumb despairing. If she winna ease the thralls in my bosom swelling, underneath the grass-green sod, soon maun be my dwelling. O were my love yon lilac fair. Hughie Graham. O were my love yon lilac fair, why purple blossoms to the spring, and I a bird to shelter there, when wearied on my little wing. How I wad mourn when it was torn by autumn wild and winter rude, but I wad sing on wanton wing when youthfu' may its bloom renewed. O gin my love were yon red rose that grows upon the castle wa, and I myself a drap o' dew into her bony breast to fa. O there, beyond expression blessed, I'd feast on beauty o' the night, sealed on her silk saft falls to rest, till flayed awa by Phoebus' light. Bonie Jean, a ballad. To its ain tune. There was a lass, and she was fair, at kirk or market to be seen. When all our fairest maids were met, the fairest maid was Bonie Jean. And she wrought her mammy's work, and I she sang S.A.E. merrily. The blithest bird upon the bush had ne'er a lighter heart than she. But hawks will rob the tender joys that bless the little lintwhite's nest, and frost will blight the fairest flowers, and love will break the soundest rest. Young Roby was the brost lad, the flower and pride of a the glen, and he had ewes and sheep and kye, and wanton nagies 9 or 10. He gied why Jeanie to the tryst, he danked why Jeanie on the down, and lang ere witless Jeanie wist, her heart was tint, her peace was stown. As in the bosom of the stream, the moonbeam dwells at dewy e'en, so trembling pure was tender love within the breast of Bonie Jean. And now she works her mammy's work, and I she sighs why care and pain, yet wist na what her ail might be, or what wad make her wheel again. But did na Jeanie's heart loop light, and did na joy blink in her as Roby told a tale o' love ye e'ening on the lily lea. The sun was sinking in the west, the birds sang sweet in ilka grove, his cheek to hers he fondly laid, and whispered thus his tale o' love. O Jeanie fair, I la thee dear, O canst thou think to fancy me, or wilt thou leave thy mammy's cot, and learn to tent the farms wy me? At barn or byre thou shalt na drudge, or neathing else to trouble thee, but stray amming the heather bells, and tent the waving corn wy me. Now what could artless Jeanie do? She had nae will to say him na. At length she blushed a sweet consent, and love was aye between them twa. Lines on John M. Murdo, Esquire. Blessed be M. Murdo to his latest day. No envious cloud o'ercast his evening ray, no wrinkle, furrowed by the hand of care, nor ever sorrow add one silver hair. O may no son the father's honor stain, nor ever daughter give the mother pain. Epitaph on a lapdog. Named Echo. In wood and wild, ye warbling throng, your heavy loss deplore now. Half extinct your powers of song, sweet echo is no more. Ye jarring, screeching things around scream your discordant joys. Now, half your din of tuneless sound with echo silent lies. Epigrams against the Earl of Galloway. What dost thou in that mansion fair? Flit, Galloway, and find some narrow, dirty dungeon cave, the picture of thy mind. No Stuart art thou, Galloway. The Stuarts all were brave besides, the Stuarts were but fools, not one of them a knave. Bright ran thy line, O Galloway, through many a far-famed sire. So ran the far-famed Roman way, and ended in a mire. Spare me thy vengeance, Galloway, in quiet let me live. I ask no kindness at thy hand, for thou hast none to give. Epigram on the Laird of Laggan. When Maureen deceased to the devil went down, 'twas nothing would serve him but Satan's own crown. Thy fool's head, quoth Satan, that crown shall wear never. I grant thou it is wicked, but not quite so clever. Song Fillies the Fair. Tune Robin Adair. While larks with little wing fan the pure air, tasting the breathing spring forth I did fare. Gay the sun's golden eye peeped o'er the mountains high, such thy morn. Did I cry Fillies the fair? In each bird's careless song, glad I did share, while yon wild flowers among chance led me there. Sweet to the opening day, rosebuds bent the dewy spray, such thy bloom. Did I say Fillies the fair? Down in a shady walk, doves cooing were, I marked the cruel hawk caught in a snare. So kind may fortune be, such make his destiny, he who would injure thee, Fillies the fair. Song Had I a Cave. Tune Robin Adair. Had I a cave on some wild distant shore, where the winds howl to the waves' dashing roar, there would I weep my woes, there seek my lost repose, till grief my eyes should close, ne'er to wake more. Falsest of womankind, canst thou declare all thy fond, plighted vows fleeting as air? To thy new lover hie, laugh o'er thy perjury, then in thy bosom try what peace is there. Song by Allen Stream. By Allen Stream I chanked to rove, while Phoebus sank beyond Ben Ledi. The winds are whispering thro' the grove, the yellow corn was waving ready. I listened to a lover's sang, and thought on youthful pleasure's money, and I the wildwood echoes rang. Oh, dearly do I love thee, Annie. Oh, happy be the woodbine bower, ne nightly bogle make it eerie, nor ever sorrow stain the hour. The place and time I met my dearie, her head upon my throbbing breast she, sinking, said, I'm thine for ever. While money a kiss the seal impressed, the sacred vow we ne'er should sever. The haunt springs the primrose brae, the summer joys the flocks to follow, how cheery throw her shortening day, is autumn in her weeds yellow. But can they melt the glowing heart, or chain the soul in speechless pleasure, or throw each nerve the raptured dart, like meeting her our bosom's treasure? Whistle and I'll come to you, my lad. Chorus. O whistle and I'll come to ye, my lad, O whistle, and I'll come to ye, my lad, though father and mother and I should gie mad, O whistle, and I'll come to ye, my lad. But warily tent when ye come to court me, and come nay unless the back yet be ag, sign up the back style and let nebody see, and come as ye were na common to me, and come as ye were na common to me. O whistle and I'll come and see. At kirk or at market, whene'er ye meet me, gang by me as though that ye card na a fly, but steal me a blink your bony black yet look as ye were na looking to me, yet look as ye were na looking to me. O whistle and I'll come and see. I vow and protest that ye care na for me, and whiles ye may lightly my beauty awee, but court na another though jockin ye be, for fear that she while your fancy fray me, for fear that she while your fancy fray me. O whistle and I'll come and see. Filly's the queen the fair. Tune, the muckin Geordie's byre. Adown winding nith I did wander, to mark the sweet flowers as they spring. Adown winding nith I did wander, of fillies to muse and to sing. Chorus. Awa why your bells and your beauties they never why her can compare. Weaver has met why my fillies, has met why the queen the fair. The daisy amest my fond fancy, so artless, so simple, so wild, thou emblem, said I, O my fillies, for she is simplicity's child. Awa why your bells and see. The rosebuds the blush my charmer, her sweet balmy lip when tease pressed, how fair and how pure is the lily, but fairer and purer her breast. Awa why your bells and see. Yon knot of gay flowers in the arbor they ne'er why my fillies can vie. Her breath is the breath of the woodbine, its dewdrop diamond her eye. Awa why your bells and see. Her voice is the song the morning that wakes thro' the green spreading grove when Phoebus peeps over the mountains, on music and pleasure and love. Awa why your bells and see. But beauty, how frail and how fleeting, the bloom of a fine summer's day, while worth in the mind my fillies, will flourish without a decay. Awa why your bells and see. Come, let me take thee to my breast. Come, let me take thee to my breast, and pledge we ne'er shall sunder, and I shall spurn as vilest dust the world's wealth and grandeur. And do I hear my Jeannie own that equal transports move her? I ask for dearest life alone, that I may live to love her. Thus in my arms, why her charms I clasp my countless treasure. I'll seek nae main heaven to share, tha sic a moment's pleasure. And by thy een Ye Bonie blue, I swear I'm thine forever. And on thy lips I seal my vow, and break it shall I never. Dainty Davy. Now rosy May comes in flowers, to deck her gay, green-spreading bowers, and now comes in the happy hours to wander my Davy. Chorus. Meet me on the Warlock dainty Davy, there I'll spend the day you, my ain dear dainty Davy. The crystal waters round us fa, the merry birds are lovers the scented breezes round us blaw, wandering my Davy, meet me on and see. As purple morning starts the hare, to steal upon her early fare, then throw the dew's eye will repair, to meet my faithful Davy, meet me on and see. When day expiring in the west, the curtain draws nature's rest, I flee to his arms I loe the best, and that's my ain dear Davy, meet me on and see. Robert Bruce's March to Bannockburn. Scots Hae why Wallace bled, Scots, wham Bruce has aften led, welcome to your gory bed or to victory. Now's the day, And now's the hour, see the front o' battle lure, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. Wha will be a traitor knave, wha can fill a coward's grave, wha sae base as be a slave, let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law freedom's sword will strongly draw, free man stand or free man fa, let him unwie me. By oppression's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberty, as in every blow, let us do or die. Behold the hour, the boat arrive. Behold the hour, the boat arrive. Thou goest, the darling of my heart, severed from thee can I survive, but fate has willed and we must part. I'll often greet the surging swell, yon distant isle will often hail. E'en here I took the last farewell, there latest marked her vanished sail. Along the solitary shore, while flitting seafowl round me cry across the rolling, dashing roar, I'll westward turn my wistful eye. Happy thou Indian grove, I'll say, where now my Nancy's path may be. While thro' thy sweet she loves to stray, oh tell me, does she muse on me? Down the burn, Davy. As down the burn they took their way, and thro' the flowery dale, his cheek to hers he aft did lay, and love was aye the tale. With Mary, when shall we return sick pleasure to renew? Quoth Mary, love I like the burn, and I shall follow you. Thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Tune, fee him, father, fee him. Thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Thou hast left me ever, thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Thou hast left me ever. Aften hast thou vowed that death only should us sever. Now thou'st he left thy lass for I maun see thee never, Jamie. I'll see thee never. Thou hast me forsaken, Jamie. Thou hast me forsaken. Thou hast me forsaken, Jamie. Thou hast me forsaken. Thou canst love another Joe. While my heart is breaking, soon my weary and I'll close, never mair to waken, Jamie, never mair to waken. Where are the joys I have met? Tune, saw ye my father? Where are the joys I have met in the morning, that dank to the lark's early song? Where is the peace that awaited my wandering, at evening the wildwoods among? No more a winding the course of yon river, and marking sweet flowerets so fair, no more I trace the light footsteps of pleasure, but sorrow and sad sighing care. Is it that summer's forsaken our valleys, and grim, surly winter is near? No, no, the bees humming round the gay roses proclaim it the pride of the year. Fain would I hide what I fear to discover, yet long, long, too well have I known, all that has caused this wreck in my bosom, is Jenny, fair Jenny alone. Time cannot aid me, my griefs are immortal, nor hope dare a comfort bestow. Come then, enamored and fond of my anguish, enjoyment I'll seek in my woe. Deluded swain, the pleasure. Tune, the collier's dochter. Deluded swain, the pleasure the fickle fair can give thee, is but a fairy treasure. Thy hopes will soon deceive thee, the billows on the ocean, the breezes idly roaming, the clouds' uncertain motion, they are but types of woman. O art thou not ashamed to dote upon a feature if man thou wouldst be named? Despise the silly creature. Go, find an honest fellow, good claret set before thee, hold on till thou art mellow, and then to bed in glory. Thine am I, my faithful fair. Tune, the Quaker's wife. Thine am I, my faithful fair, thine, my lovely Nancy, every pulse along my veins, every roving fancy. To thy bosom lay my heart, there to throb and languish, though despair had wrung its core that would heal its anguish. Take away those rosy lips rich with balmy treasure, turn away thine eyes of love, lest I die with pleasure. What is life when wanting love, night without a morning? Love's the cloudless summer sun, nature gay adorning. On Mrs. Riddell's birthday, November 1793. Old Winter with his frosty beard, thus once to Jove his prayer preferred. What have I done of all the year, to bear this hated doom severe? My cheerless sons no pleasure know, night's horrid car drags, dreary slow. My dismal months no joys are crowning, but spleeny English hanging, drowning. Now Jove for once be mighty civil, to counterbalance all this evil give me, and I've no more to say, give me Maria's natal day. That brilliant gift shall so enrich me, spring, summer, autumn cannot match me. "'Tis done," says Jove, "so ends my story, and winter once rejoiced in glory. My spouse Nancy. Tune, my Jo Janet. Husband, husband, cease your strife, nor longer idly rave, sir. Though I am your wedded wife, yet I am not your slave, sir. One of two must still obey Nancy, Nancy. Is it man or woman, say my spouse Nancy? If 'tis still the lordly word, service and obedience, I'll desert my sovereign lord, and so goodbye allegiance. Sad shall I be, so bereft Nancy, Nancy, yet I'll try to make a shift, my spouse Nancy. My poor heart then break it must, my last hour I am near it, when you lay me in the dust think how you will bear it. I will hope and trust in heaven, Nancy, Nancy, strength to bear it will be given my spouse Nancy. Well, sir, from the silent dead, still I'll try to daunt you, ever round your midnight bed horrid sprites shall haunt you. I'll wed another like my dear Nancy, Nancy, then all hell will fly for fear, my spouse Nancy. Address. Spoken by Miss Fontenelle on her benefit night, December 4th, 1793, at the Theatre Dumfries. Still anxious to secure your partial favor, and not less anxious, sure this night than ever, a prologue, epilogue, or some such matter. 'Twould vamp my bill, said I, if nothing better. So sought a poet, roosted near the skies, told him I came to feast my curious eyes, said, nothing like his works was ever printed, and last my prologue business slyly hinted. Ma'am, let me tell you, quoth my man of rhymes, I know you're bent. These are no laughing times, can you? But miss, I own I have my fears, dissolve in pause and sentimental tears, with laden sighs and solemn rounded sentence rouse from his sluggish slumbers, fell repentance paint vengeance as he takes his horrid stand, waving on high the desolating brand, calling the storms to bear him o'er a guilty land. I could no more, askance the creature eyeing, d'ye think, said I, this face was made for crying, I'll laugh, that's pos nay more, the world shall know it, and so your servant, gloomy master poet. Firm as my creed, sirs, 'tis my fixed belief, that misery's another word for grief. I also think so may I be a bride, that so much laughter, so much life enjoyed. Thou man of crazy care and ceaseless sigh, still under bleak misfortune's blasting eye, doomed to that source task of man alive, to make 3 guineas do the work of 5, laugh in misfortune's face, the beldam which, say, you'll be merry though you can't be rich. Thou other man of care, the wretch in love, who long with jiltish airs and arts hast strove, who, as the boughs all temptingly project, measurest in desperate thought, a rope, thy neck, or where the beetling cliff o'erhangs the deep, peerest to meditate the healing leap. Wouldst thou be curd, thou silly moping elf, laugh at her follies, laugh e'en at thyself. Learn to despise those frowns now so terrific, and love a kinder, that's your grand specific. To sum up all, be merry, I advise, and as we're merry may we still be wise. Complimentary epigram on Maria Riddell. Praise woman still, his lordship roars, deserved or not, no matter. But thee, whom all my soul adores, even flattery cannot flatter. Maria, all my thought and dream inspires my vocal shell. The more I praise my lovely theme, the more the truth I tell. Remorseful apology. The friend whom, wild from wisdom's way, the fumes of wine infuriate send, not moony madness more astray, who but deplores that hapless friend? Mine was insensate frenzied part, ah, why should I such scenes outlive, scenes so abhorrent to my heart? 'Tis thine to pity and forgive. Wilt thou be my dearie? Tune, the suitor's doctor. Wilt thou be my dearie, when sorrow wring thy gentle heart? O wilt thou let me cheer thee, by the treasure of my soul, that's the love I bear thee. I swear and vow that only thou shall ever be my dearie, only thou, I swear and vow, shall ever be my dearie. Lassie, say thou laws me, or, if thou wilt na be my ain, Oh, say na thou'lt refuse me, if it winna canna be thou for thine may choose me. Let me, lassie, quickly die, still trusting that thou laws me. Lassie, let me quickly die, still trusting that thou laws me. A Fiddler in the North. Tune, the King o' France he rade a race. Among the trees were humming bees, at buds and flowers were hinging. Auld Caledon drew out her drone, and to her pipe was singing. Oh, 'twas Pibroch sang strathspeys and reels. She dirled them aff fu clearly. Oh, when there cam a yell o' foreign squeals, that dang her tapsaltery oh. Their capon craws and queer ha-ha's, they made our lugs grow eerie oh, the hungry bike did scrape and fike, till we were wee and weary oh, but a royal gayest, wa ance was cast, a prisoner, aught in year awa. He furred a fiddler in the north that dang them tapsaltery oh. The Minstrel at Lincluden. Tune Cumnock Psalms. As I stood by yon roofless tower, where the waflower scents the durry air, where the howlet mourns in her ivy bower, and tells the midnight moon her care. Chorus, a lassie all alone was making her moan, lamenting our lads beyond the sea. In the Brew'd wars they fa, and our honors gain and broken-hearted we maun die. The winds were laid, the air was till, the stars they shot along the sky, the tod was howling on the hill, and the distant echoing glens reply, a lassie all alone and see. The burn, adown its hazely path, was rushing by the ruined wa, hasting to join the sweeping nith, waste roaring seemed to rise and fa. A lassie all alone and see. The called blee north was streaming forth her lights, why hissing, eerie din, athwart the lift they start and shift, like fortune's favors tint as win. A lassie all alone and see. Now looking over firth and fald, her horn the pale-faced Cynthia reared, when lo, in form of minstrel Auld, a stern and stalwart gayest appeared, a lassie all alone and see. And frae his harp 6 strains did flow, might rouse the slumbering dead to hear. But oh, it was a tale of woe as ever met a Briton's ear, a lassie all alone and see. He sang why joy his former day, he, weeping, wailed his latter times, but what he said, it was nae play, I winna venture read in my rhymes. A lassie all alone and see. A Vision. As I stood by yon roofless tower, where the waflower scents the dewy air, where the howlet mourns in her ivy bower, and tells the midnight moon her care. The winds were laid, the air was still, the stars they shot alang the sky, the fox was howling on the hill, and the distant echoing glens reply. The stream, adown its hazely path, was rushing by the ruined was, hasting to join the sweeping nith, waste distant roaring swells and fa's. The called blee north was streaming forth her lights, why hissing, eerie din athwart the lift they start and shift, like fortune's favors tint as win. By heedless chance I turned mine eyes, and by the moonbeam, shook to see a stern and stalwart gayest arise, attired as minstrels want to be. Had I a statue been o' stain, his daring look had daunted me, and on his bonnet graved was plain the sacred posy, liberty. And frae his harp 6 strains did flow, might rouse the slumbering dead to hear. But oh, it was a tale of woe as ever met a Briton's ear. He sang why joy his former day, he, weeping, wailed his latter times, but what he said, it was nae play, I winna venture read in my rhymes. A Red, Red Rose. Oh, my luve's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my luve's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in luve am I, and I will luve thee still, my dear, till of the seas gang dry. Till of the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt why the sun, and I will luve thee still, my dear, while the sands o' life shall run. And fare thee weel, my only luve, and fare thee weel a while, and I will come again, my luve, though 'twere 10,000 mile. Young Jamie, pride of the plain. Tune, the Carlin of the Glen. Young Jamie, pride of the plain, sae gallant and sae gay a swain throw, our lasses he did rove, and reigned resistless king of love. But now, why sighs and starting tears? He strays among the woods and braes or in the glens and rocky caves, his sad complaining dowie raves. I wa sae late did range and rove, and changed with every moon my love. I little thought the time was near, repentance I should buy sae dear. The slighted maids my torment see, and laugh at the pangs I dree while she, my cruel, scornful fair, forbids me e'er to see her mare. The flowery banks of Cree. Here is the glen, and here the bower all underneath the birchen shade. The village bell has told the hour, oh what can stay my lovely maid? 'Tis not Maria's whispering call, 'tis but the balmy breathing gale mixed with some warbler's dying fall, the dewy star of eve to hail. It is Maria's voice I hear, so calls the woodlark in the grove, his little faithful mate to cheer. At once 'tis music and 'tis love. And art thou come, and art thou true, O welcome dear to love and me, and let us all our vows renew along the flowery banks of Cree. Monody, on a lady famed for her caprice. How cold is that bosom which folly once fired! How pale is that cheek where the rouge lately glistened! How silent that tongue which the echoes oft tired! How dull is that ear which to flattery so listened! If sorrow and anguish their exit await from friendship and dearest affection removed, how doubly severer, Maria, thy fate! Thou deedst unwept, as thou livest unloved. Love's graces and virtues I call not on you, so shy, grave, and distant, ye shed not a tear. But come, all ye offspring of folly so true, and flowers let us cull for Maria's cold bier. We'll search through the garden for each silly flower, we'll roam through the forest for each idle weed. But chiefly the nettle, so typical, shower, for none e'er approached her but rued the rash deed. We'll sculpture the marble, we'll measure the lay, here vanity strums on her idiot lyre. There keen indignation shall dart on his prey, which spurning contempt shall redeem from his ire. The epitaph. Here lies now a prey to insulting neglect, what once was a butterfly, gay in life's beam, want only of wisdom denied her respect, want only of goodness denied her esteem. Pinned to Mrs. Walter Riddell's carriage. If you rattle along like your mistress, tongue, your speed will outrival the dart, but a fly for your load you'll break down on the road, if your stuff be as rotten's her heart. Epitaph for Mr. Walter Riddell. Sick a reptile was Wat, sick a miscreant slave, that the worms even damned him when laid in his grave. In his flesh there's a famine, a starved reptile cries, and his heart is rank poison. Another replies. Epistle from Aesopus to Maria. From those drear solitudes and frowsy cells, where infamy with sad repentance dwells, where turnkeys make the jealous portal fast, and deal from iron hands the spare repast, where truant prentices, yet young in sin, blush at the curious stranger peeping in, where strumpets, relics of the drunken roar, resolve to drink, nay, half to whore no more, where tiny thieves not destined yet to swing, beat hemp for others, riper for the string. From these dire scenes my wretched lines I date, to tell Maria her Aesopus fate. Alas, I feel I am no actor here. 'Tis real hangmen real scourges bear. Prepare, Maria, for a horrid tale will turn thy very rouge to deadly pale, will make thy hair, though erst from gypsy polled, by barber woven and by barber sold, though twisted smooth with Harry's nicest care, like hoary bristles to erect and stare. The hero of the mimic scene, no more I start in Hamlet in Othello roar or haughty chieftain, mid the din of arms in Highland bonnet, woo Malvina's charms, while sansculottes stoop up the mountain high, and steal from me Maria's prying eye. Blessed Highland bonnet. Once my proudest dress, now prouder still, Maria's temples press. I see her wave thy towering plumes afar, and call each coxcomb to the wordy war. I see her face the first of Ireland's sons, and even outirish his Hibernian bronze. The crafty colonel leaves the tartan lines for other wars, where he a hero shines. The hopeful youth in Scottish Senate bred, who owns a bushbee's heart without the head, comes, mid a string of coxcombs, to display that veni vidi vici is his way. The shrinking bard adown the alley skulks, and dreads a meeting worse than Woolwich hulks, though there, his heresies in church and state might well award him Muir and Palmer's fate. Still she undaunted reels and rattles on, and dares the public like a noontide sun. What scandal called Maria's jaunty stagger the ricket reeling of a crooked swagger, whose spleen e'en worse than Burns' venom, when he dips in gall unmixed his eager pen and pours his vengeance in the burning line, who christened thus Maria's lyre divine the idiot strum of vanity bemuzzed, and even the abuse of poesy abuzzed, who called her verse a parish workhouse, made for motley foundling fancies, stolen or strayed. A workhouse! Ah, that sound awakes my woes, and pillows on the thorn my racked repose. Endurance vile here must I wake and weep, and all my frowsy couch in sorrow steep, that straw where many a rogue has lain of yore, and vermin gypsies littered heretofore. Why, Lonsdale, thus thy wrath on vagrants pour? Must earth no rascal save thyself endure? Must thou alone in guilt immortal swell, and make a vast monopoly of hell? Thou know'st the virtues cannot hate thee worse, the vices also must they club their curse, or must no tiny sin to others fall, because thy guilt's supreme enough for all. Maria, send me too thy griefs and cares, in all of thee sure thy Aesopus shares, as thou at all mankind the flag unfurls, who on my fair one satire's vengeance hurls, who calls thee, pert, affected, vain coquette, a wit in folly and a fool in wit, who says that fool alone is not thy due, and quotes thy treacheries to prove it true. Our force united on thy foes will turn, and dare the war with all of woman born, for who can write and speak as thou and I, my periods that deciphering defy, and thy still matchless tongue that conquers all reply. Epitaph on a noted coxcomb. Cap. W.M. Roderick of Corbiston. Light lay the earth on Billy's breast, his chicken heart so tender, but build a castle on his head, his skull will prop it under. On Capt. Lascelles. When Lascelles thought fit from this world to depart, some friends warmly thought of embalming his heart. A bystander whispers, "Pray don't make so much OT, the subject is poison, no reptile will touch it." On W.M. Graham, Esquire of Mosna. "Stop thief," Dame Nature called to death, as Willie drew his latest breath. "How shall I make a fool again? My choicest model thou hast ta'en." On John Bushby, Esquire, Tinwell Downs. Here lies John Bushby, honest man, cheat him, devil, if you can. Sonnet on the death of Robert Riddell. Of Glenriddell in Friars Carse. No more, ye warblers of the wood, no more, nor pour your descant grating on my soul, thou young-eyed spring. Gay in thy verdant stole, more welcome were to me grim winter's wildest roar. How can ye charm, ye flowers, with all your dyes? Ye blow upon the sod that wraps my friend. How can I to the tuneful strain attend? That strain flows round the untimely tomb where Riddell lies. Yes, pour, ye warblers, pour the notes of woe, and soothe the virtues weeping o'er his bier. The man of worth, and hath not left his peer, is in his narrow house, forever darkly low. Thee, spring, again with joy shall others greet, me, memory of my loss will only meet. The lovely lass o' Inverness. The lovely lass o' Inverness, ne joy nor pleasure can she see, for e'en to mourn she cries, alas, and I the sout tear blinds her Drumossy moor, Drumossy day, a weefu day it was to me, for there I lost my father dear, and brethren three. Their winding sheet the bluety clay, their graves are grown green to see, and by them lies the dearest lad that ever blessed a woman's Now we to thee, thou cruel lord, a bluety man I trow thou be, for money a heart thou has made sair, that ne'er did rang to thine or thee. Charlie, he's my darling. 'Twas on a Monday morning, right early in the year, that Charlie came to our town, the young chevalier. Chorus, and Charlie, he's my darling, my darling, my darling Charlie, he's my darling. the young chevalier. As he was walking up the street, the city for to view, oh there he spied a bonny lass the window looking through, and Charlie and see. Sae lights he jumped up the stair, and twirled at the pin and wa sae ready as hersel, to let the laddie in and Charlie and see. He set his Jenny on his knee, all in his Highland dress, for brawly weel he kenned the way to please a bonny lass, and Charlie and see. It's up yon heathery mountain, and down yon scroggy glen, we door na gang a milking for Charlie and his men, and Charlie and see. Bannocks o bear meal. Chorus, bannocks o bear meal, bannocks o barley, here's to the Highlandmen's bannocks o barley. Wha in a brewly will first cry a parley, never the lads why the bannocks o barley, bannocks o bear meal and see. Wha in his wee days were loyal to Charlie, wha but the lads why the bannocks o barley, bannocks o bear meal and see. The Highland Baloo. He Baloo, my sweet wee Donald picture o, the great clan Ronald, brawly kens our wanton chief wha gat my young Highland thief. Lees me on thy bony Craigie, and thou live thou'll steal a nagie, travel the country throw, and bring hame a Carlisle cow. Throw the Lawlands o'er the border, wheel my baby may thou further, harry the lowndes o the leg country, sign to the Highlands hame to me. The Highland Widow's Lament. Oh, I am come to the low country, achan, achan, achri, without a penny in my purse to buy a meal to me. It was na sae in the Highland hills, achan, achan, achri, ni woman in the country wide, sae happy was as me. For then I had a score o kai, achan, achan, achri, feeding on you hill sae high, and giving milk to me. And there I had 30 o yows, achan, achan, achri, skipping on yon bony nose, and casting woo to me. I was the happiest of the clan sair, may I repine, for Donald was the brost man, and Donald he was mine. Till Charlie Stewart came at last, sae far to set us free, my Donald's arm was wanted then for Scotland and for me. Their weefu, fate what need I tell, right to the rang did yield, my Donald and his country fell upon Culloden field. Oh, I am come to the low country, achan, achan, achri, ni woman in the world wide, sae wretched now as me. It was a for our rightfu king. It was a for our rightfu king we left fair Scotland strand. It was a for our rightfu king we e'er saw Irish land, my dear, we e'er saw Irish land. Now a is done that men can do, and a is done in vain, my love and native land farewell, for I maun cross the main, my dear, for I maun cross the main. He turned him right and round about, upon the Irish shore, and gie his bridle reins a shake with adieu for evermore, my dear, and aid you for evermore. The soldier frae the wars returns, the sailor frae the main, but I hae parted frae my love, never to meet again, my dear, never to meet again. When day is gane and night is come, and a folk bound to sleep, I think on him that's far awa, the lee-lang night and weep, my dear, the lee-lang night and weep. Ode for General Washington's birthday. No Spartan tube, no Attic shell, no lyre Yolian I awake. Tease liberty's bold note I swell, thy harp, Columbia, let me take, see gathering thousands while I sing, a broken chain exulting bring and dash it in a tyrant's face and dare him to his very beard, and tell him he no more is feared, no more the despot of Columbia's race. A tyrant's proudest insults brave they shout, a people freed. They hail an empire saved. Where is man's godlike form? Where is that brow erect and bold, that eye that can unmoved behold the wildest rage, the loudest storm that e'er created fury dared to raise avant? Thou caitiff, servile base, that tremblest at a despot's nod, yet, crouching under the iron rod, canst laud the hand that struck th insulting blow. Art thou of man's imperial line, dost boast that countenance divine, each skulking feature answers no. But come, ye sons of liberty, Columbia's offspring, brave as free, in danger's hour still flaming in the van, ye know, and dare maintain the royalty of man. Alfred, on thy starry throne, surrounded by the tuneful choir, the bards that erst have struck the patriot lyre, and roused the freeborn Britain's soul of fire, no more thy England own, dare injured nations form the great design to make detested tyrants bleed. Thy England execrates the glorious deed, beneath her hostile banners waving, every pang of honor braving, England in thunder calls, the tyrant's cause is mine. That hour accursed, how did the fiends rejoice, and hell, through all her confines, raise the exulting voice, that hour which saw the generous English name linked with such damned deeds of everlasting shame. Thee, Caledonia, thy wild heaths among, famed for the martial deed, the heaven-taught song to the eye turn with swimming eyes, where is that soul of freedom fled, immingled with the mighty dead, beneath that hallowed turf where Wallace lies? Hear it not, Wallace. In thy bed of death, ye babbling winds, in silence sweep, disturb not ye the hero's sleep, nor give the coward secret breath. Is this the ancient Caledonian form, firm as the rock, resistless as the storm? Show me that eye which shot immortal hate, blasting the despot's proudest bearing. Show me that arm which, nerved with thundering fate, crushed usurpation's boldest daring. Dark quenched as yonder sinking star, no more that glance lightens afar, that palsied arm no more whirls on the waste of war. Inscription to Miss Graham of Fintry. Here, where the Scottish muse immortal lives, in sacred strains and tuneful numbers joined, accept the gift. Though humble he who gives, rich is the tribute of the grateful mind. So may no ruffian feeling in my breast, discordant, jar thy bosom chords among, but peace attune thy gentle soul to rest, or love, ecstatic, wake his seraph song, or pity's notes in luxury of tears, as modest want the tale of woe reveals, while conscious virtue all the strains endears, and heaven-born piety her sanction seals. On the seas and far away, tune o'er the hills and far away. How can my poor heart be glad when absent from my sailor lad? How can I the thought forgo? He's on the seas to meet the foe. Let me wander, let me rove. Still my heart is with my love. Nightly dreams and thoughts by day are with him that's far away. Chorus. On the seas and far away, on stormy seas and far away, nightly dreams and thoughts by day are I with him that's far away. When in summer noon I faint, as weary flocks around me pant, haply in this scorching sun, my sailor's thundering at his gun. Bullets, spare my only joy, bullets, spare my darling boy. Fate, do with me what you may, spare but him that's far away. On the seas and far away, on stormy seas and far away. Fate, do with me what you may, spare but him that's far away. At the starless, midnight hour, when winter rules with boundless power, as the storms the forests tear, and thunders rend the howling air, listening to the doubling roar surging on the rocky shore, all I can, I weep and pray for his wheel that's far away. On the seas and far away, on stormy seas and far away, all I can, I weep and pray for his wheel that's far away. Peace, thy olive wand extend, and bid wild war his ravage end, man with brother man to meet, and as a brother kindly greet. Then may heave with prosperous gales fill my sailors' welcome sails, to my arms their charge convey. My dear lad that's far away, on the seas and far away, on stormy seas and far away, to my arms their charge convey. My dear lad that's far away. Ca the Yowes to the Knowes, second version. Chorus. Cath Yowes to the Knowes, ca them where the heather grows, ca them where the burnie rose, my Bonie dearie. Hark the mavis eaning sang, sounding Cloudon's woods amang. Then a falding let us gang, my Bonie dearie, ca the Yowes and see. We'll gie down by Cloudon's side, throw the hazels spreading wide, or the waves that sweetly glide to the moon sae clearly, ca the Yowes and see. Yonder Cloudon's silent towers, one where, at moonshine's midnight hours, o'er the dewy bending flowers, fairies dance sae cheery, ca the Yowes and see. Gayest nor bogle shalt thou fear, thou'at to love and heaven sae dear. Knocked of ill may come thee near, my Bonie dearie, ca the Yowes and see. Fair and lovely as thou art, thou hast stout my very heart. I can die, but can apart, my Bonie dearie, ca the Yowes and see. Footnote 1. an old ruin in a sweet situation at the confluence of the Clouden and the Nith. R.B. She says she loes me best of a tune Unog's waterfall. Sae flaxen were her ringlets, her eyebrows of a darker hue, bewitchingly o'erarching twa laughing in o lovely blue, her smiling, Sae wiling. Wad make a wretch forget his woe, what pleasure, what treasure unto these rosy lips to grow. Such was my Chloris' bony face. When first that bony face I saw, and I my Chloris' dearest charm, she says, she laws me best of a. Like harmony her motion, her pretty ankle is a spy betraying fair proportion. Wad make a saint forget the sky, Sae warming, Sae charming. Her faultless form and graceful, air ilk feature, all nature declared that she could do nae mair. Hers are the willing chains, O love, by conquering beauty's sovereign law, and still my Chloris' dearest charm. She says, she laws me best of a. Let others love the city and gaudy show at sunny noon, jie me the lonely valley, the dewy eve and rising moon fair beaming and streaming, her silver light the boughs amming while falling, recalling. The amorous thrush concludes his saying, there, dearest Chloris, wilt thou rove, by wimpling burn and leafy shaw, and hear my vows o' truth and love, and say thou laws me best of a. To Dr. Maxwell. On Miss Jessie Staig's recovery. Maxwell, if merit here you crave, that merit I deny, you save fair Jessie from the grave. An angel could not die. To the beautiful Miss Eliza J. N. On her principles of liberty and equality. How liberty, girl, can it be by thee named? Equality too, hussy, art not ashamed, free and equal indeed, while mankind thou enchainest, and over their hearts a proud despot so reignest. On Chloris, requesting me to give her a spring of blossomed thorn. From the white-blossomed sloe my dear Chloris requested a sprig, her fair breast to adorn. No, by heavens, I exclaimed, let me perish, if ever I plant in that bosom a thorn. On seeing Mrs. Kemble in Jericho. Kemble, thou cursed my unbelief for Moses and his rod. At Jericho's sweet nor of grief, the rock with tears had flowed. Epigram on a country laird. Not quite so wise as Solomon. Bless Jesus Christ, O Cardenesp, with grateful lifted eyes, who taught that not the soul alone but body too shall rise, for had he said the soul alone from death I will deliver, alas, alas. O Cardenas, then hadst thou lain for ever. On being shewn a beautiful country seat, belonging to the same laird. We grant there thine, those beauties all so lovely in our eye, keep them, thou eunuch Cardenas, for others to enjoy. On hearing it asserted falsehood, is expressed in the Reverend Dr. Babington's very looks. That there is a falsehood in his looks I must and will deny. They tell their master is a knave, and sure they do not lie. On a suicide. Earthed up here lies an imp o' hell, planted by Satan's dibble, poor silly wretch, he's damned himsel, to save the Lord the trouble. On a swearing coxcomb. Here cursing, swearing Burton lies, a buck, a bow, or dim my eyes, who in his life did little good, and his last words were dim my blood. On an innkeeper nicknamed the Marquis. Here lies a mock marquis, whose titles were shammed. If ever he rise, it will be to be damned. On Andrew Turner. In 1749, the deal gat stuffed to mack a swine and coosted in a corner, but wilily he changed his plan, and shapped it something like a man, and codded Andrew Turner. Pretty Peg. As I geed up by yon gate end, when day was waxen weary, wha did I meet come down the street, but Pretty Peg, my dearie. Her air sae sweet, and shape complete, why nae proportion wanting. The queen of love did never move, why motion mair enchanting. Why linked hands we took the sands, adown yon winding river, oh, that sweet hour and shady bower, forget it shall I never. Esteem for Chloris. As Chloris, since it may not be, that thou of love wilt hear, if from the lover thou maun flee, yet let the friend be dear. Although I love my Chloris mair than ever tongue could tell, my passion I will ne'er declare, I'll say, I wish thee well. Though of my daily care thou art, and of my nightly dream, I'll hide the struggle in my heart, and say it is esteem. Saw ye my dear, my filly? Tune, when she cam ben she bobbit. Oh, saw ye my dear, my filly? Oh, saw ye my dear, my filly? She's down I the grove, she's why a new love she when a come hame to her Willie. What says she, my dear, my filly? What says she, my dear, my filly? She lets thee to wit she has thee forgot, and forever disowns thee, her Willie. Oh, had I ne'er seen thee, my filly? Oh, had I ne'er seen thee, my filly? As light as the air and faws as thou's fair, thou's broken the heart o' thy Willie. How lang and dreary is the night! How lang and dreary is the night when I am frae my dearie. I restless lie frae e'en to morn, though I were ne'er sae weary. Chorus. For oh, her lanely nights are lang, and oh, her dreams are eerie, and oh, her windowed heart is sair that's absent frae her dearie. When I think on the lightsome days I spent wi' thee, my dearie, and now what seas between us roar, how can I be but eerie, for oh, and see how slow ye move, ye heavy hours, the joyless day how dreary. It was na sae ye glinted by when I was wi' my dearie, for oh, and see. Inconstancy in love. Tune, Duncan Gray. Let not woman e'er complain of inconstancy in love, let not woman e'er complain, fickle man is apt to rove. Look abroad through nature's range, nature's mighty law is change. Ladies, would it not seem strange man should then a monster prove? Mark the winds and mark the skies, ocean's ebb and ocean's flow, sun and moon but set to rise, round and round the seasons go. Why then ask of silly man to oppose great nature's plan? We'll be constant while we can. You can be no more, you know. The lover's morning salute to his mistress. Tune, Dale tack the wars. Sleep'st thou, or wax thou, fairest creature? Rosy morn now lifts his eye, numbering ilka bud which nature waters. Why the tears o' joy now to the streaming fountain, or up the heathy mountain? The hart, hind, and roe freely wildly wanton stray, in twining hazel bowers. Its lay the linnet pours, the laverock to the sky ascends. Why sangs o' joy, while the sun and thou arise to bless the day? Phoebus, gilding the brow of morning, banishes ilk darksome shade, nature, gladdening and adorning, such to me my lovely maid. When frae my Chloris parted, sad, cheerless, broken-hearted, the night's gloomy shades, cloudy, dark, o'ercast my sky. But when she charms my sight, in pride of beauty's light, when thro' my very heart her burning glories dart, 'tis then I wake to life and joy. The winter of life. But lately seen in gladsome green, the woods rejoic the day thro' gentle showers, the laughing flowers in double pride were gay. But now our joys are fled on winter blasts awa, yet maiden May in rich array again shall bring them up. But my white pow, nay kindly thou shall melt the snaws of age, my trunk of isled but bus or baled sinks in time's wintry rage. Oh, age has weary days and nights o' sleepless pain. Thou golden time, O youthful prime, why comes thou not again? Behold, my love, how green the groves. Tune, my lodging is on the cold ground. Behold, my love, how green the groves, the primrose banks how fair. The balmy gales awake the flowers, and wave thy flowing hair. The lavrock shuns the palace gay, and o'er the cottage sings, for nature smiles as sweet, I ween, to shepherds as to kings. Let minstrels sweep the skilful string, in lordly lighted ha. The shepherd stops his simple reed, blithe in the birken shaw. The princely revel may survey our rustic dance why scorn, but are their hearts as light as ours, beneath the milk-white thorn? The shepherd in the flowery glen, in shepherd's phrase, will woo. The courtier tells a finer tale, but is his heart as true? These wildwood flowers I've pooed, to deck that spotless breast o' thine. The courtier's gems may witness love, but 'tis na love like mine. The charming month of May. Tune, Dainty Davy. It was the charming month of May, when all the flowers were fresh and gay. One morning, by the break of day, the youthful, charming Chloe. From peaceful slumber she arose, girt on her mantle and her hose, and o'er the flowery mead she goes, the youthful, charming Chloe. Chorus. Lovely was she by the dawn, youthful Chloe, charming Chloe, tripping o'er the pearly lawn, the youthful, charming Chloe. The feathered people you might see perched all around on every tree. In notes of sweetest melody they hail the charming Chloe, till, painting gay the eastern skies, the glorious sun began to rise, outrivaled by the radiant eyes of youthful, charming Chloe. Lovely was she, and see. Lassie why the lint white locks. Tune Rothamerche's Rant. Chorus. Lassie with lint white locks, Bonie lassie, artless lassie, wilt thou why me tent the flocks, wilt thou be my dearie o? Now nature cleeds the flowery lay, and O is young and sweet like thee, O wilt thou share its joys why me, and say thou'lt be my dearie o? Lassie why the and see. The primrose bank, the wimpling burn, the cuckoo on the milk-white thorn, the wanton lambs at early morn shall welcome thee, my dearie o, lassie why the and see. And when the welcome simmer shower has cheered ilk drooping little flower, wheel to the breathing woodbine bower, at sultry noon, my dearie o, lassie why the and see. When Cynthia lights, why silver ray, the weary shearers hameward way throw, yellow waving fields will stray, and talk o love, my dearie o, lassie why the and see. And when the howling wintry blast disturbs my lassie's midnight rest, and clasped to my faithful breast, I'll comfort thee, my dearie o, lassie why the and see. Dialogue song Philly and Willie. Tune The Sow's Tale to Geordie. He, O Philly, happy be that day, when roving thro' the gathered hay my youthful heart was stown away, and by thy charms, my Philly. She, O Willie, I bless the grove where first I owned my maiden love, whilst thou did pledge the powers above, to be my ain dear Willie. Both, for the joys that Gowd can jye, I dinna care a single fly. The lad I loves the lad for me, the lass I love, the lass for me, and that's my ain dear Willie, and that's my ain dear Philly. He, as songsters of the early year, are ilka day mair sweet to hear, so ilka day to me mair dear and charming is my Philly. She, as on the briar the budding rose, still richer breathes and fairer blows, so in my tender bosom grows the love I bear my Willie. Both, for the joys and see. He, the milder sun and bluer sky that crown my harvest cares why joy, were ne'er sae welcome to my eye as is a sight o' Philly. She, the little swallow's wanton wing, though, wafting o'er the flowery spring, did ne'er to me sick tidings bring as meeting o' my Willie. Both, for other joys and see. He, the bee that thro' the sunny hour sips nectar in the opening flower, compared why my delight is poor, upon the lips o' Philly. She, the woodbine and the dewy wheat, when evening shades in silence meet, is knocked sae fragrant or sae sweet as is a kiss o' Willie. Both, for the joys and see. He, let fortune's wheel at random rin, and fools may tine and knaves may win. My thoughts are bound up in ain, and that's my ain dear Philly. She, what's of the joys that Gowd can jye, I dinna care a single fly. The lad I loves the lad for me, and that's my ain dear Willie. Both, for the joys and see. Contented why, little and canty why mare. Tune Lumps o' Puddin'. Contented why little, and canty why mare. Whene'er I forgather why sorrow and care, I jye them a skelp as they're creeping alang. Why a cog o' gude swats in an auld Scottish saying chorus. Contented why little and see. I whiles claw the elbow o' troublesome thought, but man is a sojer and life is a fought. My mirth and gude humor are coin in my pouch, and my freedom's my lairdship nae monarch dare touch. Contented why little and see. A townmend o' trouble should that be may fa, a knight o' gude fellowship sothers it when at the blithe end o' our journey at last, wha the deal ever thinks o' the road he has passed, contented why little and see. Blind chance, let her snapper and stoit on her way, bet to me, bet frae me, e'en let the jade gie, come ease or come travail, come pleasure or pain, my worst word is, welcome and welcome again. contented why little and see. Farewell thou stream, ere Nancy's to the greenwood gain. Farewell thou stream that winding flows around Eliza's dwelling, O memory. Spare the cruel throes within my bosom swelling, condemned to drag a hopeless chain, and yet in secret languish, to feel a fire in every vein, nor dare disclose my anguish. Love's veriest wretch unseen, unknown, I fain my griefs would cover, the bursting sigh, unweeting groan betray the hapless lover. I know thou doom'st me to despair, nor wilt, nor canst relieve me. But, O Eliza, hear one prayer, for pity's sake forgive me. The music of thy voice I heard, nor wist while it enslaved me. I saw thine eyes, yet nothing feared, till fears no more had salved me. Unwary sailor thus, aghast the wheeling torrent viewing, mid circling horrors sinks at last, in overwhelming ruin. Canst thou leave me thus, my Katie? Tune, Roy's wife. Chorus, canst thou leave me thus, my Katie? Canst thou leave me thus, my Katie? Well thou know'st my aching heart, and canst thou leave me thus for pity? Is this thy plighted, fond regard, thus cruelly to part, my Katie? Is this thy faithful swain's reward, an aching, broken heart, my Katie? Canst thou leave me and see? Farewell, and ne'er such sorrows tear that fickle heart of thine, my Katie. Thou mayst find those will love thee dear, but not a love like mine, my Katie. Canst thou leave me and see? My Nanny's awa. Tune, there'll never be peace till Jamie comes hame. Now in her green mantle blithe nature arrays, and listens the lambkins that bleat o'er her braes, while birds warble welcomes in ilka green shaw. But to me it's delightless, my Nanny's awa. The snowdrop and primrose our woodlands adorn, and violets bathe in the wheat o' the morn. They pain my sad bosom, sweetly they blaw, they mind me o' Nanny, and Nanny's awa. Thou lavrock that springs frae the dews of the lawn, the shepherd to warn o' the grey-breaking dawn, and thou mellow mavis that hails the night-fa, give over for pity, my Nanny's awa. Come autumn, pensive in yellow and grey, and soothe me why tidings o' nature's decay. The dark, dreary winter and wild driving snaw lane can delight me, now Nanny's awa. The teardrop. Wee is my heart, and the tears in my lang. Lang has joy been a stranger to me. Forsaken and friendless, my burden I bear, and the sweet voice o' pity ne'er sounds in my ear. Love, thou hast pleasures, and deep hae I loved. Love, thou hast sorrows, and sair hae I proved. But this bruised heart that now bleeds in my breast, I can feel by its throbbings will soon be at rest. Oh, if I were happy I hae been, down by yon stream and yon bonny castle green, for there he is wandering and musing on me, while wad soon dry the teardrop that clings to my For the sake o' somebody. My heart is sair, I dare na tell, my heart is sair for somebody. I could wake a winter night for the sake o' somebody, o han, for somebody, o hey, for somebody. I could range the world around for the sake o' somebody. Ye powers that smile on virtuous love, oh sweetly smile on somebody, free ilka danger keep him free, and send me safe my somebody, o han. For somebody, o hey, for somebody, I wad do, what wad I not for the sake o' somebody. A man's a man for a that. Tune for a that. Is there for honest poverty that hings his head, and a that, the coward slave. We pass him by, we dare be poor for a that, and a that. Our toils obscure, and a that the rank is but the guinea's stamp, the man's the gowd for a that. What though on hamely fare we dine, wear hodden grey, and a that, jai fools their silks and knaves their wine. A man's a man for a that, and a that, their tinsel show, and a that, the honest man, though sae poor, is king o' men for a that. Ye see yon Berkey, caught a lord, wha struts and stares, and a that, though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for a that, and a that. His ribband, star, and a that. The man o' independent mind, he looks and laughs at a that. A prince can mack a belted knight, a marquis, duke, and a that. But an honest man's upon his might gued faith he mauna fa that for a that and a that their dignities and a that the pith o sense and pride o worth are higher rank than a that. Then let us pray that come it may, as come it will for a that sense and worth o'er a the earth shall bear the gree and a that. For a that and a that it's coming yet for a that man to man the world o'er shall brothers be for a that. Craigieburn Wood. Sweet fa's the eve on Craigieburn, and blithe awakes the morrow, but the pride o' spring's return can yield me naught but sorrow. I see the flowers and spreading trees, I hear the wild birds singing, but what a weary wight can please, and care his bosom wringing? Fain, fain would I my griefs impart, yet dare na for your anger, but secret love will break my heart, if I conceal it langer. If thou refuse to pity me, if thou shalt love another, when yon green leaves fade frae the tree, around my grave they'll wither. Versicles of 1795. The Solemn League and Covenant. The Solemn League and Covenant now brings a smile, now brings a tear, but sacred freedom too was theirs. If thou art a slave, indulge thy sneer. Compliments of John Syme of Ryedale. Line sent with a present of a dozen of porter. O had the malt thy strength of mind, or hops the flavor of thy wit, tweer drink for first of humankind, a gift that e'en for Syme were fit. Jerusalem Tavern, Dumfries. Inscription on a goblet. There's death in the cup, so beware, nay, more, there is danger in touching, but who can avoid the fell snare, the man and his wine so bewitching? Apology for declining an invitation to dine. No more of your guests, be they titled or not, and cookery the first in the nation, who is proof to thy personal converse and wit, is proof to all other temptation. Epitaph for Mr. Gabriel Richardson. Here brewer Gabriel's fires extinct, and empty all his barrels he's blessed, if as he brewed he drink in upright honest morals. Epigram on Mr. James Gracie. Gracie, thou art a man of worth, O be thou dean for ever. May he be damned to hell henceforth, who fouts thy weight or measure. Bonie Pegaramps. Called is the N in blast, O Boreas o'er the pool, and Dowen it is dreary, when birks are bare at Yule. Called Blaws the N in blast, when bitter bites the frost, and in the murk and dreary drift, the hills and glens are lost. Ne'er sa murky blew the night that drifted o'er the hill, but Bonie Pegaramse gat grist to her mill. Inscription at Friars Cars Hermitage. To the memory of Robert Riddell. To Riddell, much lamented man, this ivied cot was dear, wanderer dost value matchless worth, this ivied cot revere. There was a Bonie lass. There was a Bonie lass and a Bonie lass, and she lod her Bonie laddie dear, till war's loud alarms tore her laddie frae her arms, why money a sigh and tear. Over sea, over shore, where the cannons loudly roar, he still was a stranger to fear, and knocked could him quail or his bosom assail, but the Bonie lass he lod sae dear. Wee Willie Gray. Tune Wee Totham Fog. Wee Willie Gray and his leather wallet peel a willow wand to be him boots and jacket. The rose upon the braer will be him trews and doublet. The rose upon the braer will be him trews and doublet. Wee Willie Gray and his leather wallet. Twice a lily flower will be him sark and cravat. Feathers of a flea wad feather up his bonnet. Feathers of a flea wad feather up his bonnet. Oh, I my wife she dang me. Chorus, oh, I my wife she dang me, and aft my wife she banged me. If ye jie a woman a her will gued faith, she'll soon o'ergang ye. On peace and rest my mind was bent, and fool I was, I married, but never honest man's intent saying cursedly miscarried. Oh, I my wife and see. Some sary comfort at the last, when a third days are done, man, my pains, oh, hell on earth is past. I'm sure, oh, bliss aboon, man, oh, I my wife and see. Gude ale keeps the heart aboon. Chorus, oh, gude ale comes and gude ale goes. Gude ale gars me sell my hose, and pawn my shoon. Gude ale keeps my heart aboon. I had sacks owsed in a plug, and they drew a wheel enog. I selled them a just ane by ane. Gude ale keeps the heart aboon. O gude ale comes and see. Gude ale hods me bare and busy, gars me moop why the servant hizzy, stand I the stool when I hae done. Gude ale keeps the heart aboon. O gude ale comes and see. O steer her up and hod her gone. O steer her up and hod her gone. Her mither s at the mill, Joe, and gin she win attack a man, and let her tack her will, Joe. First shore her why a gentle kiss, and ca another gill, Joe, and gin she tack the thing amiss, and let her flight her fill, Joe. O steer her up and be na blate, and gin she tack it ill, Joe, then leave the lassie till her fate, and time nae langer spill, Joe, ne'er break your heart for I rebute, but think upon it still, Joe, that gin the lassie win a dot, ye'll find another will, Joe. The Lass O Killiecrankie. Tune Jack O Latin. Gat ye me, O gat ye me. O gat ye me why neathing, rock and reel and spinning wheel a mickle quarter basin. By a tour my gutcher has a hike house and a lach ain a, for by my bony cell, the toss O Killiecrankie. O haud your tongue now, lucky lang. O haud your tongue, and Johnner I held the gate till you I met. Sign I began to wander. I tint my whistle and my sang, I tint my peace and pleasure, but your green graph, now lucky lang, wad airt me to my treasure. O let me in these I night. O lassie, are ye sleepin' yet, or are ye walkin', I wad wit, for love has bound me hand and fit, and I would fain be in, Joe. Chorus, O let me in this I night, this I night. O let me in this I night, I'll no come back again, Joe. O hear'st thou not the wind and wheat, ne star blinks thro' the driving sleet, tack pity on my weary feet, and shield me frae the rain, Joe. O let me in and see. The bitter blast that round me blaws, unheeded howls, unheeded fa's the coldness, O, thy heart's the cause of my care and pine, Joe. O let me in and see. Her answer, O tell na me, O wind and rain, upbraid na me why called disdain. Gie back the gate ye cam again, I winna let ye in, Joe. Chorus, I tell you now this I night, this I night, and ance for this I night, I winna let ye in, Joe. The snellest blast at murkest hours, that round the pathless wanderer pours, is knocked to what poor she endures, that's trusted faithless man, Joe. I tell you now and see. The sweetest flower that decked the mead, now trodden like the vilest weed. Let simple maid the lesson read, the weird may be her ain, Joe. I tell you now and see. The bird that charmed his summer day is now the cruel fowler's prey. Let witless, trusting woman say how after fate's the same, Joe. I tell you now and see. I'll ca in by yon town. I'll gang nae mair to yon town. Chorus, I'll ca in by yon town, and by yon garden green again. I'll ca in by yon town, and see my Bonie Jean again. There's nane Saul ken, there's nane can guess what brings me back the gate again. But she my fairest faithful lass, and stoundlands we saw meet again. I'll ca in and see. She'll wander by the akin tree, when Tristan time draws near again, and when her lovely form I see, O haith, she's doubly dear again. I'll ca in and see. O what ye was in yon town. Tune, I'll gang nae mair to yon town. Chorus, O what ye was in yon town, ye see the in sun upon, the dearest maids in yon town, that evening sun is shining on. Now haply down yon gay green shaw she wanders by yon spreading tree. How blessed ye flowers that round her blaw ye catch the glances o' her O what ye was and see. How blessed ye birds that round her sing, and welcome in the blooming year, and doubly welcome be the spring, the season to my Jeannie dear. O what ye was and see. The sun blinks blithe on yon town, among the broomy braes sae green, but my delight in yon town, and dearest pleasure is my Jean. O what ye was and see. Without my fair, not o' the charms o' paradise could yield me joy, but give me Jeannie in my arms and welcome Lapland's dreary sky. O what ye was and see. My cave wad be a lover's bower, though raging winter rent the air, and she a lovely little flower, that I wad tent and shelter there. O wat ye wa s and see. O sweet is she in yon town, the sinkin' sun's gain down upon, a fairer than's in yon town his setting beam ne'er shone upon. O wat ye wa s and see. If angry fate is sworn my foe, and suffering I am doomed to bear, I careless quit aught else below but spare, O spare me Jeannie dear. O wat ye wa s and see. For while life's dearest blood is warm, ye thought frae her shall ne'er depart, and she as fairest is her form, she has the truest, kindest heart. O wat ye wa s and see. Ballads on Mr. Heron's Election, 1795. Ballad first. Whom will you send to London town, to Parliament and a that? Or wa and a, the country round the best deserves to fa that, for a that. And a that throw Galloway and a that. Where is the laird or belted knight the best deserves to fa that? Wa sees carriageries open yet, and wa ist never saw that. Wa ever why carriagey met, and has a doubt of a that for a that, and a that, here's Heron yet for a that, the independent patriot, the honest man, and a that. Though wit and worth in either sex St. Mary's Isle can shaw that, why dukes and lords let Selkirk mix, and weel does Selkirk fa that, for a that, and a that, here's Heron yet for a that, the independent commoner shall be the man for a that. But why should we to nobles jouk, and ist against the law that? For why a lord may be a gowk, why ribband, star, and a that for a that, and a that, here's Heron yet for a that. A lord may be a lousy lown, why ribband, star, and a that. A beardless boy comes o'er the hills, why uncle's purse, and a that. But we'll hae ane frae mang ourselves a man we ken, and a that, for a that, and a that, here's Heron yet for a that, for we're not to be bought and sold, like nags and nout, and a that. Then let us drink, the Stortree Carriageries laird, and a that, our representative to be, for weel he's worthy o' that, for a that, and a that, here's Heron yet for a that. A House of Commons such as he, they wad be blessed that saw that. Ballad second, Election Day. Tune, Fie, let us a to the bridal. Fie, let us a to Kirkcudbright, for there will be by Karen there, for Murray's light horse are to muster. And oh how the heroes will swear, and there will be Murray commander, and Gordon the battle to win, like brothers they'll stand by each other, sae knit in alliance and kin. And there will be Blacknebbit Johnny, the tongue o' the trump to them, and he get na hell for his hadden, the deal gets na justice ava. And there will be Kempleton's Berkey, a boy no sae black at the bane, but as to his fine nabob fortune, we'll e'en let the subject alane. And there will be Wigton's new sheriff, Dame Justice Foo. Brawley has sped, she's gotten the heart of a Bushby, but Lord, what's become o' the head? And there will be Cardonis, Esquire, sae mighty in Cardonis' eyes, a wight that will weather damnation, the devil the prey will despise. And there will be Douglas's Doughty, new christening towns far and near, abjuring their Democrat doings by kissin' the O appear. And there will be folk frae St. Mary's a house o' great merit and note, the deal ane but honors them highly, the deal ane will gie them his vote. And there will be Kenmure sae generous, whose honor is proof to the storm, to save them from stark reprobation, he lent them his name in the firm. And there will be lads o' the gospel, Muirhead wa s as gude as he's true, and there will be Buettle's apostle, was mair o' the black than the blue. And there will be Logan Mdahall, skullduggery, and he will be there, and also the wild Scot o' Galloway, sogering Gunpowder Blair. But we winna mention Redcastle, the body, e'en let him escape, he'd venture the gallows for siller, and tweer na the cost o' the rape. But where is the Doggerbank hero that made Hogan Mogan to skulk? Poor Keith's gained to hell to be fuel, the auld rotten wreck of a hulk, and where is our king's Lord Lieutenant, sae famed for his grateful return, the Berkey is gettin', his questions to say in St. Stephen's the morn. But mark ye, there's trusty Carritree, whose honor was ever his law if the virtues were packed in a parcel, his worth might be sample for a, and Strang and Respectful's his backing, the mayest o the lairds why him stand, ne gypsy-like nominal barons, was properties paper, not land. And there, frae the Nithisdale borders, the Maxwells will gather in droves, Tug Jockey, staunch Geordie, and Wellwood, that greens for the fishes and loaves, and there will be Heron, the major, wall ne'er be forgot in the Greys. Our flattery will keep for some other, him, only it's justice to praise. And there will be Maiden Kilkerran, and also Barskiming's Gude Knight, and there will be Roarin' Birtwhistle, yet luckily roars I the right. And there'll be Stamp Office Johnny, tack tent how ye purchase a dram. And there will be gay Cassincarry, and there'll be Gleg Colonel Tam. And there'll be wealthy young Richard, Dame Fortune should hing by the neck for prodigal, thriftless bestowing. His merit had won him respect. And there will be rich brother Nabobs, though Nabobs, yet men not the worst, and there will be Colliston's Whiskers and Quinton, a lad o' the first. Then Hae, the chaste interest o' Broughton and Hae, for the blessings 'twill bring, it may send Bomeggy to the Commons. In Sodom 'twould make him a king and Hae. For the sanctified Murray our land wide chapels has stored. He foundered his horse among harlots, but jied the auld nag to the Lord. Ballad Third. John Bushby's Lamentation. Tune, Babes in the Wood. 'Twas in the 1700 o' grace, and 95. That year I was the weest man of ony man alive. In March the 23 morn, the sun rays clear and bright, but oh, I was a weefu man ere to fa o the night. Earl Galloway lang did rule this land, why, equal right and fame, and thereto was his kinsman joined, the Murray's noble name. Earl Galloway's man o' men was I, and chief o' Broughton's host, so twa blind beggars on a string, the faithfu' tyke will trust. But now Earl Galloway's scepter's broke, and Broughton's why the slain, and I my ancient craft may try sin, honesty is gain. 'Twas by the banks o' Bonie Dee, beside Kirkcudbright's towers, the Stuart and the Murray there did muster o' their powers. Then Murray on the auld grey yod, why winged spurs did ride, that auld grey yod a Nidstill raid, he staw upon Nidside. And there had na been the Earl himsel o there had been nae play, but Garley's was to London gain, and Sae the Kai might stray. And there was Bomeggy, I ween in front rank he wad shine, but Bomeggy had better been drinkin' Madeira wine. And frae Glenkins cam to our aid a chief o' doughty deed, in case that worth should wanted be, o Kenmure we had need. And by our banners marched Muirhead, and Bewdle was na slack, wace holly priesthood nane could stain, for wha could dye the black. And there was grave Squire Cardenas, looked on till it was done, Sae in the tower o Cardenas a Howlet sits at noon. And there led I the Bushby clan my gamesome Billy, Will, and my son Maitland, wise as brave, my footsteps followed still. The Douglas and the Heron's name, we set not to their score, the Douglas and the Heron's name had felt our weight before. But Douglas's weight had we the pair o lusty lairds, for building cot houses Sae famed and christening Kyle yards. And their Redcastle drew his sword, that ne'er was stained why gore, save on a wanderer lame and blind, to drive him frae his door. And last cam Creepin Colliston, was mair in fear than wrath, a knave was constant in his mind, to keep that knave frae scathe. Inscription for an altar of independence. At Carritree, the seat of Mr. Heron. Thou of an independent mind, with soul resolved, with soul resigned, prepared power's proudest frown to brave, who wilt not be, nor have a slave, virtue alone who dost revere, thy own reproach alone dost fear, approach this shrine and worship here. The Cardin O.T., the Spinnin O.T. I coughed a stain o Haslock woo, to mac a wob to Johnny O.T., for Johnny is my only Joe, I loe him best of ony yet. Chorus, the Cardin O.T., the Spinnin O.T., the Warpin O.T., the Winnin O.T., when Ilka L cost me a groat, the tailor staw the linen O.T. For though his locks be lyart grey, and though his brow be belled aboon, yet I hae seen him on a day, the pride of the parishin, the Carden O.T. and C. The Cooper O. Cuddy. Tune Babbitt the Boaster. Chorus, we'll hide the Cooper behint the door, behint the door, behint the door. We'll hide the Cooper behint the door, and cover him under a maun o. The Cooper O. Cuddy came here awa, he cawed the gurs out o'er us, and our gudewife has gotten a caw that's angered the silly gudeman o. We'll hide the Cooper and see. He sought them out, he sought them in, why deal hae her, and deal hae him, but the body he was sae doited and blin, he wist na where he was gone o. We'll hide the Cooper and see. They coopered at e'en, they coopered at morn, till our gudeman has got the scorn on ilka brow she's planted a horn, and swears that there they saw stan o. We'll hide the Cooper and see. The lass that made the bed to me. When Januar wind was blowing cold, as to the north I took my way, the mirksome night did me infald, I knew na where to lodge till day. By my gude luck a maid I met, just in the middle o' my care, and kindly she did me invite to walk into a chamber fair. I bowed fu low unto this maid and thanked her for her courtesy. I bowed fu low unto this maid, and bade her make a bed to me. She made the bed baith large and wide, twa white hands she spread it down, she put the cup to her rosy lips and drank. Young man, now sleep ye sound. Chorus, the Bonie lass made the bed to me, the braw lass made the bed to me. I'll ne'er forget till the day I die, the lass that made the bed to me. She snatched the candle in her hand, and frae my chamber went wi speed, but I called her quickly back again to lay some mare below my head. A cod she laid below my head, and served me with due respect, and to salute her wi a kiss, I put my arms about her neck, the Bonie lass, and see. Haud off your hands, young man, she said, and dinna sae uncivil be, gif ye hae ony love for me, o rang na my virginity. Her hair was like the lynx o gowd, her teeth were like the ivory, her cheeks like lilies dipped in wine, the lass that made the bed to me, the Bonie lass, and see. Her bosom was the driven snaw, twa drifted heaps sae fair to see, her limbs the polished marble stain, the lass that made the bed to me. I kissed her o'er and o'er again, and she wist na what to say. I laid her tween me and the wa, the lassie thocht na lang till day, the Bonie lass, and see. Upon the morrow when we rase, I thanked her for her courtesy, but she blushed and she sighed and said, Alas, ye have ruined me. I clasped her waist and kissed her sign, while the tears stood twinkling in her I said, My lassie, dinna cry, for ye I shall make the bed to me, the Bonie lass, and see. She took her mither's holland sheets, and made them in sarks to me, blithe and merry may she be, the lass that made the bed to me. Chorus, the Bonie lass made the bed to me, the braw lass made the bed to me. I'll ne'er forget till the day I die, the lass that made the bed to me. Had I the white, she bade me. Had I the white, had I the white, had I the white. She bade me, she watched me by the Highgate side, and up the lone she shawed me. And when I wadna venture in, a coward loon she cawed me. Had kirk and state been in the gate, I'd lighted when she bade me. Sae craftily she took me ben, and bade me mak nae clatter, for our Ramganshock glum gudeman is o'er ayont the water. Weir shall say I wanted grace, when I did kiss and daught her, let him be planted in my place, signs say I was the fodder. Could I for shame, could I for shame, could I for shame refused her, and wadna manhood been to blame, had I unkindly used her. He clawed her why the rippling came, and blee and Brew'd bruised her, when sick a husband was frae hame. What wife but wad excused her? I dighted I her een sae blue, and banned the cruel Randy, and weel I wot, her willin' moo was sweet as sugar candy. At Glomanshot it was I wot, I lighted on the Monday, but I cam throw the Tysidays due to wanton Willie's brandy. Does haughty Gaul invasion threat? Tune push about the Jorum. Does haughty Gaul invasion threat? Then let the lounds beware, sir. There's wooden walls upon our seas and volunteers on shore, sir. The Nith shall run to Corsican, and criffle sink in Solway. Ere we permit a foreign foe on British ground to rally, we'll ne'er permit a foreign foe on British ground to rally. Oh, let us not, like snarling curs, in wrangling be divided, till slap, come in an unco lown, and why a rung decided. Be Britain still to Britain true, among ourselves united, for never but by British hands maun British rangs be righted. No, never but by British hands shall British rangs be righted. The kettle o' the kirk and state, perhaps a clout may fail in't, but deal a foreign tinkler loun shall ever can nail in't. Our fathers blued the kettle bought, and wad dare to spoil it by heathens. The sacrilegious dog shall fuel be to boil it by heathens. The sacrilegious dog shall fuel be to boil it. The wretch that would a tyrant own, and the wretch his true-born brother, who would set the mob aboon the throne, may they be damned together. Who will not sing God Save the King, shall hang as high's the steeple. But while we sing God Save the King, we'll ne'er forget the people. But while we sing God Save the King, we'll ne'er forget the people. Address to the woodlark. Tune Loch Errock side. O stay, sweet warbling woodlark, stay, nor quit for me the trembling spray. A hapless lover courts thy lay, thy soothing, fond complaining. Again, again that tender part, that I may catch thy melting art, for surely that wad touch her heart wha kills me why disdaining. Say, was thy little mate unkind, and heard thee as the careless wind, oh, knocked but love and sorrow joined, sick notes o' woe could walk in. Thou tells o' never-ending care, o' speechless grief and dark despair. For pity's sake, sweet bird, nay mair, or my poor heart is broken. Song on Chloris being ill. Tune I walkin' o. Chorus, long, long the night, heavy comes the morrow, while my soul's delight is on her bed of sorrow. Can I cease to care? Can I cease to languish, while my darling fair is on the couch of anguish, long, long and see? Every hope is fled, every fear is terror, slumber even I dread, every dream is horror, long, long and see. Hear me, powers divine, oh, in pity, hear me, take aught else of mine, but my Chloris spare me, long, long and see. How cruel are the parents. Altered from an old English song, tune, John Anderson, my Joe. How cruel are the parents who riches only prize, and to the wealthy booby poor woman sacrifice. Meanwhile, the hapless daughter has but a choice of strife, to shun a tyrant father's hate, become a wretched wife. The ravening hawk pursuing, the trembling dove thus flies, to shun impelling ruin awhile her pinions tries, till, of escape despairing, no shelter or retreat, she trusts the ruthless falconer, and drops beneath his feet. Mark yonder pomp of costly fashion, ere they'll tack the wars. Mark yonder pomp of costly fashion round the wealthy, titled bride, but when compared with real passion, poor is all that princely pride. Mark yonder and see, 4 lines repeated. What are the showy treasures, what are the noisy pleasures, the gay, gaudy glare of vanity and art? The polished jewels blaze may draw the wondering gaze, and courtly grandeur bright the fancy may delight, but never, never can come near the heart. But did you see my dearest Chloris in simplicity's array, lovely as yonder sweet opening flower is, shrinking from the gaze of day? But did you see and see? Oh, then the heart alarming, and all resistless charming, in love's delightful fetters she chains the willing soul. Ambition would disown the world's imperial crown, even avarice would deny his worshipped deity, and feel throw every vain love's raptures roll. 'Twasna her bonny blue tune, laddie, lie near me. 'Twasna her bonny blue was my ruin, fair though she be, that was ne'er my undoin'. 'Twas the dear smile when naebody did mind us, 'twas the bewitching, sweet, stound glance o' kindness. 'Twas the bewitching, sweet, stound glance o' kindness. Sair do I fear that to hope is denied me, sair do I fear that despair maun abide me. But though fell fortune should fate us to sever, queen shall she be in my bosom for ever, queen shall she be in my bosom for ever. Chloris, I'm thine why, a passion sincerest, and thou hast plighted me love o' the dearest, and thou'rt the angel that never can alter, sooner the sun in his motion would falter, sooner the sun in his motion would falter. Their groves, O sweet myrtle. Tune, humours of Glen. Their groves, O sweet myrtle, let foreign lands reckon, where bright beaming summers exalt the perfume. Far dearer to me yon lone glen, O green brecken, why, the burn stealing under the lang, yellow broom. Far dearer to me are yon humble broom bowers where the bluebell and gowan lurk, lowly, unseen, for there, lightly tripping among the wild flowers, listening the linnet, aft wanders my Jean. Though rich is the breeze in their gay, sunny valleys, and called Caledonia's blast on the wave, their sweet-scented woodlands that skirt the proud palace, what are they? The haunt of the tyrant and slave. The slave's spicy forests and gold-bubbling fountains. The brave Caledonian views wide disdain. He wanders as free as the winds of his mountains, save love's willing fetters, the chains of his Jean. Forlorn, my love, no comfort near. Let me in this night. Forlorn, my love, no comfort near, far, far from thee, I wander here, far, far from thee, the fates severe, at which I most repine, love. Chorus, O wert thou, love, but near me, but near, near, near me, how kindly thou wouldst cheer me, and mingle sighs with mine, love. Around me scowls a wintry sky, blasting each bud of hope and joy, and shelter, shade, nor home have I save in these arms of thine, love. O wert thou and see. Cold, altered friendship's cruel part, to poison fortune's ruthless dart, let me not break thy faithful heart, and say that fate is mine, love. O wert thou and see. But dreary though the moments fleet, O let me think we yet shall meet, that only ray of solace sweet can on thy chloris shine, love. O wert thou and see. Fragment, why tell the lover? Tune, Caledonian hunt's delight. Why tell thy lover bliss he never must enjoy? Why undeceive him, and give all his hopes the lie? Oh, why, while fancy, raptured slumbers, chloris all the theme, why wouldst thou, cruel, wake thy lover from his dream? The Braw Wooer. Tune, the Lothian lassie. Last May a braw wooer cam down the lang glen, and sair why his love he did deave me. I said, there was neething I hated like men. The deuce gie whim to believe me, the deuce gie whim to believe me. He spak o' the darts in my bony black een, and vowed for my love he was deein'. I said, he might die when he liked for Jean. The Lord forgie me for Leon, the Lord forgie me for Leon. A wheel-stocked mailin, himsel for the laird and marriage afhand, were his proffers. I never loot on that I kenned it or card, but thought I might hae war offers, but thought I might hae war offers. But what wad ye think? In a fortnight or less, the deal tak his taste to gie near her. He up the gate slack to my black cousin Bess. Guess ye how the jad I could bear her, guess ye how the jad I could bear her. But the neist week, as I petted why care, I gied to the tryst o' Dalgarnock. But my fine fickle wooer was there. I glowered as I'd seen a warlock, I glowered as I'd seen a warlock. But o'er my left shouther I gie him a blink, lest neebors might say I was saucy. My wooer he capered as he'd been in drink, and vowed I was his dear lassie, and vowed I was his dear lassie. I speered for my cousin Fu, couthie and sweet gin she had recovered her hearin', and how her new shoon fit her auld shachelt feet, but heavens, how he fell a swearin', but heavens, how he fell a swearin'. He begged for Gude's sake I wad be his wife, or else I wad kill him. Why sorrow, so e'en to preserve the poor body in life. I think I maun wed him tomorrow, I think I maun wed him tomorrow. This is no my ain lassie. Tune, this is no my house. Chorus, this is no my ain lassie, fair though the lassie be. Weel ken I my ain lassie, kind love is in her ear. I see a form, I see a face, ye weel may why the fairest place. It wants to me the witching grace, the kind love that's in her this is no my ain and see. She's bony, blooming, straight and tall, and lang has had my heart in thrall, and it charms my very soul, the kind love that's in her This is no my ain and see. A thief sae pawky is my gene to steal a blink by a unseen, but gleg as light are lovers een, when kind love is in her This is no my ain and see. It may escape the courtly sparks, it may escape the learned clerks, but well the watching lover marks the kind love that's in her eye. This is no my ain and see. O Bonie was yon rosy briar. O Bonie was yon rosy briar, that blooms sae far frae haunt o man, and Bonie she, and how dear it shaded frae the in sun. Yon rosebuds in the morning dew, how pure, among the leaves sae green, but purer was the lover's vow they witnessed in their shade yestreen. All in its rude and prickly bower, that crimson rose, how sweet and fair, but love is far a sweeter flower, amid life's thorny path o' care. The pathless, wild, and wimpling burn, why Chloris in my arms be mine, and I the world nor wish nor scorn, its joys and griefs alike resign. Song inscribed to Alexander Cunningham. Now spring has clad the grove in green, and strewed the lea flowers. The furrowed, waving corn is seen rejoice in fostering showers, while ilka thing in nature join their sorrows to forgo. Oh, why thus all alone are mine the weary steps woe. The trout in yonder wimpling burn that glides, a silver dart, and safe beneath the shady thorn defies the angler's art. My life was ants that careless stream, that wanton trout was I, but love, why, unrelenting beam, has scorched my fountains dry. That little floweret's peaceful lot, in yonder cliff that grows, which, save the linnet's flight, I wot, ne ruder visit knows, was mine till love has o'er me passed, and blighted a my bloom, and now, beneath the withering blast, my youth and joy consume. The wakened lavrock warbling springs, and climbs the early sky, winnowing blithe his dewy wings in morning's rosy eye, as little recked I sorrow's power, until the flowery snare o' witching love in luckless hour made me the thrall o' care. Oh, had my fate been Greenland snows, or Afric's burning zone, women and nature leagued my foes, so Peggy ne'er I'd known, the wretch whose doom is hope nae mair, what tongue his woes can tell, within waste bosom, save despair, ne kinder spirits dwell. Oh, that's the lassie o' my heart. Tune Morag. Oh, wot ye wa that laws me and has my heart a keeping, oh, sweet is she that laws me, as dews o' summer weeping, in tears the rosebud steeping. Chorus, oh, that's the lassie o' my heart, my lassie ever dearer, oh, she's the queen o' womankind, and ne'er a ane to peer her. If thou shalt meet a lassie, in grace and beauty charming, that e'en thy chosen lassie, Iruhel thy breast sae warming, had ne'er sick powers alarming, oh, that's the lassie and see. If thou hadst heard her talking, and thy attentions plighted that ilka body talking, but her by thee is slighted, and thou art all delighted, oh, that's the lassie and see. If thou hast met this fair one, when frae her thou hast parted, if every other fair one but her thou hast deserted, and thou art broken-hearted, oh, that's the lassie o' my heart, my lassie ever dearer, oh, that's the queen o' womankind, and ne'er a ane to peer her. Inscription. Written on the blank leaf of a copy of the last edition of my poems, presented to the lady whom, in so many fictitious reveries of passion, but with the most ardent sentiments of real friendship, I have so often sung under the name of Chloris. 1. 'Tis friendship's pledge, my young, fair friend, nor thou the gift refuse, nor with unwilling ear attend the moralizing muse. Since thou in all thy youth and charms must bid the world adieu, a world gainst peace in constant arms, to join the friendly few. Since thy gay morn of life o'ercast, chill came the tempest's lure, and ne'er misfortune's eastern blast did nip a fairer flower. Since life's gay scenes must charm no more, still much is left behind, still nobler wealth hast thou in store, the comforts of the mind. Thine is the self-approving glow of conscious honor's part, and dearest gift of heaven below, thine friendship's truest heart. The joys refined of sense and taste, with every muse to rove, and doubly were the poet blessed, these joys could he improve. R.B. Fragment, Leesy Lindsay. Will ye go to the Hielands, Leesy Lindsay? Will ye go to the Hielands, why me? Will ye go to the Hielands, Leesy Lindsay, my pride and my darling to be? Fragment, the Wren's Nest. The robin to the wren's nest cam Keekin in, cam Keekin in. O wheels me on your auld pow, wad ye be in, wad ye be in? Thou's ne'er get leave to lie without, and I within, sae langs I hae an auld clout to row ye in, to row ye in. News, lasses, news. There's news, lasses, news, gude news I've to tell. There's a boatfu', oh, lads come to our town to sell. Chorus, the wean wants a cradle, and the cradle wants a cod. I'll no gang to my bed until I get a nod. Father, quo' she, mither, quo' she, do what you can. I'll no gang to my bed until I get a man, the wean, and see. I hae as gude a craft rig as made o' yerd and stain, and wally fa the laycrap, for I maun tild again, the wean, and see. Crowdy evermare. Oh, that I had ne'er been married. I wad never had nae care, now I've gotten wife and weans, and they cry crowdy evermare. Chorus, ants crowdy, twice crowdy, 3 times crowdy in a day, gin ye crowdy ony mare, ye'll crowdy a my meal away. We fu want and hunger flay me glorin' by the Highland M, sair I feck them at the door, but I'm eerie they come ben. Ants crowdy and see. Mally's meek, Mally's sweet. Chorus, Mally's meek, Mally's sweet, Mally's modest and discreet, Mally's rare, Mally's fair, Mally's every way complete. As I was walking up the street, a barefoot maid I chanked to meet, but oh, the road was very hard for that fair maiden's tender feet, Mally's meek and see. It were mair meet that those fine feet were weel laced up in silken shoon, and 'twere more fit that she should sit within yon chariot gilt aboon, Mally's meek and see. Her yellow hair beyond compare comes trinklin' down her swan-like neck, and her 2 eyes, like stars in skies, would keep a sinking ship frae wreck, Mally's meek and see. Jockey's teen the parting kiss. Ere Bonie last tak a man. Jockey's teen the parting kiss, o'er the mountains he is gane, and with him is a, my bliss naught but griefs with me remain, spare my love, ye winds that blaw plashy sleets and beating rain, spare my love, thou fethry snaw drifting o'er the frozen plain. When the shades of evening creep o'er the day's fair, gladsome sound and safely may he sleep, sweetly blithe his walkening be. He will think on her he loves, fondly he'll repeat her name, for where'er he distant roves, jockey's heart is still the same. Verses to Collector Mitchell. Friend of the poet tried and leal, wha wanting thee might beg or steal, a lake, the Makeldale why his witches are at its skelpin jig and reel, in my poor pouches. I modestly fain wad hinted that £1, one I sairly wanted, if why the hizzy down ye sent it would be kind, and while my heart why lifeblood dunted, I'd bear't in mind. So may the auld year gang out moanin', to see the new-come laden groanin', why double plenty o'er the loanin', to thee and thine domestic peace and comforts crownin', the hail design. Postscript. Ye have heard this while how I've been lickit, and by fell death was nearly nickit, grim loon. He got me by the fecket and sair me shook, but by gude luck I lap a wicket and turned a nuke. But by that health I've got a share o' tea, but by that life I'm promised mair o' tea. My hail and wee, I'll tack a care o' tea, a tent to your way. Then farewell folly, hide and hair o' tea, for ants and I. The Dean of Faculty. A new ballad tune, The Dragon of Wantley. Dire was the hate at old Harlaw that Scot to Scot did carry, and dire the discord Langside saw for beauteous hapless Mary. But Scot to Scot ne'er met so hot, or were more in fury seen, sir, than twixt Hal and Bob for the famous job, who should be the faculty's dean, sir. This Hal for genius, wit, and lore, among the first was numbered, but pious Bob, mid-learning store commandment the 10th remembered. Yet simple Bob the victory got, and won his heart's desire, which shows that heaven can boil the pot though the devil piss in the fire. Squire Hal, besides, had in this case pretensions rather brassy. For talents, to deserve a place, are qualifications saucy. So their worships of the faculty, quite sick of merit's rudeness, chose one who should owe it all, d'ye see, to their gratis grace and goodness. As once on Pisgah purged was the sight of a son of circumcision, so may be, on this Pisgah height, Bob's purblind mental vision. Nay, Bobby's mouth may be opened yet, till for eloquence you hail him, and swear that he has the angel met that met the ass of Balaam. In your heretic sins may you live and die, ye heretic atentarity, but accept, ye sublime majority, my congratulations hearty, with your honors as with a certain king. In your servants this is striking. The more incapacity they bring, the more they're to your liking. Epistle to Colonel de Peyster. My honored Colonel, deep I feel your interest in the poet's wheel. Now sma heart hay I to spiel the steep Parnassus, surrounded thus by bolus pill and potion glasses. Oh, what a canty world were it, would pain and care and sickness spare it, and fortune favor worth and merit as they deserve, and I rotho, roast beef and claret, sign, wad starve. Dame Life, though fiction out may trick her, and in paste gems and frippery deck her, flickering, feeble and unsicker I've found her still, I wavering like the willow wicker, tween good and ill. Then that cursed Carmagnole, old Satan, watches like baudrons by a rat in our sinfu Saul to get a clout on whiffle and ire, sign, whip. His tail ye'll ne'er casts out on, he's aft like fire. Nick, it is nuff fair, first showing us the tempting ware, bright wines and bony lasses rare, to put us daft sign weave unseen, thy spider snare, o hell's damned waft. Poor man, the fly aft bizzes by, and aft as chance he comes thee nigh, thy damned auld elbow ukes widge, and hellish pleasure, already in thy fancy's eye thy sicker treasure. Soon heels o'er gouty and he gangs, and like a sheephead on a tangs thy gurning laugh enjoys his pangs, and murdering wrestle, as dangling in the wind he hangs a gibbet's tassel. But lest you think I am uncivil to plague you with this draunting drivel, abjuring intentions evil, I quat my pen, the Lord preserve us frae the devil, amen. Amen. Alas why a totcher. Tune Ballinamana ora. Awa why your witchcraft, O beauty's alarms, the slender bit beauty you grasp in your arms, O, jie me the lass that has acres, O charms, O, jie me the lass why the wheelstock it farms. Chorus, then hey for a lass why a totcher, then hey for a lass why a totcher, then hey for a lass why a totcher, the nice yellow guineas for me. Your beauty's a flower in the morning that blows and withers the faster it grows. But the rapturous charm, o' the bony green nose, ilk spring their new decet why, bony white yows. Then hey for a lass and see. And e'en when this beauty your bosom hath blessed the brightest, o' beauty may cloy when possessed. But the sweet, yellow darlings why, Geordie impressed, the langer ye hay them, the mair they're caressed. Then hey for a lass and see. Heron Election Ballad, No. 4. The Trogger Tune, by Broom Besoms. Wha will buy my trog in fine election wear, broken trade o' Broughton, in high repair. Chorus, by Braw Troggin frae the banks o' D, wha wants Troggin let him come to me. There's a noble earl's fame and high renown for an auld sang, it's thought the Gudes were stown, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's the worth o' Broughton in a needle's here's a reputation tint by Balmaghi, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's its stuff and lining, Cardenas head fine for a sojer of the whale o' lead, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's a little wad set, Buettle scrap o' truth, pawned in a gin shop, quenching holy druth, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's an honest conscience might a prince adorn, free the downs o' Tinwold, so was never worn, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's armorial bearings frae the manse o' the crest, a sour crab apple rotten at the core, by Braw Troggin and see. Here's the worth and wisdom Colliston can boast. By a thievish midge they had been nearly lost. By Brae Trogan and sea. Here is Satan's picture, like a bizzard gled pouncing poor Redcastle sprawlin' like a teed. By Brae Trogan and sea. Here's the font where Douglas stain and mortar names, lately used at Cayley christening Murray's crimes. By Brae Trogan and sea. Here is Murray's fragments the 10 commands, gifted by Black Jock to get them aff his hands. By Brae Trogan and sea. Saw ye e'er sick Trogan? If to buy ye are slack, Horny's turn in Chapman he'll buy o' the pack. By Brae Trogan and sea. Complimentary versicle to Jessie Lewars. The toast. Fill me with the rosy wine, call a toast divine, giveth me poet's darling flame, lovely Jessie be her name. Then thou mayest freely boast, thou hast given a peerless toast. The menagerie. Talk not to me of savages from Afric's burning sun. No savage air could rend my heart, as Jessie thou hast done. But Jessie's lovely hand in mine, a mutual faith to plight, not even to view the heavenly choir, would be so blessed a sight. Jessie's illness. Say sages, what's the charm on earth can turn death's dart aside? It is not purity and worth, else Jessie had not died. On her recovery. But rarely seen since nature's birth, the natives of the sky, yet still one seraph's left on earth, for Jessie did not die. O lay thy loof in mine, lass. Chorus, O lay thy loof in mine, lass, in mine, lass, in mine, lass, and swear on thy white hand, lass, that thou wilt be my ain. A slave to love's unbounded sway, he aft has wrought me makel wee, but now he is my deadly fay, unless thou be my ain. O lay thy loof and see. There's money, alas, has broke my rest, that for a blink I hae laud best, but thou art queen within my breast, for ever to remain. O lay thy loof and see. A health to Ain I Lo dear. Chorus, here's a health to Ain I Lo dear, here's a health to Ain I Lo dear. Thou art sweet as the smile when fond lovers meet, and soft as their parting tear, Jessie. Although thou maun never be mine, although even hope is denied, 'tis sweeter for thee despairing than aught in the world beside, Jessie, here's a health and see. I mourn thro' the gay, gaudy day, as hopeless I muse on thy charms, but welcome the dream, O sweet slumber, for then I am locked in thine arms, Jessie, here's a health and see. I guess by the dear angel's smile, I guess by the love-rolling but why urge the tender confession, gainst fortune's fell, cruel decree, Jessie, here's a health and see. O wert thou in the called blast, O wert thou in the called blast, on yonder lea, my plady to the angry airt, I'd shelter thee, or did misfortune's bitter storms around thee blaw, thy beeld should be my bosom, to share it a. Or were I in the wildest waste, Sae black and bare, the desert were a paradise, if thou wert there, or were I monarch o' the globe, why thee to reign, the brightest jewel in my crown wad be my queen, Inscription to Miss Jessie Lewars. On a copy of the Scots Musical Museum, in 4 volumes presented to her by Burns. 1. Thine be the volumes, Jessie fair, and with them take the poet's prayer, that fate may in her fairest page with every kindliest best presage of future bliss, enroll thy name, with native worth and spotless fame, and wakeful caution, still aware of ill, but chief, man's felon snare. All blameless joys on earth we find, and all the treasures of the mind. These be thy guardian and reward, so praise thy faithful friend the bard. Dumfries, June 26, 1769. Footnote 1. Written for music played by Miss Lewars, who nursed him in his last illness. Fairest maid on Devon banks. Tune Rothamerchi. Chorus, fairest maid on Devon banks, crystal Devon, winding Devon, wilt thou lay that frown aside, and smile as thou wert wont to do? Full well thou know'st I love thee, dear, couldst thou to malice lend an ear, oh, did not love exclaim, forbear, nor use a faithful lover so, fairest maid, and see. Then come, thou fairest of the fair, those wanted smiles, O let me share, and by thy beauteous self I swear, no love but thine my heart shall know, fairest maid, and see. Glossary. A back behind, away, abig aloof, off, a blins 5. A blins a boon above up, a bread abroad, a breed in breadth, a ye one, af off, af hand at once. Afloof off hand, a feel, a field, afore, before. Aft oft, aften often, a gly, a rye, ahin behind, ablins perhaps, adel, foul water, ake, oak, akin, oaken, ain own, air, early, arrow, earnest money, airn, iron, airt direction, airt to direct, eighth oath, eights oats, aver, an old horse, isle, a cinder, ag, a jar, to one side, a lake, alas. Elaine, alone. Alang, along, amiest, almost, aming, among, then if, and, ants once, ain, one, aineth, beneath, ains, one's, another, aquafontes, spring water, aquavity, whiskey, arl, 5. Arl, ass, ashes, asclant, askew, askance, aspar, aspread, astir, astir, athegither, altogether, athwart, athwart, atwheel, in truth, atween, between, ought 8, ought, possessed of, ought, 18, oughtlands, at all, old, aldfarrant, shrewd, old-fashioned, sagacious, Aldreekie, Edinburgh, old world, Almus, alms, ava at all, away, awalled, backways, and doubled up, a walk, awake, awaken, awkward, awny, bearded, ayunt, beyond. Ba, a ball, backet, bucket, box, backet, backed. Backlands common, coming back yet, gate at the back, bade, endured, bade, asked, baggy, stomach, bagnets, bayonets, Bailey, magistrate of a Scotsburg, Bonie, bairn child, bairntime, brood, baith, both, bakes, biscuits, ballads, ballu, lullaby, band, swear, band of the Presbyterian clergyman, bane, bone, bang, an effort, a blow, a large number, bang, to thump, Bonie, 5. Bonie, bannet, bonnet, bannock, a thick oatmeal cake. Bardy dim. Of bard, barefoot, barefooted, barket, barked, barley brie or brie, barley brew ale or whiskey, barm, yeast, barmy, yeasty, barnyard, stackyard, bardy the devil, bashing, a bashing. Batch, a number, bats, the bots, the colic, balky bird, the bat, baudrons, the cat, balk, crossbeam, balk, 5, balkin, be mend, bald, bold, boldest, baldly, boldly, balmy, bobby, a halfpenny, baudrons, 5, baudrons, balk, a field path, bossant, white streaked, bear, barley. Bees, beasts, vermin, beastie, dim of beast, beck, a curtsy, beat, feed, kindle, bailed, 5, beel, belang, belong, belled, bald. Bellum, assault, bell is bellows, bellive, by and by, ben, a parlor, i.e. the inner apartment. Into the parlor, benmost, inmost, be north, to the northward of, be south, to the southward of, Bethinkit, grace after meat, buke, a book, devils pictured, bukes, playing cards, bicker, a wooden cup, bicker, a short run, bicker, to flow swiftly and with a slight noise. By Karen, noisy contention, bickering, hurrying. Bid, to ask, to wish, to offer. Bide, abide, endure. Beeld, a sheltered spot. Beel, comfortable, mayen, by inly, comfortably. Big, to build, biggin, building, bike, 5. Bike, Bill the bull, Billy, fellow, comrade, brother, bings, heaps, birdie, dim of bird, also maidens, Burke the birch, birkin, birchin, Berkey, a fellow, burr, force, vigor, burring, whirring, burses, bristles, birth, bit, small, e.g., bit, lassie. Bit, nick of time. Bitch, foo, completely drunk. Biz, a flurry, biz, buzz, bizzard the buzzard, busy, black bonnet, the Presbyterian elder, black nebbit, black-beaked, blad, 5. Blawed, blee, blue, livid, blestet, blasted, blasty, a blasted, i.e. damned creature. A little wretch, blate, modest, bashful, blather, bladder, blawed, a large quantity, blawed, to slap, pelt, blaw, blow, blaw, to brag, blowing, blawn, blown, blear, to blear, bleared, bleeze, blaze. Blellum, a babbler, a railer, a blusterer. Blether, blethers, nonsense, blether, to talk nonsense, bletherin, talking nonsense, blin, blind, blink, a glance, a moment. Blink, to glance, to shine. Blinkers, spies, oglers, blinkin, smirking, leering, blint, blinded, blitter, the snipe. Blue gown, the livery of the licensed beggar, bluid, blood, bluity, bloody, bloom, to bloom, blunty, a stupid, blipes, shreds, bobbed, curtsied, bocked, vomited, bottle, a farthing, bode, look for, bodkin, tailor, needle. Body, bodie, a person. Boggy, dim of bog, boggle, a bogey, a hobgoblin, bowl, a hole or small recess in the wall. Bonie, bonny, pretty, beautiful, bonnily, prettily, bonnick, 5. Bannock. Boon, above board, board, surface, board end, bortress, elders, boost, must needs, boot, payment to the bargain, bore, a chink, recess. Botch an angry tumor, bowk a human trunk, bulk bounteth, bounty, bout, about, bowhoed, bandythide, bowkyle, cabbage, boat bent, brashens, ferns, bree the slope of a hill. Braid broad, broadclaith, broadcloth, break a harrow, braint plunged, brack broke, bracks broke his, branky gay fine branks a wooden curb, a bridle, branny, brandy, brass short attack, brats small pieces, rags, brats small children, brattle a scamper, brattle noisy onset, raw handsome fine gaily dressed, rawly finely perfectly heartily, braxies sheep that have died of braxy a disease, breasty dim of breast, breasted sprang forward, bretchen ferns, breeks breeches, breer briar. Brent brand, Brent straight steep, i.e. not sloping from baldness, bree 5. Barley bree brief writ briar briar brig bridge brisket breast brither brother, brock a badger brogue a trick, brew soup broth water liquid in which anything is cooked, Bruce's wedding races from the church to the home of the bride, brose a thick mixture of meal and warm water, also a synonym for porridge, browster wives ale wives, brug a burg, brulsy bruley a brawl, brunstain brimstone, runt burned. Brust burst buckydim. Of buck, a smart younker buckle a curl, buckskin Virginian, the buckskin Kai Negroes budget tinker's bag of tools, buff to bang to thump button folding, bewardly stalwart bum the buttocks, bum to hum, bum clock beetle cockchafer junibug bummel a drone a useless fellow bunker a seat, bunters harlots birdies dim of bird or bird a lady, maidens bure bore burn a rivulet, burnuin the blacksmith i.e. burn the wind, burny dim. Of burn a rivulet, bur thistle spear thistle busk to dress, to garb to dress up, to adorn bus a bush bustle bustle but without, but in the kitchen i.e. the outer apartment. By passed aside by beside by himself beside himself, by a tour i.e. by an atour beside and at a distance, bike a bee's nest, a hive, a swarm, a crowd, buyer a cowhouse. Caw call knock drive cadger, a hawker especially of fish. Caddy caddy a fellow, calf chaff, cared a tinker, calf ward grazing plot for calves i.e. churchyard. Callant a stripling caller cool refreshing callet a troll, cam came, canny canny gentle tractable quiet prudent careful cankry crabbed, canna cannot canniest quietest, cannily quietly prudently cautiously, canty cheerful lively jolly merry cantrape magic witching. Cants merry stories, canters or sprees or merry doings. Cape stank copestone, cape uncastrate. Care na by do not care, Carl a man an old man, Carl hemp male hemp, Carly a mannequin, Carline a middle-aged or old woman, a beldam a witch, Carmagnole a violent Jacobin, carts playing cards, carty dim of cart, catch the plaque the hunt for money, cauldron a cauldron, cough leather, calf leather, caulk chalk, called cold, cauldron caup, a wooden drinking vessel. Causey cleaners, causeway cleaners. Cavey, a hen coop, chamber, change house, tavern, chanter, bagpipes. The pipe of the bagpipes which produces the melody. Song, chap, a fellow, a young fellow, chap to strike. Chapman, a peddler, chop, chap, a stroke, a blow, cheerful, cheerless, cheery, cheek for chow, cheek by jowl, i.e. close beside. Cheap, peep, squeak, chilled, i.e. child, a fellow, a young fellow, chimla, chimney, chittering, shivering, chows, choose, chuck, a hen, a deer. Chucky, dim of chuck, but usually signifies mother hen and old deer, chuffy, fat-faced, choose to choose, sit the civet, sit, a citizen, a merchant, clatchin, a small village about a church, cleading, clothing, clees, clays, clothes, claith, cloth, claithing, clothing, clanky, a severe knock, clap, the clapper of a mill, clark, a clerk, clerkly, scholarly, clarket, clerked, wrote, clarty, dirty, clash, an idle tale, gossip, clash, to tattle, clatter, noise, tattle, talk, disputation, babble. Clatter, to make a noise by striking, to babble, to prattle, claft, clutched, seized, clafton, clutching, grasping, clout, a clutch, a handful, clout, to scrape, claver, clover, clavers, gossip, nonsense, claw, a scratch, a blow, claw, to scratch, to strike, clay called, clay cold, claymore, a two-handed Highland sword, clecken, a brood, cleed, to clothe, cleek, to snatch, cleeket, linked arms, clegg, gadfly, clink, a sharp stroke, jingle, clink, money, coin, clink, to chink, clink, to rhyme, clinkin, with a smart motion. Clinkum bell, the beadle, the bellman. Clips, shears, clishmock, laver, gossip, tattling, nonsense. Clock in time, clucking, i.e. hatching time, clute, the hoof, cluty, clutes, hoofy, hoofs, A nickname of the devil, clur, a bump or swelling after a blow, clout, a cloth, a patch, clout to patch, clud, a cloud, clunk to make a hollow sound, cobble, a broad and flat boat, cock, the mark in curling, cocky, dim of cock applied to an old man, cocks, fellows, good fellows, cod, a pillow, coughed, bought. Cog, a wooden drinking vessel, a porridge dish, a corn measure for horses, coggy, dim of cog, a little dish, coil, coila, kyle, one of the ancient districts of Ayrshire, Collishangy, a squabble, cood, cud, coof, 5, cuif. Cook it, hid, coor, cover, cooser, a courser, a stallion, coost, i.e. cast, looped, threw off, tossed, chucked, cootie, a small pale, cootie, leg plumed, corbies, ravens, crows, core, corn moo, corn heap, corrent, fed with corn, course, corpse. Course, cross. Cowdna, couldn't, country, coop to capsize, couthie, loving, affable, cozy, comfortable, cow to scare, to daunt. Cow to lop, crack, tail, a chat, talk, crack to chat, to talk, craft, croft, craftrig, croftridge, craig, the throat, craig, a crag, craigie, dim of craig, the throat, craigie, craggy, crake, the corn, crake, the landrail, crambo, clink, rhyme, crambo, jingle, rhyming, cran, the support for a pot or kettle, crankus, fretful, cranks, creakings, cranrooch, hoarfrost. Crap, crop, top, craw, crow, creel, and osier basket, creep, chair, stool of repentance, creashy, greasy, crocs, old use, crony, intimate friend, cruded, cood, crudes, coos, croon, moan, low, croon to toll, crooning, humming, cruise, crouse, cocksure, set, proud, cheerful, crouchy, hunchbacked, crousely, confidently, crowdy, meal and cold water, meal and milk, porridge, crowdy time, porridge time, i.e. breakfast time, crowlin, crawling, crummy, a horned cow, crummock, cummock, a cudgel, a crooked staff, crump, crisp. Crun, a blow, cuddle, to fondle, cuif, coof, a dolt, a ninny, a dastard, cummock, 5, crummock, kerch, a kerchief for the head, kerchie, a curtsy, curler, one who plays at curling, curmering, commotion, kerpin, the crupper of a horse, kerple, the crupper, i.e. buttocks, cushat, the wood pigeon, custock, the pith of the colewort, cutes, feet, ankles, cuddy, short, cuddy stools, stools of repentance. Dad, daddy, father, deast, dazed. Daffin, larking, fun, daft, mad, foolish, dales, planks, damon, iker, an odd ear of corn, dam, pent-up water, urine, damey, dim of dame, dang, pret, of ding, danton, 5. Daunton, darena, dare not, darg, labor, task, a day's work, darklands in the dark, dawd, a large piece, dawd, to pelt, donder, saunter, daunton, to daunt, door, dare, dauna, dare not, dort, dare, doubt, dot, to fondle, davily, spiritless, daw, to dawn, dawds, lumps, dawdingly, prettily, caressingly. Dead, death. Deadswear, extremely reluctant, deave, to deafen, dale, devil, dale heat, nothing, devil have it, dale mockare, devil may care, delirit, delirious, mad, delvin, digging, durned, hid, the scriv, to describe, duke, duck, devel, a stunning blow, diddle, to move quickly, dite, to wipe, dite, winnowed, sifted, din, done, muddy of complexion, ding, to beat, to surpass, dink, trim, dinna, do not, dirl, to vibrate, to ring, dizen, dozen, dochter, daughter, doited, muddled, doting, stupid, bewildered. Dancy, vicious, bad-tempered, restive, testy, dual, woe, sorrow, dualfu, doleful, woeful, dorty, pettish, douse, sedate, sober, prudent, dousely, sedately, prudently, dowdle, dandle, doubt, pret. Of dow, could, doubt, duck, dupe, the bottom, dupe, scalper, bottom, smacker, dour, stubborn, obstinate, cutting, dow, is or are able, can, dow, a dove, douf, dull, dowy, drooping, mournful, dowily, drooping, downa, cannot, downado, cannot do, lack of power. Doilt, stupid, stupefied, doitin, doddering. Dozen, torpid, draggled, drant, prosing, drap, drop, draunting, tedious, dree, endure, suffer, dray, 5. Drate, dribble, drizzle, driddle, to toddle, dray, tedious, dull, draughtum, the breech, drone, part of the bagpipe, drew, prumpled, short trump, drouk, to wet, to drench, drowket, wetted, drouth, thirst, drouthy, thirsty, drucken, drunken, drumly, muddy, turbid, drummock, raw meal and cold water, drunt, the huff, dry, thirsty. Dub, puddle, slush, duddy, ragged, dud is dim. Of duds, rags, clothes, dung, 5. Dang, dunted, throbbed, beat, dunce, blows, dirk, dushed, pushed or thrown down violently, dwelling, dwelt, dyke, a fence of stone or turf, a wall, diver, a bankrupt. Ear, early, eagle, eastland, eastern. Eye, every, eyebrow, eyes, an evening, evening. Air, ever, eerie, apprehensive, inspiring ghostly fear, deek, also, elbuck, elbow, eldritch, unearthly, haunted, fearsome, elected, El Scots 37 inches eller elder en end enug enough enfold enfold eno enough ers Gaelic etherstain atterstone edel aim. Evermare evermore, even down downright positive, ident diligent. Fa fall fa lot portion fa, to get suit, claim fathomed, fay fo feme foam fake it let off excused feign fond glad fainness fondness fair fa good befall. Welcome Farron, a present from a fair fallow fellow fan fallen fan found far off farls oat cakes fash annoyance, fash to trouble, worry fashed bothered irked, fascious troublesome, fascinan fastens even the evening before Lent. Fought a fight falled the sheep falled folded, falding sheep folding. Fawn fallen false. Faw's house hole in a cornstack fault fodder transgressor faussant seemly well-doing, good-looking feet spruce, feck fight feck the bulk the most part, feck value return fecket waistcoat, sleeve waistcoat used by farm servants as both vest and jacket. Feckless, weak, pithless, feeble, feckly, mostly, feg a fig, fegs, faith, fade, feud, faint, 5 feet. Fairy, lusty, fell, keen, cruel, dreadful, deadly, pungent, fell, the cuticle under the skin, felly, relentless. Fen, a shift, fen, to look after, to care for, keep off, fenceless, defenseless, furly, a wonder, furly, to marvel, fetches, catches, gurgles, fetch, stops suddenly, fated to death. Fidge to fidget to wriggle, fidgeon feign, tingling wild, feel well, fiend, a petty oath, fiend a not a devil a. Fiend heat nothing, fiend have it, fiend heat not one of fiend mock air, the fiend may care I don't. Fear, fier, companion, fear, sound, active, fin, to find. Fistle, tingle, fidget with delight. Fit, foot, fittyland, the near horse of the hindmost pair in the plough flee, a flea, flaffin, flapping, flanin, flannin, flannel, flang, flung, flee to fly, fleech, wheedle, fleece, fleg, scare, blow, jerk, flethrin, flattering, fluid, a sharp lash, flay to scare, flitchterin, fluttering, flinders, shreds, broken pieces, flinging, kicking out and dancing, capering, flingantry, a piece of timber hung by way of partition between two horses in a stable, a flail. Flisket, fretted, capered, flit to shift, flittering, fluttering, flight, scold, fox, folk, fogel, dumpy, fared, i.e. went. Forestay, Thursday, forebears, forefathers, forby, forby, besides, forfairn, worn out, forlorn, forfeitin, exhausted, forgather, to meet with, forgy, to forgive, forgisket, jaded, forit, forward, fodder, foul, full, i.e. drunk, fountain, troubled, foulmart, a polecat, foursome, a quartet, fouth, fullness, abundance, foul, 5. Foul, a bushel. Free from freeth to froth, fremit, estranged, hostile, full-handed, fud, a short tail of a rabbit or hare. Fuffed, puffed, fur, a furrow, furrahan, the hindmost plough horse in the furrow, furder, success, furder, to succeed, firm, a wooden form, fusionless, pithless, sapless, tasteless, fret, fike, to fuss, fidget, file, to defile, to foul. Gab the mouth, gab to talk, gabs talk, gee gave, gee to go, geed went, geen gone, geets ways, manners, gares, gores, gain gone, gang to go, gangrel, vagrant, gar to cause, to make, to compel, garcock the moorcock, gart and garter, gash wise, self-complacent, implying prudence and prosperity, talkative, gashing, talking, gabbing, got, gate, wayroad, manner, gaddy, innervated, gaussy, 5. Gaussy, gaud, a goad, goadsman, driver of the plough team, gone. Gavin, gone, going, gaunted, gaped, yawned. Gawky, a foolish woman or lad. Gawky, foolish. Gaussy, buxom, jolly, gaily rather, gear, money, wealth, goods, stuff, geck, to sport, toss the head, jed, a pike, gentles, gentry, genty, trim and elegant, Geordie, dim of George, a guinea, get, issue, offspring, breed, gayest, ghost, jide to give, jide, gave, gene, given, gif, if, gifty, dim of gift, giglets, giggling youngsters or maids, gilly, dim of gill, glass of whiskey. Gilpy, young girl, gimmer, a young ewe. Gin, if should, weather, by. Girdle, plate of metal for firing cakes, bannocks. Gurn, to grin, to twist the face, but from pain or rage, not joy. Gapes, snarls, giz, wig, glaikit, foolish, thoughtless, giddy, glazy, glossy, shiny, glound, grasped, gled, a hawk, a kite, gleed, a glowing coal, gleg, nimble, sharp, keen-witted, gleg, smartly, glebe, a portion of land, glibgabbet, smooth-tongued, glint, sparkle, gloamin, twilight, gloamin shot, sunset, glower, stare, glunch, frown, growl, govan, looking dazed, low, mooning, got. Gowan, the wild or mountain daisy. Gowany, covered with wild daisies. Gowd, gold, gouty, the head. Gowf, struck, as in the game of golf. Gauk the cuckoo a dolt, gowling, lamenting as a dog in grief. Graph a grave, a vault, grained, groaned, grape a dung fork. Graith implements, gear, furniture, attire, graithing, gearing, vestments. Grain, groan, granny, grawny, grandmother, grape, grope. Grat wept, gree the prize degree. Gree to agree, greet to weep. Groanin mount, groaning malt, brewed for a lying in. Grozit a gooseberry. Grumpy the pig, run, the ground. Gruntle the face, gruntle dim, of grunt. Grunsy, growing, grutton, wept, gued, god, guid, good, guidan, good evening, guid father, father-in-law, guid man, husband, guid wife. Mistress of the house, guid willy hearty, full of goodwill, gully, gully, a large knife, gull ravage, riotous play, gumly, muddy, gumption, wisdom, gusty, tasty, gutcher, goodsayer, grandfather. Ha, hall, ha, folk, the servants. Hadden holding inheritance, he have heat, a thing, half it, the temple, the side of the head. Half its side locks, halflands, half partly. Ag a moss, a broken bog, haggis, a special Scots pudding made of sheep's lungs, liver and heart, onions and oatmeal boiled in a sheep's stomach, hain to spare, to save, harst, harvest, haith, faith and oath, havers 5. Havers, howled, holding possession. Hail, the whole, hail, health, hail, whole, healthy. Hailsome, wholesome, Hallen, a partition wall, a porch, outer door. Halloween, All Saints' Eve, 31st of October. Hallowmas, All Saints' Day, 1st of November. Holly, holy, hame, home, han, hawn, handarg, 5 darg, handwild, hand-picked, i.e. choicest. Hangy, hangman, nickname of the devil. Hansel, the first gift. Ernest, hap, a wrap, a covering against cold. Hap, to shelter. Hap, to hop, happer, hopper of a mill. Hap, step and lope. Hop, step and jump, harket, hearken. Harn, coarse cloth. Hash, an oath. Haslock, woo, the wool on the neck of a sheep. Hawed, to hold, to keep. Hoff, half haws, low-lying rich lands by a river. Hawn, 5. Han, hole, to trail, haws, cuddle, embrace. Haverel, one who talks nonsense. Havers, nonsense. Havens, manners, conduct. Hawky, a white-faced cow. A cow, heel, 5. Hail, heelsome, 5. Hailsome, heck, to promise. Threaten, heckle, a flaxcomb. Heels, or gouty, 5. Gouty, he's, to hoist. Hike, high, him-shinned, crooked-shinned. Herd, a herd boy. Hear a wah, hereabout. Harry, to harry, harryment, spoliation. Hersel, herself. Het, hot, hug, a hollow or pit. A crag, a steep bank. Huke, a hook. Hilch, to hobble. Hilty, skilty, helter-skelter. Himsel, himself. Hiney, hinny, honey, hing, to hang. Herple, to move unevenly, to limp. Hissel, so many cattle as one person can attend. R.B. Histy, bear. Hizzy, a hussy, a wench. Host, cough, hodden, the motion of a sage countryman riding on a cart horse. R.B. Hodding, gray, coarse gray woolen. Hoggy, dim of hog, a lamb. Hogscore, a line on the curling rink. Hogshouther, a kind of horseplay by jostling with the shoulder to jostle. Hoodie craw, the hooded crow, the carrion crow. Hoodock, grasping, vulturish. Hooked, caught, hool, the outer case, the sheath. Hooly, softly, hoard, hoarded, hoarded. Horn, a horn spoon, a comb of horn. Horny, the devil. Host, 5. Host, hotch, jerked. Homogandy, fornication. Hoolet, 5. Howlet, hoop, hope. Hove, swell, howdy, a midwife. How, hollow, howk, to dig. Howlet, the owl. Hoist, a hoist. Hoyt, urged. R.B. Hoyt, to amble crazily. R.B. Huock, dim. Of Hugh, hullions, slovens. Hunder, 100. Hunkers, hams. Hurchin, the hedgehog. Urchin, hurdies, the loins. The crupper. R.B. i.e. the buttocks. Hurl, to trundle. Hushin, a footless stocking. Height, furious. Iker, an ear of corn. Ero, a great-grandchild. Ilk, ilka, each, every. Ill-ot, bad at it. Ill-teen, ill-taken, ill-thief. The devil, ill-willy, ill-natured, niggardly. Indentin, indenturing, ingen, genius, ingenuity. Wit, inglee, the fireside. Inglee cheek, fireside, properly the jam of the fireplace. Inglee low, ingle low, flame of the fire. Se, I shall or will, itzel, itself. Ither, other, another. Jad, a jade. January, jock, to trifle, to dally. Jawner, gabber, jaunty, dim of jaunt. Jop, splash. Jaw, talk, impudence. Jaw, to throw, to dash. Jeeg, to jog. Jillet, a jilt. Jimp, small, slender. Jimply, neatly. Jimp, stays. Jink, the slip. Jink, to frisk, to sport. To dodge. Jinker, dodger, coquette. A jinker, noble, a noble goer. Jerkinet, bodice. Jert, a jerk. Jizz, a wig. Joe, a sweetheart. Jock, to leg, a clasp knife. Jouk, to duck, to cover, to dodge. Jow, to jow, a verb which included both the swinging motion and pealing sound of a large bell. R.B. Jump it, jumped. Jundy, to jostle. Jur, a servant wench. Key, a jackdaw. Kyle kale the colewort cabbage, Scots broth, Kyle blade the leaf of the colewort, Kyle gully a cabbage knife, Kyle runt the stem of the colewort, Kyle whittle a cabbage knife, Kyle yard a kitchen garden kind, cane rents in kind, came a comb, kebars rafters, kebbuck a cheese, a kebbuck heel equals the last crust of a cheese, keckle to cackle to giggle, keek look glance, Keekin Glass the looking glass, keel red chalk, kelpies river demons, ken to know, kenna know not. Kennen a very little merely as much as can be perceived. Kept to catch, ket the fleece on a sheep's body, key, kyog anxiety, kilt to tuck up, kimmer a wench, a gossip, a wife, kin kind, kingshood the 2D stomach in a ruminant equivocal for the scrotum. Kintra country kirk church, kern a churn, kern harvest home, curson to christen, kissed chest counter. Kitchen to relish, kittle difficult, ticklish, delicate, fickle, kittle to tickle, kitlin kitten, kietlin cuddling. Naggy nobby, nappin hammers, hammers for breaking stones, no knoll knurl knurlin dwarf, kai cows, kites bell is kithe to show. Laddie dim of lad, laid a load, lag backward, laggin the bottom angle of a wooden dish, leg low, lake lack, lair lore learning laird landowner, layering sticking or sinking in moss or mud, lath, loath, lathfu, loathful sheepish, lallan lowland, Scots lowland vernacular, lammy dim of lamb, land, lanafor the foremost horse on the unplowed land side, lanahan the hindmost horse on the unplowed land side, lane, lone, lang long, lang sign, long since, long ago, lap, leapt. Lave the rest, lavrock the lark, lowen the reckoning, lee grass untilled land, lear lore learning, lady lelang livelong, leesome lawful lees me on dear is to me. Blessings on commend me to Leicester a fish spear len, to lend lug laughed luke look laycrap lee crop libbet castrated licks a beating lean lane leave leaf lift the sky lift a load lightly to disparage to scorn, lilt to sing limmer to jade mistress, lin 5. Lin a waterfall lint flax. Lintwhite flax-colored, lintwhite the linnet lippin, trusted lippy dim. Of lip, loan, a lane loan in the private road leading to a farm, lod, loved, lanan, London, loof, pl. Louvs, the palm of the hand, loon, loun, loan, a fellow, a varlet, loosum, lovable, loot, let, louvre, love, louvs, 5 loof. Losh, a minced oath, luff, a pond, a lake, loop, lope, to leap, low, a flame. Lowen, lowing, flaming, burning, loan, 5 loon, lope, 5 loop, lows, louse, to untie, let loose. Lucky, a grandmother, an old woman, an ale wife, lug, the ear, lugget having ears, luggy, a porringer, lum, the chimney, loom, a loom, lunardi, a balloon bonnet, lunches, full portions, lunt, a column of smoke or steam. Lunton, smoking, louve, love, liart, gray in general, discolored by decay or old age, lining. Me more malin, a farm, maley molly, mare more mayest. Most mayest almost make o to pet to fondle maul mally mantila mantle mark merk an old Scots coin 1313d. Sterling, mashlam of mixed meal maskin pat the teapot mawkin a hare, maun must mauna mustn't, mount malt mavis the thrush mowin mowing maun maun a large basket, mere a mare, makel mickle muckle much great, melder a grinding corn mel to meddle. Melvy to powder with meal dust, mend, men's tact, discretion, politeness, menseless unmannerly, Merle the blackbird, Marion, Mass John the parish priest, the minister, messin a cur, a mongrel, midden a dunghill, midden creels, manure baskets, midden dub, midden puddle, midden hole, a gutter at the bottom of the dunghill. Milking shield, the milking shed, mim, prim, affectedly meek, mim mood, prim-lipped, min, mind, remembrance, mind to remember, to bear in mind, Minnie, mother. Murk dark, misca, to miscall, to abuse, mishanter, mishap, misleered, mischievous, unmannerly, mistack, mistake, mistook, mistook, mither, mother, mixty maxty, confused, moany, many, mools, crumbling earth, grave, moop, to nibble, to keep close company, to meddle, moddy, dusty, moo, the mouth, mouduarts, moles, muckle, 5. Makel, musling kyle, beefless broth, muchkin, an English pint. None, nay, no, not, neathing, nothing, nag, a nag, nain, none, nappy, ale, liquor, natch, a notching implement, abuse, neighbor, neighbor, needna, needn't, neast, next, nook, a nook, a corner, newcod, newly driven, nick, ald, Nicky Ben, a name of the devil, nick, to sever, to slit, to nail, to seize away, Nicky Ben, 5. Knick-knackets, curiosities, nicks, cuts, the rings on a cow's horns, neave, the fist, neave, foo, fistful, niffer, exchange, knit, a nut, no, not, knocked, nothing. Norland, northern, Nout cattle. O of orward the refrain, catchword oni any or ere before ora extra t of it. Outlands ought in the least at all were rise shivering drooping outlure unhoused, o'er over two, o's and oxen, other author, oxtered held up under the arms. Packin' thick, confidential, paddle to wade, to walk with a weak action, paddle nailbag, painch the paunch patrick a partridge, used equivocally of a wanton girl pang to cram, parishin the parish, parich porridge pots, pat put paddle pedal a ploughstaff potty haughty pocky artful sly petchin the stomach, petchin panting blowing penny fee wage and money, penny weep small beer pedal 5. Paddle, Philibug the Highlanders kilt. Phrasin, flattering, wheedling, phrase to flatter to wheedle, pickle a few a little. Pint Scots, 3 imperial pints put plackheads, proclamations, plaque 4 pennies Scots. Plackless, penniless, played in coarse woolen cloth, plaister, plaster, plenished, stocked, plug, plew a plow, plisky a trick, pliver a plover, pock a poke a bag a wallet, point to seize to distrain to impound, porteth poverty, poo to pull, pouch pocket, pouk to poke, poopit pulpit, pouse a push, pousey a hare also a cat. Powther, pouts chicks, pow the pole the head, powny a pony, pout pulled, preed, pride proved, tasted, preen a pin, print pride to taste, proof priggin haggling, primsy dim of prim, precise, provises, provosts, poo to pull, puttock stools, toadstools, mushrooms, pure, poor, punned, pound, pursy dim. Of purse, pussy a hare, piet a magpie, pike to pick, piles grains. Quitted, quean a young woman, a lass. Quare, a young cow, quietlin wise, quietly quad quoth. Rab, rob, raid, road, reap, a rope. Ragweed, ragwort, rables, recites by rote. Rare to roar, rarin, roaring, raret, roared, raise, rose, raise, to excite anger, ramfizzled, exhausted. Ramganshock, surly, ramstam, headlong, randy, lawless, obstreperous. Randy, a scoundrel, a rascal, rant, to rollick, to roister, rants, merry meetings, rose, rape, 5. Reap, raplock, homespun, rash, a rush, rashbus, a clump of rushes, rushy, rat, ratoon, a rat. Rat and key, the rat key. Rockle, rough, bitter, sturdy. Rot reached. Raw, a row, racks to stretch, to extend. Ream, cream, foam, ream to cream, to foam, reeve, to rob, rebute, rebuff, red, advised, afraid. Red, reed, to advise, to counsel. Red watchod, red wetshod, redwood, stark, mad, reek, smoke. Reeky, smoky, riestit, scorched, riestit, refused to go, rafe, thieving, remead, remedy, rickles, small stacks of corn in the fields, reef, plunder, rig, a ridge, riggin, the roof tree, the roof, rigwoody, lean, rin, to run. Rip, a handful of corn from the sheaf, rippling came the wool or flax comb, risk it cracked, rive to split, to tear, to tug, to burst, rock, a distaff, rockin, a social meeting, rune, round, shred, roost, to praise, to flatter, roos, reputation, roosty, rusty, rotten, a rat. Round, roupit, exhausted in voice, routh, 5 roth, routhy, well-stocked, row, to roll, to flow as a river, to rap, rote, to low, to bellow, roth, plenty, a store, rosit, resin, rundales, downright devils, rung, a cudgel. Wrinkled, runt, a cabbage or colewort stalk, rike, to reach. Sab to sob, sae, so, saft, soft, sare, sore, hard, severe, strong, sare to serve, sarely, sorely, sary, sorrowful, sorry, Saul, shall, sandy, sanic, dim. Of Alexander, sark, a shirt, saw the willow, soul, sawmont, the salmon, saint, salt, backets, 5 backets, saw to sow, sawney, 5. Sandy, sack, 6, scar to scare, scar, 5. Score, scathe, damage, 5. Scathe, scald to scald, scold. Scald to scold, score, afraid, apt to be scared. Score, a jutting rock or bank of earth. Scone, a soft flour cake. Sconner, disgust. Sconner, sicken, scratchin, calling hoarsely, screed, a rip, a rent, screed, to repeat rapidly, to rattle. Screichin, screeching, screeg, 5 screevin, careering, scrimpet, scanty, scroggy, scrubby, sculdudry, baudry, seed, saw, sasons, freehold possession, sell, self-selled, sold, simple, send, set to set off, to start, sets become, shatcheled, shapeless. Shared, shred, shard. Shanigan, a cleft stick, shanna shall not shawl, shallow shaver, a funny fellow, shavy trick, shaw, a wood, shaw to show, shearer, a reaper, sheepshank, a sheep's trotter. Nay sheepshank bane equals a person of no small importance, sheerly wholly shears scissors, Sherramuir Sheriffmuir shug a ditch a furrow, gutter shuk shook shiel a shed cottage shill shrill shog a shake shul a shovel shoon shoes shore to offer to threat, short sign a little while ago, shouldna should not shouther shother shoulder. Shore did shear, sick sicken such a. Sicker steady certain sicker score equals strict condition. Sidelands, sideways, siller, silver, money in general, simmer, summer, sin, sun, sin, synth, sindry, sundry, singet, singe, shriveled, sin, the sun, sinny, sunny, skaith, damage, skeeth, skeeg, skittish, skellum, a good for nothing, skelp, a slap, a smack, skelp, to spank. Skelpin at it equals driving at it, skelpelimer's face, a technical term in female scolding, R.B. Skelvy, shelvy. Skeeg 5. Skeeth. Skinking watery skinklin glittering skirl to cry or sound shrilly, sklent a slant a turn, sklent to slant to squint to cheat, scouth scope, scritch a scream screeg to scream to whinny, skyren flaring skite squirt lash slade slid slee the slow slap a breach in a fence, a gate, slaw slow slee sly ingenious, sleek it sleek crafty slidry slippery sloken to slake, slipe it slipped, sma small smedum a powder smeek smoke, smitty smithy, moored smothered. Smouty, smutty, smitry, a small collection, a litter, snackin' sneering, snap smart, snapper to stumble, snash abuse, snaw, snow, snowbrew, melted snow, sned to lop to prune, sneeshin mill, a snuff box, snell, bitter, biting, snick, a latch, snick drawing equals scheming, he wheel a snick can draw equals he is good at cheating, snurdle to snigger, snoods, falace worn by maids, snool to cringe to snub, snoove to go slowly, snoke it, snuffed, sodger, soger, a soldier. Soncy, pleasant, good-natured, jolly, soom, to swim, sore, sour, so 5 sug, souk, suck, soup, sup, liquid, supple, supple, souter, cobbler, sowens, porridge of oat flour, soap, sups, soth, to hum or whistle in a low tune, sother, to solder, speed, to foretell, spales, chip, sparge, to splash, to spatter, spack, spoke, spates, flood, spavy, the spavin, spavit, spavin, spean, to wean, speed, a flood, spiel, to climb, spear, to ask, speed, to spit, spence, the parlor, spear. 5 spear, spluchin, pouch. Splore, a frolic, a carousal, spratchled, clambered, sprattle, scramble, spreckled, speckled, spring, a quick tune, a dance, spritty, full of roots or sprouts, a kind of rush, sprush, spruce, spunk, a match, a spark, fire, spirit, spunky, full of spirit, spunky, liquor, spirits, spunkies, jack-o'-lanterns, willow-wisp, spurtle blade, the potstick, squatter, to flap, squaddle, to squat, to settle, stasher, to totter, staggy, dim of stag, a young horse, stand, stain, stone, stance, stood. Stang, sting, stank, a moat, a pond, stap, to stop, stapple, a stopper, dark, strong, starnies, dim, of starn, starns, stars, startled, to course, stomrel, half-witted, staw, a stall, staw, to surfeit, to sicken, staw, stole, steckin, cramming, steek, a stitch, steek, to shut, to close, steek, to shut, to touch, metal with steve, compact, stell, a still, sten, a leap, a spring, stent, sprang, stented, erected, set on high, stents, assessments, dues, stayest, steepest, dibble, stubble. Stibble rig, chief reaper, dicken stow, completely, stilt, limp with the aid of stilts. Stimpart, a quarter peck, stirk, a young bullock stock, a plan of cabbage, colewort, stoited, stumbled, stoitered, staggered, store, harsh, stern, stown, pang, throb, stour, dust, stowery, dusty, stown, stolen, stownlands, by stealth, stoit, to stagger, stree, death, in bed. I.e. on straw, stake, to stroke, strack, struck, strang, strong, straught, straight, straught, to stretch, streak it, stretch, striddle, to straddle. Straunt, lanted, strunt, liquor, strunt, to swagger, study, an anvil, stumpy, dim of stump, a worn quill, sturt, worry, trouble, sturt, to fret, to vex, sturton, frighted, staggered, stime, the faintest trace, sucker, sugar, sud, should, sug, suff, sigh, moan, wail, swish, sumph, churl, soon, suthrun, southern, sweared, sword, swalled, swelled, swank, limber, swankies, strapping fellows, swap, exchange, swapped, exchanged, swarf, to swoon, swat, sweated, watch, sample, swats, new ale, swear 5. Dead swear, swirl, curl, swirly, twisted, naggy, swith, haste, off and away, swither, doubt, hesitation, swoom, swim, swore, sibbo, a young union sign since then. Tack, possession, lease. Tack it, shoenail, T2, T-toe, teed, toed, teen taken, teat, small quantity, terge to target, tack, take, tald, told, tain, one in contrast to other, tangs tongs tap top tappetless senseless topmost tappet hen, a crested hen-shaped bottle holding 3 quarts of claret, tap pickle the grain at the top of the stalk, topsoltiri topsy-turvy targe to examine taro to tari, to be reluctant to murmur, to weary, tassie a goblet, talk told. Tewi tractable topai, a foolish woman, tauted matted, teats small quantities, teen vexation told, temperpin a fiddle peg, the regulating pin of the spinning wheel, tent to tend, to heed, to observe, tenty watchful, careful, heedful, tentier, more watchful, tentless, careless, tester an old silver coin about 6pence in value, tug, tough, took, thatch. Thack and rape equals the covering of a house, and so home necessities, those. Tyam small guts, catgut a fiddle string, thecket thatched the gither together, thick 5-pack and thick, thieveless, forbidding, spiteful, thiggin begging third these thorold thrilled, whole to endure, to suffer thou shalt thou thaw thowless lazy useless, thrang busy thronging in crowds, thrang a throng thrapple the windpipe, thrave 24 sheaves of corn thraw a twist, thraw to twist, to turn, to thwart, thraws, throws, threep, maintain, argue, threesome, trio, threatening 13, thready 30, thistle, thristed, thirsted, through, mac to through equals make good, throuther through other, pell-mell thummart polecat thy lane alone, tight girt prepared, till to tilt to it, timber material tine to lose to be lost, tinkler tinker tint lost tuppence, tip 5, toop, turl to strip, turl to knock for entrance, tither the other, titlin whispering, totcher dowry, totcher to give a dowry, totcher gude marriage portion, tod the fox, to fa the fall tomb empty, toop tup ram toss the toast. Town, farmsteading, tousey shaggy, tout blast, toe flax a rope toman tomon a 12-month tosing rumpling equivocal, toit to totter, tosy flushed with drink trams shafts, transmogrify change, trashtry small trash, trews trousers, trig neat trim, trinklin flowing, trinnel the wheel of a barrow, trogger packman, troggin wears, troke to barter, trouse, trousers, troth in truth, trump a Jew's harp, tryst a fair, a cattle market, trysted appointed, trysting meeting. Tuli tulsy a squabble, a tussle, twa two, twafold, twofold, double, twal 12. The twal equals 12 at night, twalpenny worth, a penny worth English money, twang, twinge, twa 2 or 3. Way 2 twin, twine, to rob, to deprive, bereave, twistle, a twist, a sprain, tyke, a dog, tine, 5 tine, tisday, Tuesday. Ulsy, oil, unchancy, dangerous, unco, remarkably, uncommonly, excessively, unco, remarkable, uncommon, terrible, sarcastic. Uncos, news, strange things, wonders, unkenned, unknown, unsicker, uncertain, unscathed, unhurt, usquibby, whiskey. Vaunty, proud, vera, very, virls, rings, victual, grain, food, vogie, vain. Wah, a wall, wab, a web. Wobster a weaver, wad to wager, wad to wed. Wad would have, wada would have, wadna would not, wadset a mortgage, we woeful, sorrowful, we woe, we's me, woe is to me, we sucks, alas, we worth, woe befall, where 5. Where whale to choose, whale choice, whaley, wally, choice, ample, large, wallop to kick, to dangle, to gallop, to dance, wally fa, ill befall, wame the belly, wamefu, bellyful, wan one wanchancy, dangerous, wanrest fu, restless. Where to spend, bestow. Where worn, work, workloom, tool, world, warlock, a wizard, worldly, warren, warrant, worse, worsel, wrestle, west, mastry, waste, wet, no, waterfoot, the river's mouth, water kelpies 5. Kelpies wobble to wobble, wad a draft, walk to awake, walkin to awaken, walkin awake, walk it with toil, horny, Waukrife, wakeful, wally, jolly, war worse, war to worst, wart, worsted, beat. Ween wee one, a child, weenies, babies, wheezin, wesend. Wecht a measure for corn. We a little, a wee equals a short space or time. We things, children, wheel well, wheelford, well favored, wheel gone, well going, wheel hained, well saved, weepers, mornings on the steve or hat. Where now we're not, west we shall, westland, western, wahoo, wazel, wheeze, whalpit, whelped, wham, whom. When wang a shive, wang, flog, war, where, wah, s, whose, was, who is, wace, whose, what for, wherefore. What na what? What reck, what matter, nevertheless. What whittled, wop the curlew, war, where weep 5. Penny weep, jerk, wid a fib, widden, scudding, wids, gambles, wigmaleries, crotches, wingin, whining, winds, furs, whirligigums, flourishes, whist, silence, Whistle, whistle, witter, a draught, whittle, a knife, why, with wickabore hit a curling stone obliquely and send it through an opening. Y.S. with his wit with it, wittifu, gallows worthy, whittle, wriggle, wheel, eddy, white, strong, stout, whiter, more influential. Wilket, wildcat. Williart, disordered, wimple to meander. Win one, win to winnow, winna will not win in winding winnock window, winnock bunker 5. Bunker wint did wind wintle a somersault, wintle to stagger to swing, to wriggle winds a curse wish one to dwell oneer a wonder woo wool woody a rope originally of withs, a gallows rope, woody's twigs withs wooer babs love knots worthy worset worsted, worth 5 wee worth wraith ghost, rang wrong. Wud wild mad, wumble wimble wilycoat undervest, white weight, blame white to blame to reproach. Yard a garden, a stackyard, yawed an old mare yeelings coevals, yell dry milkless. Yerd earth yerket jerked earl yes ye shall yestrin last night, yet a gate uke to itch yill ale yill cop ale stoop yerd yerth earth yakin yoking a spell a day's work yonder. Yont beyond yow you. Yowie dim of you, a pet you Yule Christmas.